The time is 6:10. The day is Monday, September 25th, 2023. Welcome to the special and regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Pacifica. Let us have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Bowles.
Here.
Councilmember Beer.
Here.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlos.
Here.
Mayor Big Stick.
Present. Friendly reminder to place a parking pass on your dashboard. If you haven't already, you'll find them at the bottom of the stairs on the door. Otherwise, there are tickets that might occur. So please go ahead and make sure your car is good. So this is a special, regular and special meeting. It's special because it occurs at 6 o'clock. It's regular because it's our regular business. City Clerk, would you like to give any notes on the meeting?
This meeting is being held in person with alternative methods to observe and participate in the meeting via Zoom on the the Zoom link provided in the meeting agenda, or by dialing in to the number 1-669-900-6833 with webinar ID 811-5615-8241 as noted in the agenda. For those participating via Zoom, raise your hand to request to speak on an item at the time that item is called. Press star 9 if you're dialing in to raise your hand, and star 6 to unmute once called upon by the last 4 digits of your phone number. The meeting may also be observed on Comcast Channel 26 or live streamed on www.cityofpacifica.org/livestream.
And for those of you who have interest in the housing element portion of our evening, that will begin no earlier than 7 o'clock, so you know. The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to their ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. Councilmember Bowles, would you please lead us in a salute to the flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, that brings us to our first proclamation of the evening for Greta Hayes, known as Greta. Whereas Greta Hayes is retiring from a distinguished public service career with the City of Pacifica, serving for the past more than 25 years within the Child Care Division of the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Department. And whereas Greta Hayes began her career with the City of Pacifica as a site coordinator within the Child Care Division in 1998, she was initially assigned to the Cabrillo School location, where she became a fixture for years, providing early childhood development for hundreds of families. And whereas Greta Hayes was then reassigned to the Valamar School location, which is the Child Care Division's largest location, Greta once again became an immediate leader and integral part of thousands of Pacificans' families' lives. And whereas Greta Hayes holds a Child Development Site Supervisor permit issued by the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, Greta has used her education and experience to provide high-level services to families for decades in Pacifica. Greta has also been an integral part in the overall development, sustainability, and success of public child care in the city of Pacifica. Her love, guidance, and dedication to children and her craft have had a significant impact on the quality of life for Pacifica families. And whereas Greta Hayes, as a longtime shop steward for Teamsters Local 856, has provided City of Pacifica staff with leadership, professionalism, and dedication in advocating for members' rights, wages, and conditions, now therefore I, Tiger Jazz Twirl's Big Stick, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all its citizens, do hereby pay tribute to Gretchen Greta Hayes and thank her for her continuous commitment to our community, done this 25th day of September, 2023.
It has been my absolute pleasure to work with the children and families of Pacifica, and that's what I'm going to miss the most. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Wait, don't go too far. There's a sousant more pomp and circumstance involved. First of all, Director Palacio, did you have any comments you wanted to make?
I just want to sit down.
Bob Palacio, Director, Parks, Beaches, Recreation. I just wanted to say that Greta, first of all, Greta doesn't like these outward shows of appreciation, which she so well deserves. But the impact that she has had on so many lives, cannot be overstated. The job that she does, along with her fellow child care staffers, develop our children at a time in this country where, it's sorely needed. And Greta does so without, asking for thanks and appreciation and all that. And she's going to be sorely missed. When I came here, she met with me for a period of time and told me all the good things about child care. Then she told me all the things that no one else would tell me, all of those things that needed to be fixed. And then she told me all the good things again. And I couldn't be more appreciative. And this is a very well-deserved honor for her. It won't be the last thing that staff's able to celebrate from. But from me and from all of the staff, we're so grateful for all of your advocacy and all your work with the young folks. So thank you.
Well, no, he's giving her flowers. So at this point, I'm going to invite council members to make comments. This concludes when we ask you to take a picture with all of us. That's how you know it's over.
I should have eaten a bigger dinner.
Now you know. Council members.
Sure, I'll go ahead and start. Greta, thank you so much for everything you've done for all of our families, for my child, for my neighbor's children. It's employees like you that we really hate to lose, and you're leaving with all this institutional knowledge and the care that you've provided. There's a ripple effect to that kind of care, and I cannot thank you enough.
And I always say this, but I can't believe people are in the same job for 25 years and giving and giving and giving. So thank you for everything you've done.
Greta, we've had so many opportunities to work together with, our kids being in band and all of that. And so I feel like you're just part of life for me. And the idea of you, oh yeah, and she works for the city too. Oh yeah, childcare. But when Robbie came to Carrillo, you were there, and just, it's really, it's gonna be different not having you. But Colleen Wright just as a model, it doesn't mean you can't, be with us in the future. There's an option here. Let's keep that in mind, Bob. There's that option. Thank you for everything you've done.
And hi, Greta. I'm newer to Pacifica, and my kids were grown up, so I haven't gotten to experience your skills firsthand. But as a parent, I can say I can't imagine that these kids you've worked with for 25 years like they never grow up, right? Because you get a new group every time. But I'm sure the ones that you have taught come back and you get to see their progress too. And I just thinking about the difference you've made in the city in helping all these families and helping our next group of citizens grow up. I really appreciate your service. Thank you.
So, as I see you here and hear what everyone's saying and reading this proclamation, it occurs to me that you are the answer to the cliche of apathy. What can one human being do in a world where so much needs to be done? And here before me is a human being who has had incredibly positive effect on generations of Pacificans. And you have been integral to making this community one that is better for the efforts you have made. And that's just what one person can accomplish, who touches that many lives, helps that many people grow. So thank you very much for your service to our community. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak? Seeing no one, if you'd be so kind as to allow us a picture. Oh, you saw a hand?
Mayor Big Stick, we have one raised hand.
Ah,
It is from Mary Fagan.
please state your name for the record.
She is not unmuted.
But she is able to unmute.
She does not seem to be able to unmute.
Is she on the phone or on Zoom?
We're not able to unmute her on our end. Okay. Well, Mary, if you want to send an email, we'll make sure that your message gets through, or you're welcome to try again in a moment after former Mayor Sue DeGree speaks. And Sue, if you'd fill out a card afterward, we'd be much obliged.
I didn't anticipate speaking, but I was serving on the council for 16 years, some of those years. And as a childcare profession, it's not an easy job, but it's a great job, and it's a fun job. It's a very hard job. And for parents, whether they're working or not, but particularly working parents, they can sleep at night, they can go to work and feel comfortable because of people like you. And so childcare is a real asset to all of us, and appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Emily? Any luck?
She has lowered her hand.
Okay. So with that, if there's no one else who wishes to speak, if you'd be willing to take a photograph with us. Thank you. I'd also like to invite up any staff who would like to be a part of this photograph also. Okay, our next proclamation is about Fire Prevention Week. Whereas the City of Pacifica and North County Fire Authority are committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting Pacifica, and whereas fire is a serious public safety concern, both locally and nationally, and according to the National Fire Protection Association, at home, the place people feel safest from fire is where they are at the greatest risk. And whereas cooking is the leading cause of home fires, with nearly half, 49% of home fires involving cooking equipment, and unattended cooking is the leading cause of home cooking fires and related deaths. And whereas home cooking fires can be prevented by always keeping a close eye on what you are cooking, setting a timer to help monitor longer cooking times, clearing the cooking area of combustible items, and keeping clear items that can burn, such as dish towels, oven mitts, food packaging, and paper towels, turning pot handles toward the back of the stove and keeping a lid nearby when cooking, creating a kid and pet-free zone for at least 3 feet around the cooking area and anywhere else hot food and drink is prepared, and installing smoke alarms inside every sleeping room, outside each separate sleeping area, and on every level of your home. And whereas Pacifica first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education, and whereas Pacifica residents are responsive to public education measures and are able to take action to increase their safety from fire, especially in their homes, and whereas the 2023 Fire Prevention Week theme, Cooking Safety Starts With You, Pay Attention to Fire Prevention, reinforces the critical importance of developing safe cooking practices within the home. Now, therefore, I, Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all its citizens, do hereby proclaim October 8th through 14th, 2023 as Fire Prevention Week in the City of Pacifica, and I urge all the people of Pacifica to be aware of their surroundings, look for available ways out in the event of a fire or other emergency, respond when the smoke alarm sounds by exiting the building immediately, and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of North County Fire Authority and Emergency Services during Fire Prevention Week 2023, done this 25th day of September, 2023.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. And thank you for highlighting fire prevention, not only during Fire Prevention Week, but it's important to highlight it year-round as we do. The importance of talking about the safety in the homes, having plans that we talk about every year. It's a good reminder every year, and that is the goal of Fire Prevention Week, to get that out into the public with our education. For the public, please go to northcountyfire.org for additional information when it comes to fire service tip or fire service prevention and tips and safety tips. It's all on the website as well. So once again, we thank you guys for the proclamation and identifying that week. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any comments?
Well, I just wanted to thank you, obviously, for everything that you do for our community. I know that we had a little incident over the weekend, and so we're super thankful for your service and for keeping all of us safe.
Thank you.
And in front of us, we have Fire Service Day 2023, open house Saturday, October 14th from 10 to 2. And there are various stations open, so looks like it could go to pretty much any station on that day.
That is correct. So here in Pacifica will be Station 72. So public come by, bring the kids. We're going to have the fire engines out. We're going to have staff. We're going to have hands-only CPR demonstrations, all the fire prevention materials we're going to get out. So we're going to do that throughout the entire department, but at Station 72 here in Pacifica on that day from 10 to 2.
And thank you for everything, too, because fire people are so important to everyone.
Thank you.
Everyone. Any minute of the day. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
A few of us were at a conference last week, the Cal Cities Conference, and I attended a session on emergency preparedness and the aftermath of extreme emergencies, working with FEMA and all of it really just brought to mind how much you do for our community and how you're always there. it's, oh, as you were saying, it's everything. It's a medical emergency, it's a tree, it's, you know, it's a rising waters, whatever it is, you're there. And we're really, it's just having the safety and security of knowing you're there is very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the support.
And I'll just add how grateful I am for our JPA and for mutual aid across the county, where we can't necessarily afford all the equipment, you know, here in Pacifica, but we know it's close and we can get to it. And I saw that firsthand as the fire was above my house on Sunday, and seeing trucks from San Bruno and I think CAL FIRE also, and just really appreciate how quickly you all are on top of something, you know, when it happens, to prevent it from spreading. I found myself all nervous for Sunset Ridge School, and I had no need to be. So thank you.
Thank you.
You know, as we've been experiencing the air quality conditions over the course of the past week, it's terrifying to think that because somebody didn't wipe the oil off of their stove or set a paper towel too close to it, suddenly we all could be experiencing smelling something from hundreds of miles away that does not bode well for any of us. Thank you for being here to remind us of that subtle, basic thing, and for the service you provide every single day. While you're here, I wanted to take a moment to remind everyone of the Zone Haven program, To Know Your Zone, SMC alerts, and I believe it's 1, 2, 3, go.
I believe so.
Do you want to elaborate on any of those programs while you're here?
Just for the public, so if you don't have already, if you're not familiar with Zone Haven, please go onto our website, northcountyfire.org, and look at what zone you're in. And throughout the entire county, we use the Zone Haven, which is actually, it's used all over. It's not here in San Mateo County. But it helps on notifications, evacuation orders, gives you isolation places to go to, so forth. So get on there and look at what zone you're in, know your zone. You can come to our fire stations. We have magnets for Pacifica. Know your zone. You can write your zone number on that, put it on your refrigerator. That way you know exactly what zone you're supposed to be going to. And what that does, it highlights the location for you to go to in the case there is an evacuation. And it gives you all that updated information.
I'm going to bring this down to you.
Perfect.
You want to do a picture?
I don't know. Ask them.
Would you all like to get a picture with us?
Well, absolutely.
All right. All right, this brings us to the consent calendar. Are there any council members who wish to pull an item from consent? Okay, if not, we'll go to public comment. I have 3 cards for comment on consent. Suzanne Moore, followed by Matthew, I'm probably going to butcher your name, Dougleb? Doherty.
Doherty.
Hi, Matt. And Sue DeGree.
Ready? All right. Suzanne Moore from the Manor District. I just want to gently remind the city and have it on record that many neighbors in the Manor are concerned about unintended consequences on the northbound Highway 1 entrance at Malagra. Concerned about the increase of traffic in neighborhood side streets, including Edgemar, Malagra, and Miller, and a risk of increase of crime to merchants and residents near a highway on-ramp, which could provide a fast escape. A modification of an existing on-ramp on Oceana near Paloma had actually been considered at the first community meeting, This on-ramp better accommodates traffic from Oceana High School and Good Shepherd if access from southbound Oceana traffic is allowed. But since that initial meeting, the grant improvement site seemed to change, excluding options that far south. So it seems unfortunate and perhaps creates a missed opportunity for a promising option. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Doherty?
Hi, everyone. So I'm here on behalf of the Economic Development Committee, not as discussed on the committee, but also as a local business owner in the Manor area. So for a while now, this has been talked about, the overpass and the Manor crossing. And speaking with many of our family members, we're a little concerned with the parking situation, as many have voiced in a lot of the community meetings. And a lot of the comments coming back is, well, proposed parking or things that like may come into fruition. But it seems to actually be capped at, like, oh, ditto, like parking, like things that it gets brought up quite a bit. So in preparation for this meeting, I tried to speak to a number of business owners other than myself in that area. And it just seems like it's a little worrisome, as you can, just speaking personally, like we see hundreds of customers a day, and especially coming through the holidays. And if you've ever visited the bakery or that intersection, it does need work, but we just don't know if limiting parking there by changing the angle to the parallel is the right way to go. I mean, especially if you look at the diagram, all of the parking next to Starbucks will also be eliminated and lost, and then there's proposed parking across, it seems like. So there's just a lot of unknowns, and I know Ace Hardware already has one spot, maybe two in front, and then the school next Ocean Shore has started to put notes on cars the last few months, mentioning, if you're parked here during school hours, we're going to tow you. So all the business, I mean, there's probably close to 20 or 30 businesses in that area that's going to be affected. And I just would, was that just a warning? Oh, yeah. So it's just basically, we'd just like to reiterate the fact that parking will be even a stronger problem. And in San Francisco, for example, like if you just try parallel parking, it takes longer than pulling in and out. So I unfortunately think there's going to be more accidents, not less, in that scenario. And I can only speak of from the police officers, speaking to myself for camera footage, for accidents and stuff. It's not very often. So, and if it happens, not in the core intersection. So I would love to see pedestrians and bicyclists have safer access, buses and large trucks being able to turn safely and not over the curb, but not without some formal plan as far as how to replace the parking that is already limited in that area. So, thank you.
Thank you. Sue Degree, followed by Remy Tan. Those are the last cards I have for consent for now. You're welcome to bring one up.
Mr. Mayor, can you state what item they're speaking on, please?
Consent.
Right, but which item on consent?
I have one for item 6 and one for item 12.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hi, good evening. Item 6, the Manor overcrossing. And so I think everybody realizes that the Manor crossing could be a crisis if it's not dealt with pretty soon, because heavy trucks and a lot of cars go over that overpass. So in my experience with chatting with a lot of small businesses over the years, what Matthew Duggan just mentioned is definitely parking is one. The on-ramp itself is considered by many businesses as possibly cutting down on the economic abilities of small businesses in the area, because people will be going off and not, driving by the bakery and saying, aha, yes, I do want a donut. And so that is the economic issues are a concern. And the other thing is, small businesses have pointed out to me several times that during, excuse me, it's the smog, during construction, if the equipment could be parked away so that those parking spots for the businesses are not utilized for equipment. And there is a lot of, obviously, foot traffic for any business is essential. And that corner, because of Mazzetti's, which is what, 50 years now, has lines and lines. If you go there, you have lines and lines and lines and lines. And so those people mostly are parking somewhere, but where? And so they need to get in and out safely. So thinking of the type of holidays for construction, so not be doing construction to interrupt the economic holiday sales, or maybe, and also the time of day, for example. So those kind of things, if the city could be really careful with your subcontractors, et cetera, to really be conscious of those safety and the economic parts. Thanks.
Thank you. Remy Tan, I believe you're speaking on item number 12. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, Remy Tan, again, a Pacific Manor architect. I'll also be speaking on 6. I didn't think I was going to speak on that. But on item number 12, I think this is a really important letter to issue to the FAA. I live in the north part of Pacifica, and the planes go over our house constantly, as late as 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. The highest amount is, 11, 12, 1 a.m. to about 2 a.m. And it's ridiculous. You can't get any sleep there. I've spoken to Kathleen Wentworth at the roundtable, who's a former 777 pilot. And she says, those planes, some of them have a hard time going and turning over the bay after taking off of runway 28 because the planes are too heavy, too overloaded. So I think at this point, we really need to put a curfew in, just like San Jose Airport, Orange County Airport, and I think San Diego Airport has a curfew to just ban these nighttime flights. The airlines can change their schedules around, and a lot of the planes going out that late are cargo. And then we also should look at working with the Oakland Airport, which is undergoing a major international expansion. I actually worked on the expansion. They went from 1 gate to 3 gates. They're talking about now redoing that again and expanding the international. And it makes sense because their runway, you land in off the bay and you take off the bay, and they're not flying over any houses. So, some of these late night flights could be switched over to Oakland Airport. So that is in the letter, and I support everything else, about the drones and having control over, those sort of things, and, banning of supersonic flights, of course. And on item number 6, I do want to emphasize the adding the on-ramp or the existing bus ramp makes a lot of sense because it takes traffic away from, going in front of the Ocean Shore School, and the cars are driving way too fast. They're using that area, once you get past the Ace Hardware, as a acceleration ramp, and I come off Monterey Boulevard, turning towards Mazzetti, and I've always got to be careful and watch. And sometimes those cars are coming way too fast. You think they're far away, and they're right on you. So there's been a lot of close calls in that intersection. So I think they can get on by the Chevron station. It'll really help. And of course, everybody knows Mazzetti's, so you can stop by anytime there. I don't think people would miss it by getting on the off ramp. They would remember to get their donuts. So I'm not sure that's an issue. And then I think we should ask them to make the overcrossing as wide as possible so we can have landscaping, buffers, and a wide pedestrian path, separate bike path, and enough room for the buses and trucks to turn. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Chris Redfield to comment on consent number 6, and then we'll see who's on the phone line.
Good evening, staff, council. Chris Redfield. I want to express my full support for the resolution requiring matching city funds for the grant application. I sincerely hope this grant is approved, as we all know the improvements are long overdue. I also want to express full support for the addition of the northbound on-ramp at Milagro. I believe the study will clearly show its merit in improved flow to Highway 1 while reducing overcrossing traffic. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Emily, do we have anyone on the line?
We have 2 raised hands on the line. The first is Judy S.
Judy, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining for your comment.
Mayor Big Stick, could you please ask the speaker what item on the consent agenda they're speaking to?
Sure. Judy, when you speak your name, if you could also please let us know what item on consent you're speaking to.
They are still muted.
Okay. Do we have anyone else on the phone line while they're...
We have a Robert B.
Okay, Robert, why don't you go ahead and let us know which item on consent you're speaking to? I'll let you know when you have a minute remaining of your 3 minutes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. I was going to talk about the plane situation. That's on the agenda, right?
Yes, sir. Number 12.
All right, number 12. So, these planes, the ultra rich like to tell us that, we need to protect the environment, we need to go green, and we need to eat bugs and whatnot. But then they're flying around in great big jumbo jets, spewing all kinds of chemicals onto us. And the only time I think we should go back to the only time we should really be using planes is when we're loading up niggers and Jews to send them back to where they belong. Oh my goodness. Thank you. White power. Hail Hitler.
Thank you for your comment. Emily, any further comments on the line?
Just Judy S. I'll go ahead and allow to talk again.
Judy, go ahead and let us know which item on consent you're speaking on, please.
Me. Can you hear me?
I can. Which item on consent are you speaking on?
This was a general civil disobedience call, is that you guys cut people off.
Sure. So if it's a consent item, we're happy to listen to which item on consent. Otherwise,
Okay, I
you're
do
welcome
not
to.
consent to the Anti-Defamation League running our free speech.
So if this is a general public comment, we're happy to hear you during general public comment.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who's wishing to speak on the line?
Aaron Macias.
Aaron, please state your name for the record. Let us know which consent item you're speaking on. I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Hi, this is Erin Macias of Pacifica, and I'm completely blown away by what Robert Bowers just said, and I hope that is stricken from the record and that is not representative of the city of Pacifica. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
There are no other raised hands.
Okay, and seeing no other comments from the audience, we'll bring it back to council for questions. Council, do you have any questions on consent?
I don't have any questions, but I wanted to say a couple of things.
Go ahead.
If that's appropriate. Just on the Manor overcrossing, the item before us is really about a grant and not about the project itself. So I just wanted to clarify that. And yeah, we all hope that the project proceeds soon. There were a lot of comments about the parking at the previous public hearing, as well as about the on-ramp, and I'm sure the consultant is considering those, and there will be other public meetings when we're ready to review the project again with their revisions. And then on the FAA letter, I just wanted to say this is something I've worked really hard on the last few months. I really want to give a shout out to Remy and Tan and Sue Degree, who are here, who helped me with that and helped me understand, some of the past history with the FAA and the changes, especially back in 2016, that really impacted more of the whole city versus just the north end of town that was before. Got a lot of technical help from Kathleen Wentworth, also from the roundtable, as Remy mentioned, and Darlene Yapley, who is very involved in the roundtable meetings and has her own nonprofit for aviation impacted communities. And I want to thank Debbie Hirschlag, who really helped me compile all this information and edit, because it was quite a lot of work. But I also want to announce that and make sure it's clear that, you know, this is Pacifica sending its letter about what things we think the FAA can do differently to address airplane noise, and different metrics on how they measure. And a lot of this is over the heads of a lot of us. It's taken me a long time to try to learn those things, but we can all submit comments separately that don't need to be technical. And in the staff report is a link to do that, and I just really want to encourage everyone to do that. You can say you support Pacifica's letter and describe what your own lived experience is, and especially related to health impacts of noise, which is what they're really trying to get information about. So.
Can I follow up a tiny bit on
Sure.
that? Can you remind everyone about the time frame window for that?
The deadline is September 29th, so it's coming up Friday, right? So do it quick. Yeah, thank you.
And thank you for your work on that. I know you have put in incredible amount of hours. Thank you so much.
I wanted to echo that on the amount of work you've been putting into that letter. It's an impressive letter for all the work that's gone into it. It shows, so thank you so much. Any other questions, comments, a motion perhaps?
I move that we approve the consent agenda items 1 through 12.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And the consent calendar, items 1 through 12, as moved by Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas and seconded by Councilmember Beckmeyer, passes unanimously.
All right, that brings us to...
Mayor Big Stick?
Yes.
Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. May I suggest that we take a brief recess before public communications?
Certainly. Let's reconvene at 6:58. now 7:03. We are reconvening the special and regular meeting before we get the joint study session underway. That brings us to public comments on items not on the posted agenda. This portion of the agenda is available for the public to address the City Council on any issue that is not on the agenda. Any person wishing to address the council shall be recognized by the mayor during this time, provided, however, that only items not on the agenda for that meeting may be addressed. We appreciate you making remarks to the body as a whole rather than any particular member. Council members shall not enter into debate with speakers under public comments on items not on the posted agenda.
I would like to make a motion that we limit public comment to 1 minute due to the extensive meeting that we are having after this.
I'll second.
City Attorney, do we need a motion for that?
We don't need a motion for that. If a majority of the council agrees to, and the chair agrees to limit the public comments to 1 minute, that's within your discretion.
Fine, given we were supposed to begin the joint study session 4 minutes ago and we still have some communications to get through, a minute would seem appropriate. So a maximum time of 1 minute will be allowed for any speaker. Persons addressing the City Council shall adhere to the time limit of 1 minute and not disrupt the conduct of the meeting and not make threats against any person or the public order. The mayor or their designee may remove or cause the removal of an individual for disrupting the meeting after providing the necessary warning pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957.95 with confirmation from the City Attorney that removal is appropriate. So I have a handful of cards here, starting with Ted Bistian, followed by Suzanne Moore. Ted? And then Remy Tan. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Ted Bistian. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'd like to discuss the conflicts of interest that took place recently during the removal of a protected tree near my home. There was a very tall tree in the lot behind mine. It appeared to be in poor health and leaning towards my house. After the storms earlier this year, my wife and I decided that something really had to be done about this before we had to live with the consequences. We talked to the owners and they agreed to remove the tree. A different neighbor exercised their right to object and it went to a commission hearing. During that, my neighbor said that it was convenient that the report by an arborist showed exactly what we wanted it to say, that the tree was a hazard and recommended it be removed. Now, from my perspective, if some people untrained in the maintenance and care of trees would find that there's a problem with such a tree, might not an expert come to a similar conclusion? But regardless, it is true that the owners of the tree found the arborist.
So we apologize, we weren't expecting to limit comments tonight. Please do send us an email. You can reach out to us individually, or staff is in the back if you wish to discuss with them. I apologize for the inconvenience.
Sarah, it says 4 seconds. Oh, thank you. Okay. Suzanne Moore, as a retired family nurse practitioner, I understand the impact of socioeconomic determinants of health and especially appreciate the impact of housing on the health of the individual, family, and community as a whole. That's why I support housing stability and a pathway from homelessness. As a family member with a disabled 73-year-old sister recently evicted from her home of 49 years by owner move-in, I have direct experience of grave challenges facing our homeless in search of affordable housing. And that's why I'm here to voice unwavering support of the Pacifica Resource Center, condemn harassment and vandalism aimed at participants of our safe parking program and staff, and respectfully ask this council and city's unequivocal unanimous acknowledgement to condemn these acts and support the good works of the PRC. We face truly difficult community problems concerning our unhoused that deserve our attention and effort. We can't proceed without factual data and understanding the complex issues, demonstrated best practices for success and support from the county and state We don't know all the answers, but we can start by asking the right questions and seeking assistance.
Thank you, Suzanne. So the next card I have is Remy Tan, but I see that you seem to be flying as a group tonight. If you could please fill out cards afterward with Remy's permission. Very good. Thank you.
My name's Gloria Stofan, and Pacifica's not alone in this. Our county's goal is net zero homelessness, yet opponents have been outspoken in Millbrae, Half Moon Bay, Redwood City, and other communities promoting pathways to end homelessness. This may not be accurate, but I understand our council has chosen to delay community education on homelessness for perhaps 2 years. Our community has an urgent need for this information now. I respectfully suggest you reach out to the county to provide public education on current homelessness data, including the new homeless mortality report, current interventions, and demonstrated progress toward our county goals and direction for our community to best address our concerns. The impact of,
Hi, Sue Degree. The impact of misinformation and fear-mongering, denigration of our own house, and intimidation of members of our community has persisted, and we need to work on this. It has exacerbated an escalation of brazen illegal acts and normalized an acceptance for this very harassment and vandalism. Left unchecked, it could get worse. It could result in someone getting hurt. Clear messaging and the leadership from the city and the council can make a difference. We're all in this together. Our resource center is celebrating 50 years of service to our community and touched and given assistance to hundreds, perhaps thousands of Pacificans. Our community is all the better for the good work, their good work. Let's stand with our resource center and with each other for common good. It's continued efforts, all of us, to assist our neighbors in need. And then, because we're short on time, I did submit some for developmentally disabled, and I think obviously, those who have a developmental disability need assistance, and there is assistance. And I think public transportation, for example, could get a real boost if the city works very carefully with, like, the state regional center and gets those things coordinated. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Remy Tan?
Hello, Remy Tan here again, Pacific Matter. Just wanted to bring up, we did have a major grass fire behind our house, as Councilmember Bowles mentioned, and just that same evening I heard fireworks going on. So, in light of, our fire prevention week, month going on, I urge all the residents to kind of, stop playing around with fireworks. I mean, Mr. Carl's only been gone for a week, and we already have a grass fire. So, I mean, we're always blessed by the fog here, but we're going into the dry season. So, hopefully, we're not going to have any major fires. Thank you.
Thank you, Remy. That's the last yellow card I have. If anyone in the audience wishes to speak, please fill out a card and bring it up.
We have 10 raised hands.
Very good. Reminder to the speakers, you do have 1 minute. Please go ahead and say your piece.
The first raised hand is Robert H.
Robert, go ahead.
The Jewish doctrine of Marxism rejects the aristocratic principle of nature and replaces the eternal privilege of power and strength by the mass of numbers and their dead weight. Thus, it denies the value of personality in man.
Mayor,
contests the
you
significance of
ask the
nationality
speaker
and
to
race,
identify themselves, and if this is a matter that is within the subject jurisdiction of the City Council.
At the foundation of the universe, this doctrine.
Yes, City Attorney, would you please state that again?
As in this greatest of all recognizable
To the speaker, we ask that you identify yourself, and that if you can constrain your comments to items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of this body, the council.
I'm going to go ahead and press allow to talk once more.
Hi, I'm just trying to play a quote from Obama's inauguration.
it's relevant. I'll get to it. I'll get to my point at the end of the quote if you'll just give me a minute here.
And your name, please.
Only be destruction for the end of this planet. If, with the help of his...
I've removed.
No, it's fine. He can go on with.
Apologies.
No worries. Go ahead.
that did thousands of years ago move through the ether, devoid of men. Eternal nature inexorably avenges the infringement of her commands. Hence today, I believe that I am acting in accordance with the will of the Almighty Creator.
Is that a minute?
By
Time
defending
is up.
myself against you, I am fighting for the work of
So,
the
Emily,
Lord.
the speaker's time is up. Thank you. Who is next?
The next speaker is Andrew Z.
Okay, please go ahead.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name for the record.
Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Andrew Zaro. I'd like to start off tonight by saying Black Lives Matter, stand with Ukraine, trans kids exist, and trans visibility is valid. Now, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the homeless. Me and my trans girlfriend have been having a very horrible time. It's not fair what we're having to go through because just a couple nights ago, my trans girlfriend and I, we were walking home and we were threatened by one who pulled a knife out on us. It's not fair what we're having to go through. And the only thing I can say is it's because these Jews, these baby penis-sucking vampires, go to gtvflyers.com. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Emily, who's next?
The next is Robert B.
Go ahead.
Hello. Is it white privilege to be murdered in your own homes by deranged blacks? Is it a privilege to have your women raped and told they deserved it? It is a privilege to have your children groomed by homosexual Jews. Is it a privilege to have your borders overrun by invaders on your dime? Is it a privilege to have your cultural and racial identity erased and replaced? White privilege doesn't exist. It's a lie to excuse anti-white crimes. You can learn more at goyamtv.com, gtvflyers.com. Watch Defiant by Devon Stack. Watch Europa, The Last Battle, and Adolf Hitler, The Greatest Story Never Told. Hail victory, white power.
Thank you for your comment. Emily? I hear some murmurs from the audience. I'll just remind everyone that during public comment, there is First Amendment protected free speech, and while I appreciate that the comments we are hearing lately are quite unusual for our community, we will certainly listen to the minute of what these folk have to say, whomever happens to be waiting for their legally provided turn.
The next is Carl M.
Go ahead, Carl.
Hello. Have any of you ever heard of the Talmud? For those that don't know, it's one of the books that the Jews used to guide them. It can be found in every synagogue across the country. I welcome you to fact-check my claims and consider what you may have previously believed to be wrong. Here's some examples of scripture from the Talmud. Yevamah 49b, Jesus was a bastard born of adultery. Sanhedrin 57a, what a Jew steals from a non-Jew he may keep. Glitton 57a, Jesus is in hell being boiled in hot excrement. Zohar 1160a, Jews must always try to deceive Christians. Baba Mexia 114b, the non-Jews are not humans, they are beasts. Zohar told off Noah 65b, when the Messiah comes, every Jew will have 2,800 slaves. As a society, we are allowed to criticize everyone but one protected group. They cry out in pain as they strike you. The ADL was founded to protect child molester Leo Frank. Every aspect of the media is Jewish. Every aspect of the government is Jewish. Our wars are fought for Jewish interest. Our whole existence.
And that is 1 minute. Thank you very much for your comment. Emily, who is next?
The next is Sadie E.
Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, my name is Sadie Enver, and I'd just like to read some scripture for you all. and it's related to actually the last caller. And we're going to start with Thessalonians 14. For ye, brethren, became followers of the churches of God, in which Judea are in Christ Jesus. For ye also have suffered like things of your own countrymen, even as they have of the Jews. When both killed the Lord Jesus and their own prophets, they have persecuted us, and they do not please God. They are contrary to all men. And let's move over to Revelations 2:9 really quickly. Revelations 2:9. I know thy works and tribulations and poverty, but thou art rich, and I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, and they are the synagogue of Satan. Revelations 3:9. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, to lie. Behold, I will make them come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I
That
have
is 1
loved
minute. Thank you very much for your comment. Emily?
The next is George R.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you personally for protecting free speech, because the Jews don't want us to say these things. And right now, during Yom Kippur, they are sacrificing chickens and swinging chickens over their head to cast the sins into the chicken so that they can just go about all year sinning and raping the goyim as they usually do, and stealing and committing usury. Fuck the Jews. Hail Hitler. White power.
Thank you for your comment. Emily, who is next?
The next is Shlomo C.
Shlomo, go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm stand before you today to discuss an issue that affects each and every resident of our community, the state of our public transit system. Firstly, let's talk about accessibility. Currently, many areas of our city are underserved by public transit, forcing residents to rely on personal vehicles. Secondly, affordability is a concern. High ticket prices discourage people from using public transit. And I propose that we explore options for low-income families, students, seniors, and most importantly, immigrants. We need to purchase as many cattle cars as we can and ship these niggers and kikes back to their homeland where they can run rampant like savages that they are. I had enough of it. They are raping my women, they're killing my men, and I'm tired of these Jews teaching children in schools about homosexuality, transgenderism. I had enough of it. When we send so much money to fucking Ukraine, and everybody that had their house burned down in Maui by the government.
And that is 1 minute. Thank you very much for your comment. Emily, who is next?
The next is Anders B.
Yeah, hello?
Hello.
Good evening. It's crazy to hear some of the commentary here, but, and I never considered myself an anti-Semite, but if you go online and look up direct oral suctioning and rabbi, it comes up nyc.gov, safe bris, and it says when a baby is circumcised, some ritual Jewish circumcisers, molim, do a practice where they basically use their mouth to suck the blood away from the baby's circumcision wound as part of the circumcision ritual. And you can Google, all over Google, it's all these news stories from all these major news companies talking about all these kids dying because they get herpes and other infections. I mean, when are we going to say enough is enough where these rat bastard Jew pedophile vampires sucking baby dick? I mean, what the hell? What the hell? And all these
That is
niggers-
1 minute. Thank you very much for your comment.
Mayor Big Stick, it
Yes.
looks like we have four more hands raised. The last with the hand raised, it goes by the name of Shlomo MC. I suggest that we end public comments after that, since we're already beyond the study session start time.
With the advice of City Attorney?
So, as the mayor mentioned earlier, there are The First Amendment allows speakers to express hateful speech, to express their opinions on certain issues, unless and until the speech disrupts the meeting. And at this point, we've had multiple speakers speak on topics that are disruptive hate speech, and it impedes the city's ability to proceed with city business, given that it may deter members of the public and staff from participating in meetings. And the hate speech is threatening to individual council members, staff, and members of the public, as documented in recent attacks relating to anti-Semitic behavior, the 2016 shootings in Orlando, Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh in 2018, and other shootings. However, City Council has given an opportunity to various public speakers to present their public comments, but it is becoming disruptive, and in that case, we can terminate the public comment period.
Agreed. I hear very little substance that would seem to pertain to city business. You say we have 4 more speakers?
There were 4 at the time I mentioned it. Now it's increased to 8.
Well, let's cut it off at that 4 that you mentioned at the time, as per the city attorney's comments, and we will take these last 4 comments and proceed with our evening.
The next is Samuel C.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Obviously shocked as the rest of you, but these are clowns, and I guess my comments will be welcome. The current housing element is not acceptable due to the fact that there is actually no approved general plan, as the LCP has not been approved by the California Coast Commission. Also problematic is the Siebel site number 6.
As much as I truly do not wish to cut you off in this moment, I believe your comments might be better served during the housing element portion of our evening.
Oh, sorry, I thought this was. Okay, sorry.
No worries, we're running a little late. We look forward to hearing you in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next is Judy S.
Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hey, I'll give kudos to the chair. More American than most council members in this state and country. You hear a lot of the ADL getting involved, the shutdown speech that is criticizing the Jews. It just so happens that the Jews are 2% of the population, but have this overwhelming misrepresentation, or overrepresentation in all these positions of power of authority that get to tell us what our civil rights are. There seems to be a double standard because when we do social equity and affirmative action things, everybody and their mom talks about how bad white people are and how much white people own everything and so on. Groups of Mexicans come in and have their La Raza signs and nobody talks about how racist they are. Imagine a room filled with white people. What would you call it if they were protecting their own interests? This is a form of civil disobedience that you're dealing with, and this is because white people are sick of there being a double standard used against them in civil rights. And there's going to be a lot more of this coming your way, so you could shake your head or whatever, but remember, this country was founded by mostly Protestant
That is 1 minute. Thank you very much for your comment. Next.
The next is Mary P.
The decay of our culture, these mounds of contamination of our whole cultural life, the decomposition of our literature.
So I do need you to speak your name for the record, please.
Theaters, all the art is now falling.
Emily, if you'd be so kind as to pause.
Europeans do not participate.
Could we ask the speaker to identify himself, please?
Re-allowing Mary P. to talk.
This art that was not born from our people. It was imposed on our people by a subversive press, which made it palatable and parallel.
Mr. Mayor, this sounds like a recording, and it doesn't sound like somebody that's trying to give public comment.
The tearing out of all the
Very
memories.
good, Emily, if you'd be so kind. Thank you. I believe you're leaning.
The last of the 4, as noted by City Clerk Coffey, it is Shlomo M.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Shlomo Mikauschwitz, and I wanted to say that was a beautiful Hitler quote by that last speaker. Speaking of Hitler, he stood up to defend not just Germany, but the rest of Europe from the subversive Jew. He tried to save us peacefully because 6 million Jews never even died. According to the Red Cross, there was only 271,000 total deaths between all the camps in Germany between 39 and 45. A lot less than the 6 million that they claim. But, these Jews claim 6 million because these Jewish tears are some of the most poisonous and powerful weapons on earth. And they use these tears to convert the weaker-minded whites into falling for their tricks and schemes. And then they use this agenda to push critical race theory and transgenderism and faggotry and mass immigration upon the white populace so they can undermine and weaken us, so they can take power and infiltrate city council boards just like your guys. You're letting us
And that is 1 minute. Thank you very much for your comment. I believe that was the aforementioned. I found mixed in with the other comment cards on the housing element, which will begin shortly, one last card from somebody who did want to speak on oral communications. By leave of City Attorney, can we allow this?
It's at your discretion.
Thank you very much. Samantha Hauser, you are my last card for general oral communications. Please state your name for the record. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mayor Bixtick. I'm speaking tonight as an individual, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be last. I just wanted to pick up on something that Suzanne Moore and Sue DeGree said, which is that everybody deserves to feel safe, whether that be in their community or in an unhoused situation or in city council. I think that everybody in this community deserves to be safe, and I really commend the city council and the staff and all of the people that live here for providing a really positive environment that I think does that almost 100% of the time. So thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we will close public comments for items not on the agenda and bring it back to council for council communications.
Can I make a suggestion that maybe because we're so behind that maybe we do this at the end of the meeting instead?
So I would otherwise oblige, except for a representative from Anna Eshu's office has been waiting for quite some time to be allowed to speak during my communications.
And if I could just say one thing, if you don't mind.
Well,
I'd just like to remind everybody of the Pacifica Collaborative right now is working on a campaign for kindness. It's art for a peace and justful Pacifica. And so we are really looking forward to all the sectors of our community coming together to support kindness in all the different ways. Right now, we have a whole plan set forth. And so if anybody's interested in participating in this campaign, please let me know. We have the schools, the libraries, the law enforcement, the Beach Coalition, all the different folks from the Pacifica Collaborative are going to be out there talking about kindness, bringing people together with love.
And I think we want to keep communications short, which that was. Did you want to say anything else on behalf of yourself? Anyone else?
I'm going to defer my comments into a future meeting when we'll have a little bit more time to talk about the meeting that we attended last week. A few of us attended at the League of Cities meeting in Sacramento. But I would just want to apologize to the city manager and to Jenny for my performance during the bocce ball tournament. I do feel it was truly abhorrent, and I do want to really give my great admiration and congratulations to the engineering division team that did so well. So thanks for that.
Jenny and I beat Public Works 11-1, and I want to make sure everybody knows that. I'm going to defer my comments to later, too. Just one comment. I met with Anita Reese and the PRC and the Unhoused on the Coast group, and we have 7 people on the wait list for the oversized vehicle spaces. And I'd love to hear from staff if we're making progress with the Coastal Commission on moving those 4 along, if we know anything.
Mayor Pro Tem? Okay. Well, I figure if I defer things for later, then I'll just be speaking more later, and nobody wants that. As I begin every meeting, my heart goes out to Ukraine, who are suffering at the hands of abject bully currently. And as always, I give my thanks that Jack Burgett, with the president of the Water District Board, is here joining us. Good to hear that you will not need a blood transfusion tomorrow, and may your health continue into an upswing. A moment ago, I was reminded of a quote, and while I'm not particularly religious, I do like to borrow from the philosophy of various religious texts, and the words of Ecclesiastes immediately sprang to my head. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. And what follows is a litany of a time and place for every season under heaven, as follows. I had the opportunity to visit the board of directors for the Pacifica Resource Center. I let them know of the episode of The Mayor's Office I had just shot with Anita Reese that recently aired, and you can find online on YouTube. They'll be hiring 3 more people on the behest of the county. That makes 5 total for their unhoused on the coast outreach work, helping folks to get housed all up and down our coast. I'm reminded that a representative from Anna Eshu's office has been waiting patiently on the line, and I wish to give him the opportunity to speak at this point. Emily, do you see him waiting in the wings? Nicholas, if you'd be so kind, I would like to invite you to say a word or two on behalf of Public Works.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nicholas. I'm a field representative for Congresswoman Eshu. And it's my honor to be here today and present a certificate of congressional recognition to the Pacifica Public Works Department for the important work that it did during the winter storms. The Public Works Department was on the front line and kept the city running and residents safe. Public Works made sandbags available that protected many private residences and businesses. The department also maintained the city's streets and the city's sewage system, all vital services that helped respond and keep the community resilient in the wake of what were some massive storms, and prepared the city for future events. So thank you very much from Congresswoman Eshu, and we look forward to continuing our partnership moving forward.
Thank you so much. I'm staring at this certificate here for Public Works. Lisa, I'll make sure to get that to you by the end of the evening. I want everyone to know how shiny these certificates are when they come straight from Congress. And it's really a lovely gesture given the extraordinary amount of work our Public Works Department had to undertake through, I believe it was 13 atmospheric rivers that just bombarded us back to back for no less than 3 months. So thank you to the entire team, and thank you to Anna Eshu and everybody such as yourself who I know worked tirelessly on behalf of trying to do good things for the people. Thank you, Nicholas, for being here. I had the opportunity to head down to Santa Cruz to meet our new Coastal Commissioner Cummings, a charming individual, just a step closer to building a relationship with our regional representative down there. While I was there, I listened to a Council on Foreign Relations seminar about Latin America and the complexities between our relationships here and abroad. And I listened to that while visiting West Cliffside Drive. I attended a fundraiser for Lisa Gauthier, who is running for County Supervisor in District 4. She is an East Palo Alto council member, and I am grateful to be deepening that relationship with her regionally, if for no other reason. And I'm sure she will make a fine representative should she win the day. Attended Coastal Cleanup Day, the Rancho Day Fiesta, to learn something about history and the Ranchero days. And then in the evening, I attended the Fog Cutters Ball and danced in celebration of our community. Attended a dinner, it was a National Day of the People's Republic of China, in which I got to sit very close to the Deputy Consul General of China. It was a interesting for me to engage with the mind of a top-level diplomat, and warm feelings were shared. There was a San Mateo County Library Joint Powers Authority meeting. We had a conversation around adult literacy and making sure that we empower the tools of those who wish to hone their language skills. And we approved the final adopted budget. The next Library JPA meeting will be on November 13th. Attended the Pacificans Care meeting where our former Director of Parks, Beaches, and Recreation, Mike Perez, was honored, along with past Mayor and Council Member Mary Ann Nyhart, and Jay Northrup was posthumously honored. Attended the LAFCO meeting. No one wants to hear about municipal service reviews or the Broadmoor Police Protection District, I'm sure. And what followed were about 2-3 days, if you squint, of Cal Cities. There were a lot of really inspirational moments as I got to meet fellow electeds from all over California. There was a particularly heartfelt keynote speech by Brandon Fleming, who pointed out that when folks are given the opportunity to rise to their best selves, it is amazing when properly watered with love what an individual can survive to become. And from there, I jetted down to Menlo Park, where our friend Josh Becker had his grand opening for his office. That led into this weekend with FogFest. I got to parade with all my fellow council members, with County Supervisor Ray Mueller, Assembly Member Mark Berman, State Senator Josh Becker, and of course Anna Eshoo. And as we have experienced various comments that generally are out of sorts for our community, deviating from our norms, I want to note how quickly our fellow council members immediately expressed love to one another to remind each other of what our community is, stands for, and how much stronger we become whenever we are challenged accordingly. So thank you for instigating the moments of love that inevitably followed various unusual commentary compared to what we normally get. With that, I believe Councilmember Bowles has something to say.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to announce we had the first Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency Project meeting in person on the 13th. Unfortunately, it wasn't very well attended by the public, but there is an opportunity for the same presentation on Zoom this Wednesday from 6 to 8. So I just want to make sure everybody knows about that and has the ability to participate. And I believe you have to sign up ahead of time to get the Zoom link, and perhaps staff can remind the public of where to find that information.
That was our second in person, was it not?
Second in person, right.
Okay.
Right. Sorry, this is the second meeting about the same topic that we had 2 weeks ago, which is a little bit diving in a little bit more into the technical, but also looking at amenities and trying to get input from the public about what we want out in this beautiful area right here.
Staff communications.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Big Stick, City Council members, Kevin Woodhouse, City Manager. I have one main communication announcement that I don't want to delay to a future meeting, but let me answer a couple questions that came up briefly. The sign up for the Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency Project meeting can be found on the Public Works page of the city's webpage. And you can go in there to capital projects and look for Beach Boulevard Infrastructure Resiliency Project and sign up there. And that information has also been out in the Connect with Pacifica communications. Also, a question was asked about the status of the temporary safe parking permit program appeals, and we are in the process of bringing together data to respond to questions from the Coastal Commission for the city's LCP amendment related to the oversized vehicle ordinance, which is a necessary step before they can get to their resolution of the appeals. So that's the status of that. But really what I wanted to do is to say that the International City Managers Association, which is our international, national professional organization, each year brings international managers to wherever the ICMA conference is occurring. This year it's in Austin, Texas. And we are a city that are very honored to be hosting a manager for this week from New Zealand. She's here with us tonight, and I want to introduce her, bring her up to the podium to say a couple words. Libby O'Brien is from the Taupo district of New Zealand, and Assistant City Manager Carter and I had the fun time of having dinner with Libby over the weekend. Great privilege to learn about New Zealand and exchange information. And one area, her role is General Manager for People and Customers. She has she's very focused on civic engagement in that district in New Zealand. And I told her that's a very strong theme here in Pacifica. So there's a lot we can share. And so without further ado, Ms. O'Brien, please come on up and introduce yourself and whatever you'd like to say.
Welcome.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, as we say in New Zealand. Greetings to you all. It's wonderful to be here, and thank you so much for the for hosting me and for your warm welcome. I know that you're really tight on time, so I won't talk too much, but I thought it's interesting you mentioned there that sort of partnerships is a really important thing in our team. So we've actually just changed our job titles. So mine's now People and Community Partnerships, which is fantastic and really resonated with what you've been talking about here. So I look after the community-facing parts of our council, communications, customer service, iwi, which is our local tribes and local people for New Zealand, and community engagement, community development, economic development, our civil defence, emergency management. So it's a very broad portfolio. It's wonderful to be here in Pacifica. I attended the Fog Festival yesterday, and I have to say it's the best climatic titled festival that I've ever been to. Probably the only one. But the pride of the people, everybody that I met, was palpable, and it's infectious, the pride and how much fun everybody was having. So it was an absolute pleasure to be there. I've only been here for 2 days, but Yulia, Carter and Kevin have been so welcoming, as has everybody, so thank you for the opportunity. I've actually got a couple of little gifts for you, just some information around Taupo, where I live, and hopefully we can welcome you there one day, but I look forward to hopefully talking to you at some point. But thank you very much for hosting me. It's wonderful to be here. Kia ora.
It's exciting to have you here. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you.
That's it. United Worldwide. So it's going to take a moment for us to just recalibrate our chairs for a moment. So I am going to adjourn the special and regular meeting. We will reconvene for our special study session at 7:50. Very good. Staff? Good. So we are opening the joint study session of the City Council and Planning Commission for purposes of housing element. Monday, September 25th, 7:55, we are opening. Can we have a roll call, please?
Start the roll call with council members. Councilmember Bowles.
Here.
Councilmember Beer.
Here.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Butterlos.
Here.
Mayor Big Stick.
Present.
And for the planning commissioners, Commissioner Wright,
Present.
Commissioner Godwin,
Present.
Commissioner Ferguson,
Present.
Commissioner Devine,
Present.
Commissioner Berman appears to be absent. Vice Chair Leal appears to be absent. And Chair Hauser.
Present.
If any of you arrived late, friendly reminder to place a parking pass on your dashboard. If parked in the parking lot right outside, you'll find paper passes at the bottom of the stairs on the door. City Clerk, participation notes.
Tonight's meeting is being held in person with optional ways to participate and observe the meeting via Zoom with the Zoom link provided in the agenda by call-in on Zoom at 1-669-900-6833, webinar ID 811-5615-8241 as posted in the agenda. For those dialing in, press *9 to raise your hand to request to speak when public comments are called upon, *6 to unmute when called upon by the last 4 digits of your phone number. The meeting may also be observed on Comcast Channel 26 and live streamed on the city's website at www.cityofpacifica.org/livestream.
The City of Pacifica acknowledges that we occupy the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. We honor the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples for their enduring commitment to Mother Earth. As the indigenous protectors of this land and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. We affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples and wish to pay our respects to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush Ohlone peoples. Councilmember Bowles, would you be so kind as to lead us in a salute to the flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So for consideration tonight, we have a joint study session of the City Council and Planning Commission to consider and provide direction on the draft 2023-2031 housing element of the general plan. Proposed action, receive a presentation and provide direction regarding the draft 2023-2031 housing element of the general plan. Have a staff report, please.
Good evening, honorable council members and planning commissioners. My name is Christian Murdoch. I'm the planning director for the City of Pacifica. Pleased to be here this evening with a combined team of city staff, attorney, and consultants from Good City Company, joined to my right by Karen Murphy from the City Attorney's Office, Nick Hamilton from Good City Company, Brianne Harkusha from the city's planning department, and then Carol Johnson behind from Good City Company as well. Tonight, as noted in the agenda, we're here to conduct a joint study session to discuss the housing element update for the 2023 through 2031 planning period. I'll provide a brief update on the overall process and then jump into a description of items requiring policy input from the Council and Planning Commission this evening. We'll provide an opportunity for Council and Commission discussion and direction, as well as public input. So in prior study sessions and community meetings, I've taken more time to go into the background about what a housing element is, why we're doing what we're doing. I'm going to keep that brief for tonight in the interest of time and the heavy number of items that we need to get through for policymaker direction. But in general, what we're working on is an update to the city's housing element. It's required every 8 years by state law. It requires the city to do a deep dive and analysis on housing needs for the community for a variety of different groups, income levels, et cetera. Analyze all of that information, package it up into a document, take it through a public process to garner additional input, refinement, review by the state, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, which culminates with certification by that agency, adoption and amendment of the general plan to incorporate the housing element, and then that overall framework of sites and programs that allow for housing to actually be built in the city of Pacifica. For anybody interested in more of that background, there are links in the staff report to prior staff reports and other resources, including planpacifica.org. One of the major tasks for the city during this housing element update process is to accommodate what's known as the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA. You can see in this chart here a comparison of the city's RHNA that was assigned for the 2015 through 2023 period as compared to the 2023 through 2031 period. And you can see the significantly greater number of units, 4 to 5 times greater overall, significant numbers of lower income affordable housing units to be planned for. And so a considerable challenge for our community overall, and certainly as compared to the prior housing element planning period. And before we jump into more of the policy particulars for Pacifica's draft housing element, I did want to put our process and progress in context with those of other agencies in our area. You can see in the chart here, we have San Mateo County and then the overall ABAG region comprised of the Bay Area counties and the cities and towns therein. We are not alone in San Mateo County and in the region for not yet having a housing element certified by HCD. We are working on it, working very hard in fact, and tonight is an important milestone in our process. But within San Mateo County, only 2 of the 21 local jurisdictions have received certification from HCD. The other 19 are still working on it, just like us. And you'll see here, importantly, more than half of the jurisdictions in San Mateo County have actually adopted a housing element, which necessarily, with the mathematics there, 2 only being certified, a number have adopted draft housing elements prior to HCD certification. And so we'll get a little bit more into that later and the reasons for that if there are questions. But we would suggest that after we work through HCD's comment letter and the council and commission provides direction, staff will go back and process those revisions and prepare the housing element for the public hearings required for adoption. So tonight, the staff report is going to be comprised of 2 main parts, a discussion of program comments and a discussion of sites-related comments. These comments come from the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD's, comment letter on the city's first draft housing element. That document was discussed in another joint study session by the City Council and Planning Commission several months ago. We received our comment letter on that first draft from HCD in August. In the last several weeks, the housing element team has been working through those comments and trying to figure out the best way forward to address them. There were nearly 40 unique comments covering broad subject matter in the draft housing element and as it relates to state law and the requirements under state housing law. And so tonight we've identified almost 20 of those comments out of the nearly 40 where we need some additional policy direction from council and commission. So we'll go through the larger number, which is program related, and then the smaller number, but potentially more complex set of comments on the housing element sites list. And then after I introduce those points, I would suggest that we take sort of a consent calendar approach to figuring out whether there's interest in discussing any of those program comments in greater depth, or if we can get concurrence from the council and commission on the approach articulated in the staff report. That'll allow us to make more efficient use of our time on those comments that really need a more thorough discussion. So jumping right in, we have comments B2 and C2. And so for anyone following along, one of the attachments in the agenda packet is the HCD comment letter. We've marked it up with comment numbers to correspond to the presentation and some of the other analysis that's in the packet. So this first comment, B2 and C2, relates to farm worker housing coordination. And so HCD commented that additional analysis is needed to ensure the unique housing needs of farm workers are addressed in the housing element. And staff recommends identifying existing coastside providers that support farm worker housing and to gain insight into more about our particular needs programmatically. In addition, from the sites standpoint, we do have 2 sites identified that are suitable to accommodate farm worker housing within the A agriculture zoning classification, Site 23 at the Sanchez Arts Center and Site 37 at St. Peter Catholic Church.
Christian, do you want us to ask you questions as we have these in front of us, or do you want us to wait for the end?
I would prefer to wait for the end. I'll do the brief introduction of these comments that are articulated in the staff report, and then if there's a need for further discussion of any of them, I have sort of a list that we can work through and go back to these slides if needed. Program B2, Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing, or AFFH. It's one of the key themes in the housing element. It's a number of activities and strategies to try to reverse and minimize the impacts of long-term discriminatory actions, intentional and unintentional, in local government policymaking and land use planning. And so this AFFH comment, and I think there's another later we'll get to, HCD noted that additional analysis of special housing needs is required. And so the draft housing element identified particular need for persons with disabilities, including developmental disabilities, with some concentration of persons with these needs observed in Northern Pacifica. And so the staff proposes multiple activities to undertake a broad-based approach to addressing their needs, including supporting improvements to public transit routes, services and facilities to facilitate longer distance travel. One of the key issues experienced by persons with disabilities is the ability to get to work, get to shopping, and get to other services without necessarily always having the ability to operate a personally owned vehicle. And so these activities that the program would include encouraging Samtrans to improve their service coverage, frequency, and operating hours in the target areas. In particular, helping the agency better understand where our special needs population is located in Pacifica. And then committing the city's representatives on regional boards, including the Association of Bay Area Governments, or ABAG, and City County Association of Governments, CCAG, on those boards and committees to more actively advocate for transportation and transit planning improvements in Pacifica with the aim of improving the mobility of persons with disabilities. And additionally, the city locally would continue capital investments with its own funds in sidewalk and bike lane projects with priority in the identified areas of need to help improve mobility and access to employment opportunities. And this is one in particular where we'd value any additional ideas that the commission or council has on this point. Comment B33, site consolidation program. So some of these merge between policy and sites, but those that are less individual site focused we're bringing up here. HCD commented that some sites in the site inventory are less than a half acre and or comprised of more than one parcel, and that they see those small parcels as an obstacle to ultimate housing construction, and they want programs to consolidate lots. And staff recommends a program to commit up to $10,000 in city grant funding towards city processing costs associated with standalone applications for lot merger on these sites included in the housing site inventory. B35 and B36, Surplus Lands Act compliance for city, school district, and Caltrans sites. HCD commented that additional detail was needed on commitments to prepare publicly owned, i.e. city and school district, and Caltrans owned properties for housing development within a reasonable period of time, generally the first 3 years of the housing element. And staff recommends a program to commit to completion of several activities within those 3 years, including Surplus Land Act compliance and other required processes for city-owned sites, coordination with the Jefferson Union High School District to complete the SLA process for land that it owns, decertification process for Caltrans-owned sites, which requires an application from the city to Caltrans, And then recognizing that this program would involve some actions beyond the city's control, committing to review of alternative sites and activities beyond the third year if the Surplus Lands Act and Caltrans decertification processes do not play out as intended. So this program could trigger rezoning at the midpoint of the housing element process if we're not having the needed success with the SLA clearance and other related activities. B32C, 100% non-residential sites. HCD commented on commercial sites that allow residential use, but that would also allow 100% non-residential uses, such as commercial development. Staff recommends a program to revise the city's zoning regulations to clarify for that sites zoned in the housing site inventory, a 100% residential project would be a permitted use in these zoning districts. However, the program would include efforts to continue use of other tools as permitted by law to maximize the opportunity for mixed use. The planning department is certainly aware that our commercial land area and vibrancy is very important to the City Council and Planning Commission. And so to the extent we can, such as by using the land use diagrams that we've put a lot of effort into thus far in the draft housing element, horizontal mixed use zoning regulations, in other words, perhaps separate buildings on the same site, not necessarily the traditional vertical mixed use. And so those would combine in a program to address this comment. Next is B310A, emergency shelter zoning. HCD commented that the city is not in compliant with Senate Bill 2, provisions that were required during the fourth cycle arena. And as a result, the city's housing element cannot be found in substantial compliance with state law until the zoning amendments are made. Staff recommends preparing and adopting an emergency shelter ordinance to satisfy HCD. We've begun work on that, and we anticipate the first public hearing at the Planning Commission will occur in November. And adoption of an emergency shelter ordinance satisfactory to HCD will be necessary prior to housing element adoption and eventual HCD certification. B310B, transitional and supportive housing zoning. HCD commented that transitional housing and supportive housing must be permitted as a residential use in all zones that allow residential uses, and only subject to those restrictions that apply to other residential dwellings of the same type in the same zone. Staff recommends a program to adopt the required zoning amendments. And of note on that, there are some provisions related to spacing and so forth that would be eliminated as part of those zoning updates. B310C, accessory dwelling unit or ADU zoning. HCD commented that in its assessment, the city's ADU ordinance needs to be amended to comply with state law. And they've provided a list of relatively minor amendments in staff's opinion that are required to bring it into compliance. And so we recommend a program to make those amendments where necessary. We do believe that there are some areas identified in HCD's letter that perhaps reflect less than a full understanding of the coastal zone implications, for example. And so that program would include discussions to try to iron out exactly what changes are actually needed based on the starting point of that comment letter. B310D, single room occupancy or SRO zoning. HCD commented that additional analysis was needed to confirm that SRO units are indeed permitted under the definition of boarding house as stated in the draft housing element. For reference, the municipal code defines boarding house as a dwelling other than a hotel where lodging and meals for 5 or more persons are provided for compensation. Staff notes the definition of boarding house does not explicitly indicate that it includes the SRO use, and we would recommend a program to revise the boarding house definition to explicitly mention SROs. Boarding houses are currently allowed as a conditional use subject to approval of a use permit in the R3 multifamily residential zoning district, and this program would not propose to change the areas where located at this time. Comment B41, off-street parking minimum requirements. HCD commented that off-street parking standards for studio and one-bedroom housing units present a constraint to housing development and recommends requiring only one off-street parking space for these small unit types. The current requirement of 1 space for each studio and 1.5 spaces for each one-bedroom unit. The current requirement is 1 space for each studio and 1.5 spaces for each one-bedroom unit, with at least one of the required off-street parking spaces per unit located in a garage or carport. guest parking is required at the ratio of 1 space for each 4 units. And staff recommends a program to adopt the required amendment to reduce the off-street parking requirement for studio and 1-bedroom units to 1 parking space, covered or uncovered, with no guest parking requirement. And other off-street parking requirements as a part of that program would make revisions to align them with the Sharp Park specific plan parking standards based on Planning Commission feedback. Comment B43A, permits and findings for housing approvals. HCD commented that the required discretionary permits and associated findings for housing approvals are redundant and include findings that invoke subjective judgments about project consistency. The comment calls for simplifying the required discretionary permits and simplifying the required findings to focus on objective criteria with the intent of reducing processing timelines. Staff has not yet fully analyzed potential options to address this comment. However, our current thinking suggests that we should include a program to amend the zoning consistent with the spirit and intent of this comment, such as by reducing the number of required discretionary permits for certain housing projects and simplifying the number and subject matter of required findings for approval of necessary discretionary permits. In addition, the objective development standards that will be adopted in the Phase 1 and Phase 2 rezoning processes described in programs 1 and 2 in the housing element will ensure objective standards are adopted to guide the city's review of housing projects, again, to provide that clarity and certainty for applicants and to hopefully reduce processing timelines. B43B, a similar type of comment about existing processes and findings in the zoning as opposed to particular zoning standards. HCD commented that the development process associated with the PD Planned Development Zoning District, which includes mandatory legislative actions that introduce significant city discretion into the development review process, present a potential constraint to housing development. These instances occur where the PD zoning classification is applied to a property or when zoning to PD is required due to presence within the Hillside Preservation District or HPD. Staff intends to analyze where properties may be in an undeveloped condition and either have the PD zoning classification or are located within the HPD overlay district. The Phase 2 rezoning program would then propose rezoning of those properties in the former category, those with the PD zoning but undeveloped, to a non-PD zoning classification. Staff also recommends to revise the findings associated with project approvals in the PD, similar to the analysis and revisions suggested in comment B43A, to focus on objective standards compliance, which will streamline the project review and approval for sites located in the HPD overlay district. That program does not propose to change any of the coverage formulas or other applicable requirements of the HPD overlay itself, which would require a vote of the people. Comment B46B, group homes for 7 or more people. HCD commented that the 500-foot spacing requirement and use permit requirement, which is a discretionary permit, for group homes with 7 or more occupants presents a constraint on housing for persons with disabilities. Staff recommends a program to amend the zoning to remove the 500-foot spacing requirement and apply the same types of zoning standards to group homes with 7 or more persons as would apply to other similar housing types in the same zoning district. Comment C4, AFFH again, affirmative marketing strategy in the RECA or racially concentrated areas of affluence. HCD commented that the city must undertake actions that are significant and meaningful enough to overcome identified patterns and trends of past and ongoing housing discrimination, particularly in areas identified as RECAs. Staff recommends a program to strengthen existing affirmative marketing strategies for affordable housing units located within RECAs, to market units to lower-income households by developing standard city-required marketing activities by housing developers for new or available BMR or low-income units, for example, by adding schools outside the RECA to the required recipient list for application solicitations. Staff believes this would increase the chances of people, and especially families with children outside the RECA, to learn about affordable housing opportunities within the RECA. And then last program comment, housing rehabilitation. HCD commented that the housing element must include sufficient objectives for housing rehabilitation. Rehabilitation includes actions to improve the physical condition of housing units, exterior and interior, to prevent them from becoming uninhabitable or restoring them to a habitable condition. The city does not have a dedicated housing program staff member to manage a rehabilitation program like this. However, property maintenance complaints currently are received by the Code Enforcement Division of the Planning Department. And so staff recommends a program to undertake a proactive property identification program where the city's code enforcement staff identify properties needing significant maintenance, and doing this as part of this program prior to receipt of complaints and the initiation of enforcement action. So leaning into these property maintenance issues. And this would enable early identification of resources that may be needed for rehab work. These tend to be very complex code enforcement cases. Some folks don't have the mental or physical capacity any longer to maintain their property and need appropriate services. Some people have financial limitations to property maintenance. And so there's a unique approach to these types of cases that really would benefit from getting a head start before the enforcement process needs to begin. That's the roundup of the program-related comments from the HCD comment letter. I'll shift now into summarizing the housing site inventory updates. So the first comment, B31, on the city's housing site inventory. To recap, as you can see here in the updated proposed housing site inventory map, our housing sites are distributed throughout the city, but one major change based on HCD's comment was a restructuring of the sites list that the City Council and Planning Commission previously reviewed. Before we had all of the sites sort of lumped together, they were identified as those needing rezoning versus existing capacity. HCD's comment required us to more directly identify those sites intended to meet the core arena, as we're calling it, so our minimum obligation for housing units by income level, as compared to the surplus or buffer sites, which are not required to meet the city's RENA obligation. And so we've restructured the list in response to that comment. It has changed, in addition to responding to some other comments, the number of sites with existing capacity, so far fewer, which means we've identified more sites that will need rezoning. So 2.8% of lower income RENA can be accommodated by existing capacity now. And rezoning required, 1,505 units, and 78% of our lower income RENA would be met by those rezonings. And the balance is a combination of accessory dwelling units, pipeline projects, and certain other smaller number components. This table here summarizes the updated proposed housing site inventory. You can see in the top line our RENA requirement by income level, totaling 1,892 housing units. The next line showing the core RENA based on sites that staff's identified, comprising a little over 2,000 housing units, so sufficient number to meet our RENA. Then what we're calling the surplus sites or the buffer sites, those are 538 in the lower income, 145 in moderate, and 363 in above moderate, totaling roughly another 1,000 units. And in total, over 2,900 units identified in this housing sites inventory with a 55% buffer above the RENA. And so you may be asking yourself, why such a large buffer? Well, that in part was to provide the council and commission some flexibility tonight if there is a desire to go along with some of staff's recommendations, which we'll get to about removing some sites from the inventory, or if other council and commission discussion identifies density reductions or site removals that might be desirable. Continuing on in comment B31 on sites, to give a little bit of background as to what changed beyond just the numerical figures, we added several new sites to the core RENA, so the lettered sites A, B, F, G, and H. These were a combination of suggestions from the public, from the Planning Commission and City Council previously, and 2 new sites added to the surplus buffer list, sites D and E. We revisited the Seabowl site and changed that site from a 100% lower income housing site to a market rate project site. The overall number of units is still proposed at 219 units, and the assumptions would include the 15% below market rate inclusionary zoning or 33 lower income units. We shifted 8 sites to the pipeline list based on HCD's comments. Those are projects that are considered to be in the process and likely to be constructed during the planning period. And we removed 1 city-owned site, which was Site 7 at Talbot and Goodman. Looking back at it and where we were with our numbers through other approaches, that site's small size and site consolidation opportunity with some adjacent private property really didn't make it a strong contender for ongoing inclusion in the sites list in staff's opinion. So that concludes the summary of comment B3.1. So we'll shift now to B3.2b, which is the Assembly Bill AB 2011 comment. So AB 2011 is a law passed in 2022. It identified certain criteria for commercial corridors along state highways where sufficient right-of-way width would enable by right or ministerial approval of development up to 60 dwelling units per acre. The draft housing element previously presented to the council and commission included assumptions based on AB 2011 for a number of sites. HCD, interestingly, in my opinion, came back and said, okay, prove it to us that the state law will do what the state law is supposed to do. And so they said, you need to include additional analysis that these types of sites will develop at these types of densities if you want to rely on those assumptions. Or, by the way, you could just rezone it to 60 dwelling units per acre, and we likely won't ask any more questions. So we based a lot of our sites approach on those densities along the Highway 1 corridor, which you'll see momentarily. And so our recommendation is to undertake those rezonings consistent with that 60 dwelling unit per acre by right process that's already in place and could be executed by a potential developer. The key thing here, this slide is split between the core arena sites relying on the AB 2011 densities and the surplus sites. Far less important for the surplus sites to be rezoned to 60 units per acre if there's a desire otherwise. But we may be hard-pressed to reallocate those units for the core arena sites if there's concern about rezoning to 60 units per acre. In the table, reallocation required for both the core arena and surplus tries to give you a flavor of, okay, if you wanted to go from 60 to 50 or 40 or 30, how many units would you need to find someplace else to put? So it ranges from anywhere from 53 units to 158 units under the core arena sites. So breaking it down in a little more detail, just to show you where that alignment is along the Highway 1 corridor, you can see the sites reliant on 60 dwelling units per acre circled. A number of them are clustered in the northern part of town and then sort of in the central part of town along the highway. Site 10, 18, 27, and 32, those are included in the core arena list. Staff's recommendation is to keep those at those indicated densities. And then there's surplus buffer sites, some of which will be addressed potentially through some other options for the City Council and Commission tonight. Moving on to comment B3.9. So one of the comments in this instance related to infrastructure capacity and constraints. And we acknowledged in the draft housing element that there was a potential capacity constraint related to sewer conveyance through the Rockaway Beach pump station in the central part of town. HCD flagged that and asked for further analysis of how that constraint might affect the housing site inventory that we prepared. Depending on your perspective, I'll just try to say objectively, we had identified a number of sites that met a lot of housing element criteria in that central area of town, and so this is a uniquely challenging infrastructure constraint that really could have a significant impact on the overall site's strategy if we cannot find a workable way to continue forward with some number of units in this Rockaway Beach pump station catchment area. So we've broken down here the core arena sites that are planned for this area, and then the surplus or buffer sites that are in the area. Overall, there were, I think, approaching 700 or so housing units in the first draft of the housing element in this catchment area. We've taken a much closer look and narrowed it down to fewer than 200 units that would still remain in this particular catchment area. Those are the core arena sites. And so we've identified potentially up to 500 or so sites on that surplus buffer list that could be removed and in fact are part of the staff's recommended strategy to addressing this infrastructure constraint. By reducing the number of projected units and then further analyzing already planned capital improvements by our wastewater division to replace sewer mains in the Valley Mar and Rockaway Beach neighborhoods, we believe, but are working hard to confirm with more technical analysis, that the inflow and infiltration reductions from the sewer main replacements will have a corresponding increase in capacity, air quotes, that will be equal to or greater than the new flows from the fewer than 200 units that remain proposed in this catchment area in the sites list. So that's our proposed strategy. Otherwise, we would need to find someplace else for those nearly 200 units. And this is just another diagram showing where those sites are. Might be a little hard to see at this scale. So that wraps up the sites comment summary in addition to the program summary. I'll pause momentarily if there are questions, and then Mayor, at your direction, we can proceed accordingly.
Sure, and there's a lot of us scattered about. Usually we use the lights, but because we have an entire other table that are not connected to lights, show of hands will be adequate to call upon folks. So given we probably don't want to stay here too much past midnight, I just want to remind us all, in an effort to be as productive as possible with the time we have, staff, please make sure you keep me on track and bring me back to questions that might be helpful to actually addressing what HCD has requested, so that we may get this document across the finish line if you see me heading in a direction that may wind up not being productive. With that, do we have any questions? Yeah. Councilmember Bowles.
I just a process question to start with. I have questions on all these different, or most of the different items, and I'm thinking it might be better to ask general questions first and then go over these one at a time instead of trying to ask all the questions, and then we don't know where we are in the discussion about a particular item.
Sure.
If that makes sense. Okay. So I can start with my general questions, if that's okay, but I don't, if anybody else wants to go first, that's.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just reading HCD's letter on page 10, where they, at the very top, it's where it says, as noted in finding B3, the element does not include a complete site analysis. Therefore, the adequacy of sites and zoning were not established. Based on the results, the city may need to add or revise programs to address a shortfall of sites or zoning available to encourage a variety of housing types. And then it gives specifics. I'm just wondering if, it worries me a little bit to say that, for them to say that they haven't, that they don't necessarily have all the information they need about the adequacy of sites, and whether HCD might then come back after we address these questions with other questions.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Bowles. Indeed, that's a concern and a possible outcome of the city's next submission of a housing element to HCD for review. We can only control what we can control, which is doing our best to understand HCD's comments and trying to give them the information that we think will address those comments. We're fortunate to have consultants that are working on a number of different housing elements in the region, and so we're benefiting from their experience in some of the communities that are somewhat farther ahead than Pacifica in terms of the number of reviews that they've gone through. And so part of our approach, it's not one identified as needing city council or commission policy input. Part of our technical response to the sites list is going through in detail, particularly the non-vacant sites, those with existing development that are subject to greater scrutiny in the HCD review process, and giving additional factual information about the sites that we think bolsters our argument that they're appropriate and likely to redevelop. Things like the age of the buildings, the condition, the floor area ratio or lot coverage reflecting sort of underdeveloped capacity on the site, and so forth. And so that approach has been successful for some other jurisdictions, and we're following in that path. And so we're confident, but we can't be certain that we will be able to demonstrate sufficient capacity in that sense.
Okay, and I did read somewhere that HED is not allowed to like bring up new issues, right, in general, but this is kind of a little caveat that they have in there for.
Yeah, I mean, our consultant or attorney might want to offer their thoughts on that. It is somewhat a work in progress, from what we hear from other jurisdictions.
I did want to add that HCD does sometimes bring up new issues. So other jurisdictions have received new comments from HCD as HCD goes through the review process. However, the last letter that we received did have some comments that, for example, other jurisdictions have received. So because of the stage we're at in the process and a number of jurisdictions have gone through, the hope is that we won't be receiving new comments.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. I mostly was going to add what the city attorney's office, Karen, just said. So I will say that one piece that we now know that we didn't know before was the level of specificity with which the state seems to be satisfied with respect to the adequacy of those sites in explicit granular terms. In fact, that has been evolving over the course of this cycle to more and more specific and more granular. In fact, one of the reasons why the sites list, yes, there are some changes, but it's largely consistent, is because the team did this type of analysis already, but presented it and ranked the sites kind of in a more holistic way that reflected that analysis, but did not explicitly say, well, it's this, it's A, it's B, and it's F, but it's not D for this site. But we will do so now, and we're in the process of doing that.
Okay, thank you. Two other quick questions. One in terms of the buffer. So I mean, we have 1892 units, we have over 1,000 unit buffer, which seems like a lot. And I understand that gives us some flexibility, now, but I know HCD is still expecting a buffer too, right? And then that gives us flexibility so we don't always have to do an EIR or whatever along the way if we're not building these units. So what is a realistic buffer that they'd be looking for? Is it fair to assume that it should be more for the lower income affordable sites? Do we need such a big buffer for the above moderate sites? Because those have a tendency of being built more.
Sure. I'll respond first by saying that the HCD guidebook for housing element updates suggests somewhere between a 15 and 30% buffer. Having had conversations about the buffer with our HCD reviewer team, they seemed less concerned about a particular number and really much more focused on the core arena, as we're calling it, and a rigorous analysis and establishment of the viability of those sites. So to put it in my own terms, I think it's really to the city's benefit to have an ample buffer, whatever that ends up being, because we don't want to be in a position where we're doing forced rezonings unexpectedly, upon approving some other project. It really has the potential to derail a lot of the other critical work that the council has set forth in the strategic plan and otherwise. And all hands on deck, if you will, of having to do a multi-hundred unit rezoning unexpectedly, mid-year at some point. So that's why we've put together ample buffers. I would say from a policy standpoint, it's my recommendation that we do put a particular focus on the lower income buffer. As you mentioned, those units don't always tend to develop in the proportion and numbers that we would like or identify in the housing element. And it would be good to recognize that and to try to head off those forced rezonings to avoid or to support and implement no net loss.
Okay, and then just by identifying a site in the housing element, whether it's a core site or a buffer site, we're making it easier and decreasing our discretion, I assume, in reviewing projects further on. So that's, if you can confirm that's true.
Yeah, I would generally agree. By having a site in the housing element, it's an endorsement under the law that it's appropriate for housing. It's hard for the city to go back on that. And indeed, some of these sites, when we get to more detailed rezoning activities and follow-on programs, will actually include a number of sites and units permitted by right and subject to far less discretion than in times past. And so all of that is coalescing through state law and carrying through the housing element and subsequent implementation programs to reduce local discretion, increase certainty for applicants, and decrease project processing times.
But if there are specific sites that we're looking for a specific thing for, and I'm just going to keep it vague for now, I mean, it might be in our benefit to not have them included in the housing element.
Yeah, I think that's correct. It wouldn't necessarily stop other mechanisms of state law from kicking in and maybe advantaging a particular application, depending on the circumstances. But this is one less tool in the toolbox for a developer to say, hey, city, you must approve a housing project. So if it's in the housing element, you should presume very little that the city can do to stop a housing project under the right circumstances. And if it's out of it, you have the best chance to say, well, maybe some non-housing project is most appropriate at a particular site.
Okay, thank you.
Any other general questions?
I just have one. Can we go back to the surplus/buffer slide?
You'll need to tell me which one.
I think it's right before this.
Specifically.
Maybe go back one more. Sorry, forward one. Forward one. Okay, there we go. So the several new sites added to Core Arena, I just wanted to clarify because in 1C or attachment C, it has a lot of these sites that are listed as core as being buffer sites. So on packet page 799, A, B, D, E, F, and H are all listed in the buffer. And so I think it would be really helpful to get clarity on what the chart is. And if it's what's on the screen, maybe giving each of us a minute to write down the new ones.
Yeah, I'll need more than just this moment to try to tease out what may have happened here between the two lists.
I'd like to just queue up if anybody else has general questions.
I just to add to Samantha's, I think the map is right and the spreadsheet is wrong. So they don't match.
The Exhibit D is correct.
Yeah.
But Exhibit C is not.
Been looking at.
Okay, give me 1 second.
I see Commissioner Wright has a question. Does anyone else have a question that they're going to want to ask? Christian, should I go ahead with Commissioner Wright's question while you look, or would you rather I hold?
Yes, please, Mayor. I'm going to need, as mentioned, more than just a moment to respond to that question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Wright.
Unfortunately, my question would be directed at Christian. I think perhaps someone else would be better served going first.
Okay, then we can wait for a moment.
Maybe I'm being too tactful. I'm going to need a little bit of time to respond to the question from Chair Hauser, so I don't know that I can do it momentarily. But okay. Hopefully we can come back to it.
I have a general question for our consultants and our city attorney. I'm concerned about this creep. I can't think of another word to use. The changing nature of, or the increasing requirement or desire for granularity and specificity. My understanding has always been that a housing element is by design general. And so a number of questions have come from the public, have come from council members regarding specific sites. And if a certain owner does not have any current desire or interest in developing it, is it appropriate to have it in the housing element? And as I think about it, well, we just got done doing a general plan update that was 40 years out of date. I think the people sitting at a table 40 years ago may have had a hard time seeing forward what would be going on decades later. just as I do. So in my opinion, why I've always felt the housing element generality, as I understood it, is to make it flexible. Because a current owner today may not be the current owner in 5 years or 10 years. And, well, 8 years, I guess, is the cycle. But I guess I'm struggling with how tightly buttoned down we can make something when we're talking about property that we don't own, and uncertainty. And so I guess I'm asking for your guidance on, you're experiencing it the same as I am, I suppose, that it's, it's becoming more and more granular. How do we grapple with that in terms of this? So any thoughts? I mean, I trust your guidance on this because I don't have as much experience with it as you do.
Thank you. That's a great question. It's a question that comes up all over. And there's an existential part of that question, right? Like a governance part of that question that isn't solvable at the local level, that's solvable at the state level. And that's frustrating for policymakers. It's frustrating for the public. And that is an unfortunate part of this process. There's the part there's the part cities can control, and would recommend we focus our conversation on that side today. One of the things HCD is looking for is at once granular, because we call it a mathematical exercise. The housing element is many things. It's a statement of values. It's a suite of policies that will change the way the city's procedures are or the way land use is regulated. And it's also an exercise to demonstrate the overall capacity for units moving forward to match that RENA. There will absolutely be sites that are not on this list that will become housing sites. And there are absolutely sites on this list that will never become a housing site. We can't control for that. That's to be expected. That's absolutely would be a natural function, common function of the market and the way that rolls out. And so I think that's to be expected. With respect to the granularity and the increasing piece of granularity, they want to see for every site, what are the specific redevelopment factors that would play into particularly a non-vacant commercial site, which is a lot of the center of gravity of this conversation. And in fact, that's a lot of the housing element sites for the city of Pacifica. And they want to see, hey, are these real sites, or are or they want to say that the city has given really significant analysis to each and every one of those, so that the total model is valid. Even if 100 units come here, 300 come there, that there is capacity in the city of X. It's what you say, and what you say is truly believable, as to the greatest amount of guidance and framework that the state provides, and the greatest amount of shape that the city puts on it to reflect the community's priorities.
Commissioner Wright, do you want to go ahead and ask your question?
Sure. I would just like to hear from Christian how he evaluated our traffic and our potential safety considerations. I see a lot of these sites are located in a place that would be severely impacted by a lot of our traffic issues here in town, and I'd just like him to speak a little bit to how that factors into the selection of these sites.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. So we are still trying to work through and pin down a particular sites list, and so I think once we have a high degree of confidence that we have a final sites list, additional analysis can continue on, including through the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA process, which includes an evaluation of transportation safety-related issues from a development or a policy document as well. We have not yet advanced through to do level of service congestion analysis, which is the traditional method of evaluating congestion. That's no longer an environmental criteria, but it is still relevant for other parts of our general plan and overall understanding of what the project would entail. And so that information will come later, but we do have a lot of constraints conspiring against us to find sites in the first instance that are even suitable for housing and that will make it through the HCD review process. So I don't know that we have the luxury to pick sites that are also located outside of areas currently experiencing traffic congestion.
Okay. Additionally, I'd like to commend you on all the heavy lifts we've done with the general plan, Sharp Park specific plan, taking on this housing element. Staff has done an incredible job, but I would like to hear from you. Do you have enough staff? Do the consultants benefit you enough? Do you have enough resources to do the job we're asking you to do?
Thank you for that level of consideration. If you'd asked me that question during the general plan update process, I'm not sure what my answer would have been. What I can tell you now, we're much better situated in terms of staffing and consultant team than we were during the general plan update process. I have incredible staff that we've hired within the last year that are continuing to learn about our community and become more and more functional and able to contribute to our work, including Brianne Harkusha, who's here, taking on more and more in the housing element update process. And we also have an incredible consultant team from Good City Company, who, as mentioned, has ongoing work and experience on housing element updates elsewhere in the region. And then, of course, our very experienced and esteemed city attorney's office team that's there every step of the way with us, working through and providing legal advice.
And does assisted care facilities count as units for each individual occupant?
There are instances where they can count, but maybe anticipating some community questions or input in the future, we can't meet 100% of our arena with those kinds of units, and so they can be a part of an overall strategy. And if there are particular sites that might be better situated, we would value that feedback so we can take a more careful look.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
I just one more. First, I want to thank the planning commissioners for taking on all the work. I think it was 3 meetings at least to talk about objective design standards and to really look at each site. And I mean, I have a hard time imagining like how you decide some of these things. So I don't see the staff report doesn't include all the work that they did establishing those standards, setbacks, percent commercial, et cetera, that I think would be important to our discussion as we talk about the sites in more detail. So I guess one question is just whether we're really prepared to talk about the sites tonight. And obviously the public hasn't seen that information either. There weren't very many people in the public in their meetings, unfortunately. And then secondly, whether these capacity numbers reflect the input that the Planning Commission has given, and whether there are some areas where you had to adjust them, like for maybe 2011.
Sure. I'll start by also commending the Planning Commission on a lot of incredible work, on this and many other ventures, particularly the add-on of multiple long, complicated objective development standards discussions. Really have a lot of stamina and commitment to get through their work, and I'm very much appreciative of that. That work, however, is forward-leaning work on one of the housing element implementation programs, the Phase 1 rezoning program, as we're calling it. And so it's never been the case that this process to adopt the housing element document would be able to include that level of detail. So this site's work and discussion necessarily needs to happen at a somewhat more general level to figure out relative densities and locations and overall suitability for housing. And then the drill down to much more granular detail for site level zoning will come as part of that Phase 1 rezoning program. So this is not, in staff's opinion, part of the process that we can commit to providing to the commission and the council tonight.
So does that imply that the feedback that they've given, which might reduce the number of units, isn't necessarily here, and therefore we might be submitting something to HCD that doesn't necessarily reflect that direction?
I don't know that I would characterize it that way. For starters, the Planning Commission was charged with working on 6 objective development standards, not weighing in on the density and numbers of units. That's a much more complicated analysis that has, it's a major balancing act, and the staff currently is the best situated to try to offer options for those sites. We did note some qualitative and quantitative feedback on a number of sites about overall, appropriateness for development or not for housing. We've tried to prepare options for the council and commission tonight about that binary question, yes or no, for a particular site, but I don't think we've had an opportunity to give the Planning Commission a chance to really weigh in on sliding scale density, if you will, for individual sites. It's not a process that we were able to effectively set up for them or to incorporate at this juncture of the housing element process.
I don't seem to see any other general questions. Shall we start getting into some specifics then?
Absolutely, Mayor. So what I would propose is that we go to the menu, if you will, of program-related items to see which of those the council and commission may feel are necessary to weigh in on. And in the interest of time, we would hope that those that are of most importance maybe could get the first pass. And if there's time later, we can certainly circle back. And then after that program's discussion, we can then shift gears to what might be a much more robust discussion on sites potentially.
Okay, so I saw a slide about public comment in there somewhere. Where are we envisioning that would probably be the...
Wherever you would like it to be. It seems like there's some momentum from the council and commission to maybe continue on with some of the substance, so maybe later would be better, but It's entirely up to you.
Well, I want to make sure we continue with questions before we get to comments and deliberations, so okay. Questions?
Are we going like row by row in the?
So there's a few guiding questions, right? Are there program comments that require discussion? Are there sites comments that require discussion? And are there other topics that require discussion? But really that's overarching for all of the program comments that we went through in more detail earlier. There are slides that summarize them to jog your memory. I can always go back to the more detailed slide as needed and try to work through that dozen or so comments.
So I'd certainly prefer going one by one rather than jumping around too much. Shall we just go down the line then? Okay. Chair Hauser, why don't you help us get in line a little?
So if it's okay with mayor and council, I would prefer to go row by row on the items that staff requested and then come back to those big overarching at the end to see if there's any remaining things that we didn't talk about. So being that B 3.1 is the first one, I'm not sure how you want to.
3.1?
So I'm comfortable letting you take the reins for a minute, and
Okay.
if for some reason I see a discrepancy, I'll alert you, but have at it. And by the way, a testament to the yeoman's job that you and the Planning Commission have been doing. I am deeply grateful. I have sat through each and every one of them, and with far less focus than I observed each and every one of you engaging in them with. So with that having been said, please do.
Sure. So does anyone have a question on B 3.1? Councilmember Bowles.
Mayor, I do need to do my job and say that, we're about to jump into a sites-related comment that wasn't staff's recommendation related to getting through tonight and getting the feedback that's essential to continue the drafting of a revised document. It's most essential to us to get through the program-related feedback this evening. So I did want to throw that caution there for you and for the Planning Commission Chair to consider. You'll let the meeting go as you want, but we do need all of the program feedback tonight, or else the housing element timeline might be adversely impacted.
That was the kind of direction I asked for earlier. So, Chair, do you mind if we start with the programs components and then go from there?
That's fine. Do you have a slide for the program's comments so that we can kind of start there? Okay. So, farm worker housing coordination. Any questions on that?
Just
Commissioner
one
Yep.
quick, easy question. Was proximity to shopping and healthcare considered in locating the farm worker housing who will likely be transportation challenged?
Not specifically. I would say that the leading principle was the agricultural zoning of the sites that, in staff's opinion, lent them to farm worker housing. If there's a preference to look at different criteria and perhaps identify other sites for farm worker housing, we can certainly perform that analysis.
I would appreciate understanding that better, but if I'm the only one,
I'll tell you that when I was looking at it, I was thinking in terms of transportation specifically.
Yeah.
You know, when you look at the St. Peter's site, I believe there are Samtrans bus routes that go by. There's a shopping center right outside the church for all intents and purposes. Art Center is a little further away from a direct shopping center, but again, there's a bus stop right outside that will take you to Lindemar like that. And the Adobe shopping center is actually not that far off either. So as I was thinking, were there any other sites I might want to bring up? Those were two advantages, it occurred to me, for those two sites.
Councilmember Bowles?
Yeah, is that okay? I remember when we did the general plan update, I thought Site F was zone agriculture. Is that something that is still zone agriculture, or did that change in the general plan? Next to Park Mall, by the creek.
No, I don't believe that site's zone agriculture. It had an agriculture general plan land use designation, for what I recall, which has subsequently been amended with the general plan update, but the zoning, to my knowledge, was never agriculture.
Okay. And have we gotten any, have we spoken to St. Peter's or gotten any feedback from them?
I've spoken with one member of the parish who's engaged on housing issues, and my impression, I can't speak for her, was that she was supportive of the housing element update process. I don't know if she's able, to speak authoritatively for the church, but we did try to make engagement with someone associated with the church leadership.
Okay, we haven't gotten anything from them that says they don't want their site considered.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. I asked this and you answered, but just for the public, just whether we've spoken to our farms and I think ranches also count as this, right? So I'm thinking Shamrock and is it Millwood? I mean, so whether to understand what the need is really in Pacifica. I know there might be a greater need, regionally, but do we know what our need is here in town for this kind of housing?
So the simple answer is no, we haven't engaged with them particularly. I can tell you there are a variety of housing types on some of these properties, and some of them do have pretty significant infrastructure challenges that would likely be major constraints for analysis of the sites. And so on balance, I think we've identified two sites that are quite appropriate and perhaps have the fewest types of constraints that you might encounter with providing water and sewer service, for example, to these low-lying agricultural sites in many instances. And as you noted, I think really, agricultural-related employment in Pacifica is relatively low, but regionally it's much more significant in particular pockets of our area and in our county, for example. And that's part of our approach, is trying to engage with those service providers on the coast side so that we can get a better understanding of what those needs are. Are there unique transportation needs? Are there shuttles that the farms and ranches are providing? What types of housing units? So that's a work in progress. But we need to start at that foundational level with the sites and densities that would accommodate it.
If I could just add on to that, one resource we have is at the county level, there's been quite a lot of needs assessment, and at the state level, there's been quite a lot of analysis of this. So we do have a pretty good sense of the regional trends and even the coastside trends. One of the factors that is really important to consider that these reports highlight is that farm worker housing need is an urban issue. It's not just a rural issue. And so the transportation, but also so many other services, grocery stores, schools, et cetera, are mostly concentrated in our more urbanized areas. And so so that's a piece that we considered in this process.
Okay. And do we have to specify certain sites? I mean, I guess you kind of have, right, the Sanchez and St. Peter's, but is Sanchez zoned agriculture?
It is.
It
The
is.
Sanchez Art Center, yes.
Oh, interesting.
I noticed that Commissioner Godwin has had his hand raised, and Councilmember Beckmeyer as well.
Thank you. My little time doing some farm stuff in my youth for a relative, there was a huge need for labor in the spring and the fall, and almost none in the summer and the winter. So are you anticipating this farm worker demand to be a 12-month use or just a spring and fall use, or what's your seasonal component of this?
Well, what I can say is that it's my understanding that there has been a pretty significant shift within the state of California away from the more seasonal stuff to a much higher share. But in any community, there's both. And so certainly the need is so much greater than would ever be able to be supplied in any reasonable amount of time that I think it's fair to assume that you're not going to oversupply.
Right, but do you have a rough percentage breakdown by season or something? Because this could be real significant of whether we're providing housing for a couple of months for, harvest, or whether we're supplying housing, educational, medical for family. So, I mean, saying you're going to do farm worker housing seems inadequate to me.
Well, Commissioner Godwin, I think you touched on a number of the key points that are part of our research through the engagement with those resource providers on the coast side related to supportive farm worker services. So we don't know enough about the need, but we know that we do need to identify sites where it can be constructed and then do whatever we can to remove barriers to the types of housing that would need to be constructed to accommodate those farm workers.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
I'm going to try to make this brief, but my thinking is, some sites are really great for farm worker housing, and other sites aren't so great, but just like so many other issues, it's possible to mitigate the not so great things, like transportation isn't so great on the entire coast side. It's, particularly bad in areas where you don't have a bus that goes every day of the week. That's worse. But if someone made a bus go every day of the week, it's okay. If someone had a van that brings people to their place of employment, that's okay. If a health trailer mobile service that I can imagine were to be put in place, that's okay. And so again, these are things that we can't reach forward and control necessarily, but I can imagine them, and therefore I don't know how to, that's kind of, I guess what I'm trying to say is that's some of what my thinking is as I look at these sites, knowing we can't control everything and it's ill-defined, even though they want granularity. So I'm just trying to say expansive thinking to a degree, not crazy thinking, not, oh, that doesn't matter. There's going to be hovercrafts flying, from your rooftop to get you to work or something. That's like a nice futuristic thing, but I'm within the realm of reason. A shuttle that takes you to work is to your site or closer to your site, pretty reasonable, I think, if for a developer. I know we don't get to put a lot of conditions on things anymore, but I've certainly heard Planning Commission talk about things like that. So I just want to throw that in because it's maybe not specifically delineated in our packet tonight, or probably it is, but I'm just not aware of where. And I just want to put that out there.
I'd like to add on to that question, if I may, because what occurred to me as I heard you speak was, well, PRC might be good to partner with to figure out some of the solutions to some of those conundrums. And would putting something in about partnering with PRC to find some of the quality of life solutions, should we have the housing site be appropriate here?
Perhaps you could clarify, Mayor Bigstick, how that relates to the program here, or is it a more general statement about working with PRC?
Well, if it's a program around farm worker housing, not merely finding, these are the two pieces of land where you could put it, but also we'll make sure to reach out to our partners at PRC.
Core agencies, right?
core agencies in general. I mean, ALAS specializes in, working with farm workers, et cetera. But to make sure that we're also reaching out to our partners, that they're aware we are putting farm worker housing, so that is connected. Those programs are connected.
Sure, I think there's every reason to engage with any partner that has relevant information and support they can provide us in this undertaking. If that would help to be explained explicitly in the program, we can certainly do that.
I think that's my question, is will HCD look at this as being, and not only that, they're also making sure to reach out to the people who will help them when these developments happen.
Yeah, I think more specificity is better. By the time we draft the program, if we know the particular organizations we'll be engaging with or governmental entities, putting that in, I think, only helps us give HCD the confidence that we actually know what we're talking about and we know who we're going to engage with. So we can make our best effort at that.
So PRC, ALAS, and maybe Puente are the three that immediately spring to mind.
Director Murdoch?
Can I add one more?
Yes, one more.
Yeah. Farm crews frequently bring their own housing, their own heavy capital equipment, and their own worker transportation with them as organically with the crew. You really need to drill into this and understand what kind of farm workers you have. Because I know in the wheat belt in the center part of the country, the trailers arrive to house the farm workers. The workers arrive, the trucks arrive to transport people to where they need. And because the harvesting equipment and planting equipment is specialized $500,000 capital pieces of equipment, that's typically associated with a crew too. So you really need to think a lot deeper about this. It isn't just a housing problem. You may be storing quite expensive capital equipment. You may well be storing infrastructure type transport for these folks to stores, to work. This has all been thought out by people who've been doing it for a few centuries. So I think there's a lot of information that you could tap into if you take the time to look at it.
Is it perhaps, like, in addition to these conversations about mobility, which I think dovetail nicely into B.2, which I think we're almost at, but in addition to that kind of coordination, would it be wise to coordinate with our county supervisor's office, who's coordinating with all of the farm workers already, at least in unincorporated San Mateo?
That's right. I mean, I'm aware of those expanding efforts by the county, tragically following the tragedy in Half Moon Bay not too long ago. So yes, we're aware of that broader regional effort. We're planning to plug into it. We kind of don't know what we don't know yet, other than we know we don't know enough, if that makes sense. And so that is certainly part of the program that's envisioned here to do that deep dive. So there's a program and supportive component, and there's a site and housing construction component, and we need to have both as part of this program that we've proposed.
I also appreciate that staff designated these as in the lower income designation, which I think lends itself more, correct me if I'm wrong, to rentals being created, which may or may not connect into what Commissioner Godwin was saying about seasonality. But I did want to ask a question, and someone here probably knows more than I do, but I have heard, and it was a couple years ago, that the bus to back of the valley to this area was not a regular route. And so is that something with B2 that maybe staff can work, or our representatives can work to, yeah?
So sure, we can take note of that. I think as it relates to B2, it's some particular focus areas that our analysis has identified that would relate to the commitment to greater advocacy entailed in that program. Certainly, there's a broader community desire, at all levels, I think, to have more transit access everywhere. Yeah. But we are committing to specific actions for specific reasons in the housing element. So if there's a tie into other housing programs or sites needs, we would need to hear that to help guide the program drafting.
So my last question, thank you for that. So my last question on the farm worker housing is, since we're going to go through this bigger rezoning process, for these sites that are designated A, agriculture, is it contemplated that we would have like a housing element overlay and remain agriculture, or is that something that staff can think about as they go through the process?
So we've analyzed this farm worker housing opportunity within the confines of the existing A zoning. Our municipal code requires a public vote to remove or change the agricultural zoning classification. So that's not contemplated in any of these programs.
Okay, that makes sense. Any last farm worker housing comments before we move on to some of the mobility stuff? Okay, any questions on B2, AFFH mobility support and transit advocacy?
Maybe staff could bring that slide back up. I don't mind.
Mr. Murdoch, if you wouldn't mind bringing the slide back up when you have a chance.
It's packet page 8, if that helps.
I got it.
It says on here that the person who represents CCAG needs to actively advocate for transportation. Every single time, every time.
But HCD doesn't know that, Sue.
Well,
Maybe acknowledgement of that it's happening instead of it needs to happen.
right,
Saying it needs to happen implies it's not happening.
right, every single time.
I know that. I'm your alternate.
Yes.
I do have a question. And it's probably a naive question, but, and city manager, don't kill me. I was wondering if it's enough of a concern that we might need to have a dedicated staff member to begin to address where opportunities are. Not yet.
And bike and ped. Okay, I'm going to say, and bike and ped too, which we are on bike and ped, and we're all active in trying to get something for Pacifica.
Constantly, every meeting.
So concerning, for example, transportation staffing, actually, Director Murdoch and I did talk about this. Absolutely, it would be great if we had the resources to have, whether it's in planning or in public works, more proactive transportation planning expert staff. I think the question here is, the council doesn't want to or can't necessarily commit to that priority in the housing element. Well, you could, but there's a lot of staffing priorities the city has. So it would be a little bit tricky on how to nuance that, because then HCD is going to say, okay, well, you promised to, put your resources into hiring a, $200,000 senior transportation planner, and that might not be a budgetary priority the council has given all the needs. So that's the trick with that. I think trying to communicate in this program that the council representatives and staff representatives will do our best to advocate in our regional transit agencies for improvements and work on that hard. That's what we're trying to communicate.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to add that, we just went through this with Samtrans last year, right? And instead of giving us more, they took away some of what we had. So,
Well, it's also about ridership when it comes to Samtrans, right?
Right.
And I think the particular twist on this, again, distinguishing it from general transit and transportation advocacy, but really relaying the specific needs of our community related to persons with disabilities and other mobility challenges is sort of part and parcel to this issue. It's a subset of, if you will, the broader, general transit advocacy that's likely ongoing.
I recall that when we were having that conversation with Samtrans, I was able to advocate for somebody I personally knew and told a personal anecdotal story. But I feel like it's very different if we have a policy in place that we can draw their attention to where we're trying to address a deep-seated need that the state is working with us to advocate on behalf of.
I totally agree with what the mayor just said, and having a specific policy or policies that we could point to would be a really wonderful thing. I also wonder if we could create additional policies that would encourage developers to create a TDM program or require a TDM program, and a transit demand management program that puts together a list of the different strategies that that particular developer will take to lower their traffic contribution. And in doing so, we could do what a lot of cities encourage, which is encourage that developer to purchase transit passes for their occupants or residents, maybe make it a requirement of HOA. I mean, there are ways to do this. It doesn't have to be prescriptive, or it could be prescriptive, but it should at least be suggested.
Absolutely, Chair Hauser. And indeed, that's required by the law for many types of developments that are likely to come as a consequence of the housing element and the follow-on rezonings. The challenge is this program and this comment relates to existing residents and existing housing. So those TDM-related enhancements won't benefit them, unfortunately. And so we need to identify other measures the city can take to try to enhance the mobility and access to services for those that are already here that are not going to be able to avail themselves of those nice TDM program amenities.
I know in terms of the disabled community, the staff report talked about the north part of town. I mean, is that where we should be focusing this discussion now in terms of improvements there? And, are there specific areas that you'd suggest that we consider?
Sure. So there are maps in the draft housing element that identify those particular clusters that seem to be in existence in Pacifica. So it is certainly up in the West Fairmont and Fairmont areas. And we intend to point to some of the investments the city has already recently made to enhance sidewalks and other transportation access and planned improvements in the vicinity. So we're trying to leverage existing resources and investments as well as ongoing advocacy to try to secure additional resources with this program.
And I know there are paratransit organizations that work in the county. I don't know how extensive they are, if they are available in Pacifica. I mean, are there easy things we can do to, promote that information and so forth that would be an easy policy to add?
Potentially, yes. And what we intend to do, again, as part of this strategy is to further clarify for HCD those resources that already exist that maybe they aren't aware of in our community where disabled persons can, dial and arrange a particular ride for their needs. But we don't know right now whether those are meeting the needs of all who need them. So that's part of some additional research we need to perform.
And like our car program?
Yeah, the catch ride with our seniors.
Senior program.
Yeah, that was one question I had earlier, whether, some of our senior transportation programs could perhaps be expanded to our disabled community. I mean, I know we have a grant for some of that, and maybe it's very specific to seniors, but, I mean, is that something that we could seek grant funding for to expand?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. Certainly, that's one item that we need to research further to get the answer. I don't know what strings are attached to the funding we have. Sometimes something as simple as increasing service has an exponential maintenance cost and vehicle wear and tear, and so there's all kinds of complexity to trying to increase that service level.
Yeah, catch a ride is definitely for seniors. It's
Commissioner Wright, did you have a
I have a
or
quick
question? Sorry.
question for clarification. Are they looking in this for a policy commitment or a funded program commitment?
That's a great question. I think what they're looking for is a bona fide step in that direction. I think it could reasonably take different forms. Primarily.
Okay. Are there any other items or any other questions on B2?
Just that B2 in their letter is a lot more encompassing than just transportation, or we're talking about those other things later, right? This is just this item now.
Are there other things on B2 that you have questions about specifically? Maybe we can.
I have one last, in the orange box on page, back of page 8.
Mhm.
The last question is, staff would welcome additional ideas on how to address the needs of the disabled population in Pacifica, and particularly in northern Pacifica. And again, not that I can control it, but I would suggest pairing opportunities, housing related to employment opportunities or the potential for developing employment. And I think northern part of the city, we do have a partner, going to your point, in our community college and in our Jefferson High School district. Now, they're not, the community college is in Pacifica's, footprint.
Sphere of influence.
Yes, sphere of influence, thank you. But the adult school that's being developed at the Westmore school site in Daly City, it's still part of our district that our citizens are part of, and I'm confident that with that new building going in, there's room for some sort of employment training related, these opportunities. I don't have a proposal specifically, but I think there's opportunity there, and employment opportunities to explore.
Well, one question that just made me think of was, I know that housing elements don't create an extremely low housing RHNA category, but that category, which I believe falls under very low, does, the extremely low, does require services, is my understanding. And so I think outside of the RHNA chart, is there a way to create a policy that encourages extremely low housing on some of these sites? Because then some of those services might come for, and again, these are for new residents, but they also might be able to serve existing residents.
Well, and we're also not talking about only physical disabilities here too, right? We're talking about developmental disabilities, and so how are we addressing that?
That's what I was
Right?
thinking of.
And like, I think you were talking about like the traditional day, or the day school program, right, through the high school district. They address that there, but I don't see that anywhere here, and I'm not quite sure how we can, but it would be interesting conversation, I think, to have as I'm looking at Sue Degree out there, that you might have some suggestions that I'm not aware of.
She does have suggestions in her public comments. And then there was another letter, I was just trying to look, that was a comment letter, I think on page 395 of the packet. Let me just get to that had a lot of specific suggestions. And yeah, some of what they were saying to your point, Samantha, is that even very low-income units are too expensive for these people with these disabilities. So we do have to be more proactive, more than just talking about transportation and how we get these units built, and where they are. And just in terms of specific sites, I was going to suggest the Public Works site, because that is city property, and it's close to retail services. I don't know about the bus lines, but that's site 20 that might, for new housing, that might be good for this particular population.
I mean, is that something that staff can comment on, is like whether we can, how do we encourage extremely low on some of these sites?
Yeah, it's a monumental challenge. I don't know that anyone has a formula or a recipe for it. I think it's a combination of a number of factors, including setting up the right densities and land use regulations, proximity to services, and off the books or outside of the housing element, piecing together all of the requisite funding to make those types of housing units feasible to be constructed. It's a huge challenge. I don't have the answer specifically to how we make that work here in Pacifica, other than try to remove the barriers that we've identified through revising our policies.
What is the next program that we'll be discussing tonight?
Site consolidation.
Are we ready to move on to site consolidation, or do we have more questions around mobility? Okay.
I'm sorry, I just found that letter, so.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
393.
So, yeah, so there are specific suggestions here, like, increasing a density bonus for this type of housing, reducing city fees for permitting these types of projects. It talks about ADUs as well, and, maybe we can talk about that when we get to that item, but, maybe, again, incentives for homeowners who built them and rent them for extremely low-income people, maybe some of the square footages can be reduced from our standard requirements. And then reducing parking, because specifically for the majority of these people with these disabilities, they're not driving themselves. So the sites where, so again, I don't know, should we try to identify specific sites and then, our development standards might change for those sites for this need?
I think that general guidance is sufficient for now. I don't know that staff could support a productive conversation about specific sites for this type of housing right now, other than generally thinking about how our sites relate to the northern part of town where that need has been identified.
Okay, I'm just going to sum it up with, my direction and suggestion direction is that staff work with the Golden Gate Regional Center, specifically with the Housing Choices Program, and some reference be made to that in that section of the housing element submission.
Are we?
With that, I'm ready to move on.
So the next is the site consolidation. Can you go to that slide, please? Any thoughts? Commissioner Wright.
Is there a reason that staff is recommending a $10,000 city grant versus, say, a percentage of permitting fees? What would that do to your staffing and your budget? Is this your best foot forward suggestion?
Yes, it is. I think trying to make sense of this comment from HCD, it's not a particularly significant issue in my judgment. I think any applicant worth his or her salt wouldn't be intimidated by a lot merger application. Yet HCD's comment said we need to include measures to incentivize the lot mergers and reduce the barriers to achieving them. And so this seemed like the only thing that we could come up with that might take that head on. I think the likelihood of it being utilized is low, but it's there as a mechanism if someone was concerned about their ability to merge the lot for one of these sites in the housing element sites inventory. And we do have the benefit of the Housing Action Fund to support these kinds of innovative approaches that we didn't previously have.
Can I ask a question about the newly created Housing Action Fund? And so did you just change the name? Was it our housing fund before, or can you explain that to me?
Oh, sure. So there was a proposal in the draft housing element to create such a fund that would be local funds that would be subject to local control. The city manager and assistant city manager worked their magic and found money actually in this budget, fiscal year 23-24, to fund that. It's the first of its kind in Pacifica, to my knowledge, that's locally controlled money to do any sort of pro-housing type activity. And so it's an exciting opportunity from my perspective.
Thank you. I guess in my mind, there's a difference between just a housing fund and then a housing action fund, because it just expands what you can do with that money, correct?
That's right, Councilmember Beer. You may be alluding to what we've come to know as the Housing in Lieu Fund, which collects in lieu payments from development project applicants.
Thank you.
Much narrower range of permissible uses, primarily related to construction of affordable housing only in Pacifica, whereas we have much broader opportunities to use the Housing Action Fund, including supporting direct construction of housing, but other things as well.
Thank you so much.
So I had a clarification. Microphone's still hot. I read the letter, and I agree with Director Murdoch. I don't think a lot merger is going to scare anyone. That's like a routine thing that developers do. I did, when I read the letter, take this to be more of an assemblage comment. So for example, at the Brentwood Shopping Center, where several parcels are owned by different property owners, it may be more difficult to assemble them. So I like staff's idea here. I think the 10,000, I think the clarification that I would ask for is that this would be clarifying that this is not for people merging lots, because that's kind of a waste of our money.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part. It's not what?
I would ask for a clarification that the $10,000 would not be for folks merging lots, just merging lots, because I feel like that would be a waste of our funds, but performing a true assemblage of different property owners within a housing element site.
I agree with that. Yes.
But what about that shopping center up at the top of? What about that shopping center up at the top of Fairmount that has some different lots that we were trying to fit into one lot consideration in our last meeting? I forget exactly which one it was, but if we
This
don't
is the
encourage,
Fairmont Shopping Center?
yeah, if we don't encourage that kind of thing there,
I think what
Is
I'm
that
what I'm
meaning what
trying
they're
to
asking
say,
for?
yeah, what I'm trying to say is lot line adjustments and subdivisions that merge lots, all of these, as Christian pointed out, are very routine, and it's not like a heroic, like, I wouldn't commend a developer for doing that. If they get, there's like a bigger entitlement that they would be getting, and that would just kind of typically be a part of it. Or if it's somebody that's doing rental housing and it's affordable housing, and these are the folks that like really understand how to finance affordable projects, they're not going to be scared away by moving a lot line or merging lots.
Yeah.
What is more difficult is like if you think about the Manor Shopping Center, where everybody owns their own space, but it's all one mall. So the reason I'm using Brentwood Holdings as an example, where I think that's 4 different property owners, but it's all one housing element site. So what I'm saying is the $10,000 could go to a site like that for folks who are willing to go through, like, it's hard for a developer to get a purchase and sale agreement or a purchase agreement with 4 different developers that say similar things that actually allow them to, like, that's a lot of work. But doing a subdivision or a merger is not a lot of work. Or it may be a lot of work, but it all folds onto something that they'd have to do anyway by rote. So that's the clarification I'm seeking.
Yeah, I agree with that completely.
Is there a target site size that the state thinks is much more desirable than smaller ones, 5 acres or something?
So at least a half an acre, particularly for sites intended for lower income housing. And I think that's in fact the number that was cited in the comment, sites less than a half an acre.
Christine?
So I would just like to have a better list of the sites, because, I mean, I've just heard several that aren't on this list. So maybe, as you take this to the next step, if we can make sure that we're including these sites with multiple owners. So we understand the impact and how many of these sites have these issues.
Pedro Point, Manor, those are all
What will the next program be?
multiple owners.
Like from the shopping center's perspective, right, Sue, that you're speaking of?
Yeah.
Yeah. Me
Manor
too.
Shopping Center, Pedro
Pedro
Point.
That
If you said Fairmont.
Crespi, we just did that. Well, we didn't, they did, but made
Crespi
multiple, made multiple owners.
Right.
I did not like,
And
A subdivision.
And site 20 you have listed, the Public Works Courtyard, I assume those are both under city ownership, but just different APNs?
That's correct. I think there are 2 or 3 parcels there potentially. So I'm trying to understand the feedback. I think we have a staff's attempt to directly address HCD's comments, and then I think there's a broader interest maybe in a different program as I see it to try to facilitate site assemblage and consolidation of ownership, which is a much more complicated task. And we've tried to avoid including sites with multiple different property owners for that very reason. But there are a number of sites that have multiple parcels owned by the same owner that may be less than a half an acre. I think the Brentwood Shopping Center, as that example, wasn't included because those parcels aren't less than half an acre, even though they are multiple parcels. So we tried to be selective in the examples that were cited here.
And then you have the opposite with the merging of single-family lots, which is the opposite case, where they were all merged in 1985, even if they only joined by like a hair. So
Right.
that's a whole nother issue, though.
And maybe I'm misunderstanding Director Murdoch, but I'm looking at the B 3.3, the site size category on packet page 786, which I think was the source of this. And I think what I'm saying is I'm just reading, it's the last sentence, inclusive of all the semicolons. I'm just reading it a little bit differently. And you've had the benefit of talking to HCD staff, so maybe I'm misreading it.
I think there are a number of ways you could read it, and there's a narrower way, which is what staff's put forth to try to solve this with the limited amount of effort. And there's a more expansive way that this could go about as well, but it's a much more complicated program to try to put together a site consolidation program, and I don't know that that's necessary to achieve and clear this comment from HCD for purposes of getting our housing element adopted. So there's a respond to the letter, and there's a, are we doing a policy intervention that the council or commission thinks is needed? We're trying to shape the most economical response to HCD's letter to get our housing element adopted.
But I have to say, I read it the same way Samantha did, and multiple owners makes development much more difficult than just merging lots. So I mean, is there a way that we can confirm that with HCD to make sure that we're actually responding to their concern?
We can certainly take this up with them again. I think we've tried to avoid sites with multiple owners for that reason. And so, yes, it's a problem. I don't know if it's a housing element problem. And so that's why I'm trying to understand, does the council and commission want us to put more effort into a program that may not be necessary to clear the comment, or try to respond to HCD in a way that will clear the comment and move on to other comments, for
I think
example.
if it's just a clarifying question that saves us $10,000, then maybe we ask it. I don't know.
I think if there's something maybe to further clarify, I did hear a timing concern potentially, so we could tether this to an actual development project application and say, hey, $10,000 of those costs that might be related to the lot merger, the city will provide a grant for that. Someone just coming in and doing a standalone lot merger may or may not lead to a housing project and may be perceived as a waste of $10,000. I understand that concern. I think there's a way to maybe narrow this program.
That's what I was going to ask. We often see grant requests, grant opportunities that look great, and then you read a little bit more, and there's a bullet point that says, with a preference for blah, 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 and then you read between the lines, oh, this grant's not for us. So is there a way to not create a giant program in absent a defined, well, A, time, and B, a defined need, but leaving open the possibility and encouraging, planting the seed, if you will, by referencing specifically with a preference for parcels with multiple owners, you know, or whatever language is appropriate.
Yeah, my main concern is if we're not interpreting it properly and we don't ask for that clarification, then that, you know, by the time 60 days or whatever, we're going to have a much tighter time frame. So I would just really suggest we get clarification from HCD.
Sure. So I think I hear you, but my my advice would be not to pursue that angle, because of the risk. It's a tactical decision. I think there are strong advantages to getting to a substantially compliant housing element, and there are you can get stuck in a loop. And when you can have more latitude and more discretion perhaps on this topic by affirmatively taking a position and saying this is the city's position on that is a superior tactic to get to a substantial compliance. So that would be what I would advise the city staff to do.
Commissioner Wright?
So I take it then our consultant is in support of staff's recommendation.
Absolutely, yeah. And it is a topic we had meetings about. And it was a very, we unpacked this and we looked at a lot of different ways folks are doing this. We think this is the best way to get to substantial compliance as quickly as possible.
You would have my support as well.
Good answer.
Anything else on B3.3 before we move on? Okay, what's next?
Surplus Lands Act and City School District Compliance and Caltrans decertification.
Anyone want to kick us off?
The big kicker here, right, is the city can commit and undertake actions related to its property. The other two rely on other government agencies to fulfill their obligations. And so what the city would need to commit to if it's going to include these sites is a contingency or a plan B, if you will, at the end of year 3 in the housing element if these processes are not completed or imminently going to be completed, that we're having another conversation in 2027 about, okay, where do these units go now? To me, that's a preferable conversation to have than sitting here in 2023 and finding where hundreds and hundreds more units go, because we don't think we have any good answers today. And some of these activities may well be completed by that time, and we wouldn't need to find alternative locations for the units. So it's with that thinking that we've tried to propose this program.
That certainly makes sense for me in terms of the Caltrans owned sites. It seems like the dynamic with Jefferson Union High School District might be a little bit more fluid, and that 3 years out might actually not be enough time to gauge their proper level of interest in completing an SLA process. 3 years certainly sounds reasonable for Caltrans. I'm wondering if we might be able to allow ourselves a little bit more latitude when it comes to JUHSD.
Yeah, I agree with that, based on all the conversations that we've had, and yeah, I agree with that.
Well, and I mean, we do have letters, right, in the record that the high school district is not interested in developing these sites within this period. So I don't think HCD is going to look too favorably on these high numbers that we're counting. Also, I'd like to hear what you think about that. But also just, would the high school district have to go through the SLA process? I mean, could they choose to develop housing themselves and not split them to a
They've
separate
certainly
ownership?
demonstrated a propensity for that. And this is what's running through my mind. I'm not trying to tell them what to do with their land in any way, and it's been very clear from pushback from the community and statements from staff, well, mostly board members. But if you look at what they're doing,
They're already doing it.
and they're very creative and very forward thinking about it, and enrollments are declining
Yes.
at the 2 schools in Pacifica. So, I mean, while I get and I respect our colleagues very much, personally and professionally, on the Board of Trustees,
Yeah.
I'm looking at the track record of what they are doing. And I have to say, there's a possibility that this could go forward at some point, maybe not 3 years. I agree with that point, because I just, there have been conversations, and the response I've gotten is, we cannot do one more thing right now.
No.
Right? And I don't blame them. But it doesn't mean it's not possible in the future. And so I don't know how to sort of leave it on the table and take it off the table at the same time.
Are we able to tier it so that Caltrans would be in 3 years, we'll recalibrate if we need to, and with JUHSD it's 5 years if we need to, something like that?
I would leave it at 3 years. I think HCD is looking for this. I don't think they'll look too kindly on not. That being said, I think when you're talking about backup measures, what happens, the what ifs, I think HCD understands that there's a lot of unknowns, and I think what they'll be looking for is meaningful progress, good faith efforts. If it takes 5 years, but you're in negotiations by year 3, I mean, you're going to be wherever you're going to be in year 3, and it's a different process, and it's a it's a different public process. Some of it isn't even as, and so I think you're not painting yourself into too tight of a corner, because the HCD understands that there are variables that are completely outside of the city's control on that.
So given our workload, if it should so happen that in 3 years we begin with Caltrans, they're not going to come down on us because...
They could. I mean, they could, right? And they could. So this is a calculated risk kind of question, I think.
The challenge from staff's perspective is Jefferson Union High School District, for example, is one of the major landowners in Pacifica. They're not fully utilizing all of their land to what I would call the highest and best use from a land use planning perspective. And we have a total of over 300 units that we've identified on property they own that would be otherwise suitable for housing development. In light of this enormous task we have to plan for our arena and some buffer, whatever that ends up being, there's not a ready alternative location for 300 plus units on other sites in town without potentially having to compromise a number of other community values as well. So it's a calculated risk, absolutely, to include these sites. The alternative doesn't seem much better to me, and if we have to make tough choices as a community and the council, it seems better to do it when you know it's certain rather than speculating on whether or not other elected representatives will undertake those projects in the future.
Yes, and I did want to add that HCD has indicated that during their annual review process, they will be looking at, the status of the city's programs, but, as noted, they will also be looking towards reasonable progress and, are you starting to work towards your program? One thing that we could do is expand the program so it's not just completing the SLA process, but also, working with the school district if they want to develop, for example, their own housing, so that it's a broader program just to, coordinate with them on the development of housing on their site. And my understanding too is that staff did meet with HCD and showed them this site, and that they understood some of the constraints regarding the fact that Jefferson Union High School District wasn't, had noted that they weren't interested in developing in 3 years, but did see the desirability of including the site in there. So I think that
That's
that
right.
is important, that they did see the site during a tour.
And I'm sorry, can you repeat that sentence again about the desirability?
Yeah, I can
'Cause
clarify.
That's not how I understood things, so.
Not desirable to develop from Jefferson Union's perspective, but looking at the site with our HCD reviewer, noting in the context of all of Pacifica and the challenges we have to find sites for this number of units, looking, shoulder to shoulder with our reviewer at the Oceana High School site, for example, the suitability of the site for development in the housing element context and the walkability of the neighborhood, the relative transit access, the services that are available, the proximity adjacent to a priority development area and the Sharp Park specific plan. I think all of the objective measures were indicative and convincing to our reviewer that a point in time concern about development from the school district wasn't the definitive criteria for HCD's consideration of the site.
I wanted to point out what's occurring to me is, it's very easy to notice the position we are in relation to the state, the school district, the community, rather than bemoaning where we are and trying to find silver linings and upshots. It seems like what we are essentially engaging in is a process of trying to find best bets within best bets within best bets. And it's not as satisfying a process as other government processes I've engaged in, but I appreciate that robust efforts are made to have robust best guesses to work upon.
Quick question. Obviously, if they declare it surplus land and a developer comes in and develops the site, they then pay property tax. If the school district develops the land, rents it out as rental housing, do they then have to pay property tax?
That's something that we can look into and provide information on. I don't know the answer off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Any additional items on SLA before we move on? Maybe we move on. Oh,
Move on.
Sorry, can we go back to the previous slide? If you can't get a commitment from Jefferson Union High School District to start this decertification within the next 3 years, it sounds like that's probably not going to happen, especially not before our next submittal to HCD. Where does that leave staff in terms of this response?
If I could, I think when we look across when we look across different jurisdictions and their relationship, cities and their relationship to school districts, there's a trend countywide, statewide, frankly, of declining enrollment. We don't see much evidence that that's going to be a trend that shifts. And so looking out over the long range, I would expect the unfortunate reality is going to be there's going to be more school closures across all the districts in San Mateo County. And that will continue to be a process for the foreseeable future, maybe a generation. And I don't know. That's the best information that we have. Some jurisdictions, have found themselves reacting to having not planned and not had a direction for the school sites, anticipating that they would be schools forever, and not putting a framework around to guide or, if not guide or create the land use direction the way you could on a different type of parcel, to provide some direction for that. And have been caught playing catch up, and kind of once you're all the way around on the backside of that, it's too late, you know. And so I applaud and recommend that there is some shape, that is some direction, some intentionality around the future of the school sites, despite to be prepared in a scenario where the schools will very likely continue to feel tremendous pressure to consolidate into fewer campuses.
Don't know if that was an answer to my question anyway.
Sorry.
I guess at least anecdotally speaking, the Planning Commission has, 10 kids under the age of 5? If you look at the enrollment for kindergarten, first grade, TK, and Pacifica, it's certainly not down, it's up. And you're talking about adding 2,000 units and schools going down and then convincing them to take away any chance they have of creating future development for the schools. I think they see it as I see it. If their answer is no, which was my question, what is the fallback response to HCD? Because they very well may say, no, we can't compel them to do this.
No, we can't.
Who's they in your
The
hypothetical?
Jefferson Union High School District. That's
So-
what's on the slide.
Yeah, that's my concern too. I don't see how we can benefit by.
If they don't provide any kind of commitment, it seems like their concrete commitment in the past has been negative, not positive. Where does that leave this response to HCD, and what's the alternative?
Well, I don't know that the school district's response leaves us anywhere with respect to the response to HCD. It's the council and the commission's direction on this program and this site or these sites owned by Jefferson Union. I think there's two directions. We try this program, or we go back and identify a site or sites where housing will be proposed where it has not been, or significantly greater density is identified on sites already in the housing element. I don't know if that's 100 units per acre or something higher, but it's not a good consequence to have to find other locations for 300 units in our community at this point in time. If I could find them in an unobjectionable way and without controversy with Jefferson Union, I would have done that already. So I have to think of new approaches.
So the response is we've 3 years to try and make this work with them, and at that time, if we can't, then we identify the other sites.
Then we do that messy, ugly work, very likely. But
Understood.
perhaps there are new, legislative approaches. I really don't know. That's years into the future, but it could be the messy, ugly work that I'm trying to avoid having us do now.
I think that adding a housing element overlay on sites in general creates an additional value for those sites. And I think creating additional value for Jefferson Union High School District can never be seen as a negative.
Amen.
And I think that there are a lot of school districts throughout the Bay Area that are leveraging that value in ways that they didn't expect to have to, because there are a lot of housing sites that are being developed. And so I personally thought that this was a thoughtful way of handling these two sites, but I'm one of many people up here.
Well, I'm curious because wouldn't they have thought that already? I mean, they're very thoughtful. They have a really thoughtful board who's doing really great work, but they were not happy about this. And so I'm sure they already have that idea about what their property's worth and what would, bring up the worth of their property. So I am really hesitant about this just because they weren't happy about it.
Well, initially they weren't happy about it. I feel like we talked it through with them to the point that they are willing to tolerate us on this point. And meanwhile, there are various, mechanical realities behind what they already have in the pipeline versus what they may or may not want to do with this in the future. And while they may come to the conclusion in 3 years when we ask them again that, no, they're still not interested, but thank you, it might also be that the work they are doing now is coming to a place that they might have alternative thoughts that aren't necessarily, by the way, a shut door, but might be, well, while we're not interested in this, maybe we're interested in that. And so a lot can happen in 3 years, and I don't know that summarily dismissing this is the most helpful action for us in this moment, and later it might lead to a better conversation.
It's okay, I spoke my piece, so.
I feel like on the Oddstad project, we heard so many commenters talking about how there's not enough teachers housing, and I don't know. I hear what you're saying. I hear it.
Mayor Big Stick, is this working now? Can you hear me?
I think so.
If I can add some of the comments that I've heard on this issue, I would summarize as this program is not obligating the high school district to do anything or build housing. But years from now, when priorities and policies change and they make that decision, this program will make that process much easier for them to achieve their goals in the future if they were to change that way.
I'm noticing that it is 10 o'clock and we have not yet heard public comment. I've noticed that a lot of people have left the room since we've begun this, and I'm wondering if it's not a good time to stick a bookmark in our questions regarding programs and maybe take public comment for those two people who might actually still be awake at this point. So with that, let's put a bookmark in questions. I have 4 cards in front of me. I'm relatively certain there will be some people online, 2 people online literally. I have a card from Ken Miles, Suzanne Moore, Gloria Stofan, Sue Degree. From my vantage, at least 2 of those are not in the room. Ken's not either. Is Sue still here?
And Mr. Mayor?
There she is.
Yes.
Just a reminder to the public that we are only taking public comments on the item that's on the agenda, so the joint study session topic, housing element.
Thank you for the reminder.
This is the general public comment period.
Correct. Comments that are pertinent to housing element only, please.
And Mr. Mayor, are you, is it 3 minutes for public comment, or are we still doing 1 minute?
3 minutes for public comment, please.
Kevin.
Okay, we're replacing 3 with 3. So, Sue Degree, please state your name for the record.
Hi. Sorry. Yeah, so regarding the people with developmental disabilities, so our son is now an older adult, and when housing was first, what happened to us, we were in an accident. It was Barstow or a farm in Nevada, and I was comforted only because he likes farms, but that's like so far away. Things have, in the last 40 years, things have changed dramatically, and I would really strongly suggest that brainstorming sessions types be done with State Regional Center, which in our area is Golden Gate Regional Center, And the Department of Developmental Disabilities oversees them, which also means that they too can get involved in assistance. So the state does vendorize with agencies, many agencies, that helps to provide wraparound services. And so you have agencies also like, I don't know if Housing Choices actually develops housing, but they do find housing, and they do wraparound services. Brilliant Corners, which is already in Pacifica, definitely does housing, building, and then finding, they both find apartments in other apartment dwellings run by whoever, profit or nonprofit, and they provide the wraparound services. The wraparound services are really great. Public transportation is a biggie because these are capable people who really want to be contributing community members. They're very eager. They do a lot of volunteerism. They can actually work too, but because of the disabilities, they can't always do the same kind of work we do on a regular 8-hour day or 5 days a week. But they are contributing. So they're a great asset. And for them to move away from where they grew up, go to school and everything, they cannot function as well as be empowered as well elsewhere. It's the community around them that also is supportive of them. So I think for the very low, and they are very low, but it's not so scary extreme, because if you connect with these agencies and you brainstorm with them, you'll see how they can help you with developing sites, providing funding, advocating for public transit. You could then plan which sites would be best. And altogether, all of you work really hard. And Samtrans in particular is used to this kind of thing. You're going to have to, though, do the warm hand. Somebody, you don't need a new department because you get all the benefits and everything, but somebody should be assigned to make sure that you connect and have the brainstorming meetings. And not everybody, I mean, we're saying regional centers are huge. They want to work with you, I'm telling you, I know. They want to, but staffing is a problem, and not everybody that works for an agency, like I may know a lot more than some new Golden Gate Regional Center caseworkers. So you really want to dig down deep and have discussions like you're having tonight. And you may be surprised. You may have things happen a lot sooner than you think, and we will all be happy.
Thank you, Sue. I do have 2 cards, one from Remy Tan, one from Vaiko Vernaza. You can also, if you're watching at home, dial in at 1-669-900-6833, webinar ID 811-5615-8241#. Please press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute when called upon by the last 4 digits of your phone number. Please state your full name for the record at the beginning of your comment, and I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining if you are calling in. Good evening, Ramey.
Hi, again, Remy Tan, architect in Pacific Manor. I wanted to comment about the mobility issues. I think they are, again, talking specifically about the disabled, and there are, services existing. The problem is it's probably inadequate, and it's known as inadequate because Samtrans has been cutting these services as well as with the mainline services in the coast side. So, I think we have to be creative. There's just some really amazing things with the self-driving taxis that are going on in the city, and everybody I've talked to rides in those, and they think they're much better than Uber and Lyft drivers and taxi drivers. So I think we're very close, and we need to encourage some of these providers of transportation to kind of consider that, because they they can reduce the cost dramatically by going driverless. Other comments was about the housing. The amount of housing locations, and I think we need to reemphasize mixed use because we are putting a lot on our commercial, and that needs to be clarified with HCD, and it sounds like that's what they're looking for. That we're not doing 100% housing, but we're doing a mixed use, with fairly dense housing along those transit corridors. The other thing is regarding the timing of the projects. I think they're looking for, a housing element and zoning that gives developers as of right, so they don't have to go through further hoops in developing projects. And this is the reason why we're kind of in the pickle, because over the last 50 years, we have not been building enough housing to support jobs and, growth in jobs in the entire Bay Area. So that's why we're going from 400 to, close to 2,000 units. So, I think the city does need to make a really conscious effort to make it easy for developers and do it as of right. I mean, we put a lot of effort in, everybody, in this room and in the community on thinking carefully about the rezoning. So once it's rezoned, let's just make it easier to build on that. The other thing is regarding hillsides, HPD. The community has been very clear, since the 80s that we don't want to build on the hillsides, and the fire that we had just on Sunday is another reason why we don't want to build on hillsides. I mean, yes, we have fog, but, sometimes the fog goes away and we have a fire hazard. So I think we need to be very, very clear on that we're going to build on infill away from the hillsides. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramy. Michael Vernaza? And that's the last card I have currently.
Well, thank you again for everyone for all the extremely hard work I've seen you guys do. I've been here a few times, and it's pretty amazing to see what has to be done to even just pass this thing over the finish line. Anyways, and I know I can't ask questions directly. I'm hoping maybe somebody could do it on my behalf. So it seems as though in 3 years, HCD could come back to the city. I don't know if it's fines. I don't know if it's what kind of actions they can take if somehow we don't achieve certain metrics. All I really know is finance. That's kind of what my interest and my background in education. So interest rates aren't going below 3%. Well, let me do it differently. If interest rates don't go below 3% for the next decade, and it hinders severely our ability to attract developers in our market, what happens? I mean, are we just permanently going to be attacked by Sacramento? Or are we, when are we off the hook with this thing they're making happen? Because I work in the city every day. I develop giant buildings or refurbish giant buildings. There are so many buildings getting handed over to the banks right now that hasn't hit the news feeds, like millions of square feet that are going to be redeveloped. Because the jobs aren't coming back. No one's here working. We get excited when, there's some traffic on Tuesdays and Thursdays working from home, but it's not. Anyhow, that's all I wanted to say. I'm just curious, when are we not handcuffed by Sacramento for not delivering when we don't seem to have actual control over delivering because we don't have the money? Thank you.
Thank you. Emily, who do we have on the line?
We have 8 raised hands. The first is Irene.
Did you say 8 raised hands?
8.
Okay. Just a friendly reminder to those with raised hands, we want to make sure we are staying to the subject jurisdiction of housing elements. Go ahead.
The first is Irene L.
Hi, I'm Irene Lee. Thanks for actually staying up. I've got a question, we're talking about accommodating for disability and other. What about housing element for a place where people who can park on a maybe for a small fee, like we have all these RV that are down on Esplanade and other places in Pacifica, and they actually hindered traffic, and then also sometime leaving trash and stuff. And so I guess I don't see any of that in the housing element. And the other thing is the item B-310-C on the ADU. My question is the ADU like, do you allow people one ADU or do you allow them to have multiple ADU if they have a bigger lot? And do you still have a setback for people on ADU or on multifamily housing? And then the third question on this particular one is there is the height limitation going to be changed? I mean, for the ADU or can in fact, one of my neighbors was asking if they can have two ADU, one stacked on top of the other. So, my
1 minute remaining.
And then my my other question is that like, are you going to be changing the zoning where like area where it used to be, single family will become a multi or mixed zoning? Is that part of the housing element? And then also, there are going to be changes in height limitations for single family, for multi-family. I mean, I'm assuming for the area where your transportation, you're going to have high density, and the high density will require a higher height limitation or height so that you could have multi-story, like
That was 3 minutes there.
Building.
Thank you so much for your comment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Emily, who are the next three speakers, please?
The next three are Sam C., Gloria S., and a phone number.
Okay. Sam C., please state your name for the record. I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Hi, Sam Casillas from Pedro Point. The current housing element is not acceptable due to the fact there is actually no approved general plan, as the LCLUP has not been approved by the California Coast Commission. The proposed EIR format will be inadequate and is not properly outlined as to how hazards, traffic mitigation, and water issues that will not be properly addressed and therefore will violate CEQA. We also need to consider economic sustainability for the city itself. On the economic sustainability question, the Seabold site number 36 is particularly problematic. In order to accommodate the 200 plus housing units here, it is being discussed that the Seabold venue would have to be demolished and thus eliminating Pacifica's only family-friendly tax revenue generating venue. And mind you, I'm not nostalgic about it at all. I like going there, but the fact is that does it really make sense to eliminate tax revenue generating businesses? Remember that this site would need to be rezoned and a demolition permit would need to be issued in order to allow housing, so the city can actually dictate to a developer that housing needs to be built adjacent to the Seabold building so that we can preserve some of our sales tax revenue base. Additionally, the potential new owner, Toll Brothers, in their comment letter, is backing away from building affordable housing on the site and only offering vague promises. We need to honestly discuss what the impact of taking our commercial sites out of our tax base to put up more non-revenue generating housing that will only cost our city more economic hardship, as any well-executed cost of service study will point out. This committee should be studying and recommending how to keep venues that generate tax revenue for the city and not eliminating them. The Seabold site is a prime example of whether we have thoughtful city leadership that is serious about building a sustainable economy or just acquiescing to real estate lobbying interests.
1 minute.
I realize that economic sustainability is not a legal challenge to this housing element, but the fact that we will need a well-vetted EIR that considers traffic mitigation, water treatment, plant expansion, hazard zone, including fire, landscape, ESHA flooding, and drinking water availability are issues that will take this plan down. I also want to thank you guys for spending so much time on this. I know that, you know, this may sound a little bit negative, but I actually do want something that comes forward. I know Christian and his team have been very thoughtful in the process, and the Planning Commission as well as the City Council. So I appreciate everything you guys are doing. And hopefully the comments earlier in the general session didn't bother you all too much, just because there's jerks out there. So I really appreciate you guys' hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. I believe Gloria Stofan was next. Please state your name for the record. I'll let you know when you have a minute remaining.
My name's Gloria Stofan, and I'm a longtime resident of Pacifica and a Pacifica homeowner. Also a member of Pacifica Housing for All and Faith in Action Bay Area. Some of you have already discussed this, and it was in the plan that was presented this evening, and it was interesting listening to how this process is going and happening. But let me first start with a quote from Coretta Scott King. The greatness of the community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members. I have come before you to emphasize with much concern that the Pacifica housing element, as complicated as it is, needs to prioritize housing that is needed for the most vulnerable, the special needs population, and the need for transitional and supportive housing. Also, as well as addressing shelter and programs to achieve moderate to extremely low income housing. It is time for the city to reach out to core programs in the community and in the county, and to nonprofit developers for which Pacifica can use or consult with. Also, the Pacifica Housing for All group has been working together on recommendations concerning policies for the housing element, in particular tenant rights. We've discussed policies on rental registries, anti-harassment ordinance, red tag ordinance, short-term rental regulations, just cause eviction protection, and a few others that I haven't said. I believe that the housing is a sacred human right, and that a human being has a right to be treated with dignity and respect. Again, low income and very low income housing needs to be prioritized. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next is the phone number ending in 7877.
And who are the next two after that, please?
Second is Jen H, and third is another phone number.
Number 7877, please press *6 to unmute. Please state your full name for the record, and I will let you know when you have a minute remaining of your time.
This is Eileen Barcy calling on behalf of St. Peter Parish in Pacifica. I'm representing the Pastoral Council and our pastor, Father Jerome Foley, to respond to the inclusion of St. Peter Church in the housing element. First of all, the parish does not own the property. The Archdiocese of San Francisco owns the property. I have reached out to them with respect to our being included in the housing element, and have spoken with their executive director of the Real Property Support Corps for the Archdiocese, Mr. John Christian. I would hope that you would be able to contact the Archdiocese regarding the housing element and the inclusion of St. Peter. Any decision regarding it would come from them.
Thank you very much, if that is all of your comment.
It is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jen Hansen, I believe, is next. Please press, or you'll unmute, and I'll let you know when you have a minute left. State your full name.
I
for the
figured it out. Thanks. First of all, thank you for staying up so late to work on this. I really appreciate having this as the distraction to not grading the 2 big stacks of papers in front of me, and feel like this is going to be a very reasonable reason to tell my students as to why I did not grade all their stuff tonight. So thank you for that. And as always, thank you for all of your hard work. The one thing that I did think about when we were talking about disabilities and transportation and senior transportation is I was curious if the city had a breakdown as to the different age groups of our disabled population. I know working in public school, we're seeing a larger group of what I would or classified as moderate to severe students with severe developmental delays and things like that. So I'm just kind of curious in Pacifica, because I don't work in Pacifica, as a whole, where do those numbers fall? Like how big is our under 18 population? How big is our working age population? And then our non-working age kind of senior population? Because in looking at those numbers, that would kind of dictate as to kind of where sites would need to be. Do they need to be closer to certain schools who have the special ed programs? Would they need to be closer to transportation to get to work? I know in talking to my mom at the Fog Fest, we have a good friend who is a senior who has, because she doesn't use a computer, doesn't know about the senior transportation bus and how to access that and things like that. So I was able to get that information at Fog Fest for my mom to pass on. But kind of looking at what our age group is and our target audience and kind of what that's going to look like in the next 15 to 20 years, that would kind of help gauge as to where those sites might be better built moving forward. Appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
There are 3 raised hands left. The next is a phone number ending in 9917, followed by Eileen B, or not Eileen B anymore. So there are 2 phone numbers. So the first is ending in 9917.
Okay, please press *6 to unmute and let us know your full name. I'll let you know when you have a minute remaining. Phone number ending in 9917, please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. There's a little bit of an echo.
I'm leaving the webinar so that there is no echo. Give me one moment, please. Is that better?
That is much better. Please state your full
There
name
we
for the
go.
record.
This is Erin Macias from Lindemar. I have a few comments on the housing element. First of all, I would question why farm worker housing is actually included in this plan. The few agricultural parcels that we have remaining in Pacifica don't have farm workers in need of housing. They're pretty self-reliant, and one of them is actually outside of Pacifica's jurisdiction. Anyone outside of Pacifica is not likely to have access to the financial resources to pay for gas and commute in and out of Pacifica to work on farms in neighboring communities. Busing on the coast is consistently not supportive of these types of needs. I also would like to echo the earlier commenter on the interest rates and the inability to accommodate the state requirements for housing mandates. And I do strongly feel that not only Pacifica, but many cities need to push back on this until there's some more economic stability and growth. I would also like to say that the city needs to articulate to the California Coastal Commission that ADUs must have at least one off-street parking to main access to the beach. This is particularly relevant to neighborhoods such as Pedro Point, areas over by the pier, for example, where parking is extremely scarce and residents struggle to park where they live. Off-street parking creates better access to visitors and guests in both ADUs and short-term rentals. I also want to commend the Pacifica Police Department, who is currently addressing the ongoing parking issues in relation to both STRs and the ADUs with much professionalism. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last raised hand is a phone number ending in 7524.
Phone number 7524, please press *6 to unmute. Please state your full name for the record, and I'll let you know when you have a minute remaining.
Am I audible?
I can hear
Hello?
you. Hello.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is David Beaumont. I firstly applaud the mayor's adherence to the First Amendment in the face of the onslaught at the start of tonight's meeting. It brought to mind observing him in action during another onslaught at the very start of the pandemic. Despite no one understanding the unfolding pandemic, he trudged on unfazed in the trenches, so to speak, ensuring folks had access to food. I appreciate such leadership by example. Throughout this year, we've repeatedly kept staff informed about 4 infill downtown sites ready for development. And by ready, I mean the following. All 4 sites have complete public infrastructure systems existing and in place. All 4 sites are infill, developed neighborhoods. All 4 sites are surrounded by high-density and/or mixed-use existing uses. All 4 sites have 0 traffic or access challenges. Lastly, and important to HCD, all 4 sites will be developed during this HCD period and at its very inception. Therefore, we have repeatedly requested why staff neglects placing these 4 ready-to-develop sites on the inventory list. Although some would benefit from improved zoning, they nevertheless already today meet HCD guidelines for inclusion. And all without the heavy lifting of infrastructure, access, and traffic challenges that you've all commented tonight on the many other sites that they have. Critically, units on all 4 of these sites will entirely consist of workforce housing, missing middle housing, small unit affordability types, without exclusion. On 3 of the sites, the city has already heavily invested in public improvements on adjacent Palmetto, seeking to enhance and invite this very type of development. So it's counterproductive to the city's own recent
1 minute remaining.
expenditures and efforts to not include these in your inventory. As you've seen, there are so many challenges and qualitative concerns to many, many sites, and yet these 4 small sites are better positioned and ready than many others. At the median low level of development, these 4 would jointly yield 12 units, more optimally, perhaps 18. While this is modest, this is the very type of affordable housing sought and in the very optimal central location that is often lauded by the planners throughout the state and certainly in the city. Anyways, I thank you, the council and commission, for your continued great diligence on expanding housing affordability in Pacifica. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There are no other raised hands.
I see no other cards from the audience, no one jumping up, so we will close public comment and bring it back to council. The one question I walked away with that I'd like to inquire after is the one about breakdown of age groups of disabled population. Do we have that data available to us? And if not, the follow-up comment is perhaps that would be a strategy to include.
Thank you, Mayor. So there is some information in the draft housing element on page C38. It's in Appendix C.
Can you give me a packet page number?
Yeah, packet page 135. So it does provide a breakdown with figures about the different types of disabilities experienced by Pacifica residents, and then it does break down the age range for those under 18 and those over 18. And so we do have some information we can give some more thought to about how it might relate to sites or strategies pertaining to these special needs populations.
Okay. Thank you very much. Were there any other questions from the public comments that?
I think there was one that asked if we're ever going to be out from underneath the thumb of the state or something like that. I would say that's a no, but I don't know.
You know, I've heard the term whack-a-mole used once tonight. I've thought of the term moving target earlier, and I believe I alluded to the notion that we're making wagers within wagers as though somehow this is a gambling game. I know that the intention of the state is more admirable than a carnival that seems to be run in such a fashion that it is a difficult game of chance for us to actually win that glamorous prize hanging above us. But we must make the good faith effort to assume that that is not the case. And even though we must proceed to a point as though it is, we will act as though it is not. The time is currently 10:34. I would welcome a motion to extend to midnight.
So moved.
Second. I'll second.
I heard a motion from Vaderlaus and a second from Bowles. Please vote. Oh, it's just council who's voting, right? Okay, very good. And a roll call vote would probably be in order?
Okay.
Well, I will do my best. Councilmember Beer.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vaderlaus.
Yes.
Mayor Big Stick.
Yes.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Reluctantly, yes.
Councilmember Bowles.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
Can I?
And do they need to make a motion as well, or, okay.
So moved.
Second. Shall we?
I do have a snack. A healthier snack.
Chair Hauser.
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Ferguson.
Yes.
Commissioner Devine. Yes. Commissioner Wright.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
Now that we've all agreed,
Should we jump back in?
let's jump back in. Where did we leave off? And a friendly reminder to council and commission, we might want to think in terms of what does staff need in order to get us through the night.
I'm sorry, can I just ask one more question about the public comment? The last comment about the sites, I think he was saying they were in Sharp Park. I'm not sure what sites he's referring to. And maybe they're too small, and I know we had certain limits of size that we were considering for the housing element.
Sure. So I'm aware of the sites the commenter referred to. I think there are a number of reasons why staff didn't place particular focus on including them. And one of them is they are very small and will yield relatively few units. And so in the grand scheme of the task ahead of us, 3 or 4 or 6 units on those sites in total probably is not worthwhile in terms of including them. Additionally, the City Council, in considering a project on a similar type site a few years ago, had some concerns with the type of development on the site, and so it's not entirely clear to me that paving the way for that before we have an opportunity to do some more thoughtful zoning work would necessarily be my recommended policy approach.
Okay, thank you.
And where are we in program-wise?
B32C, 100% non-residential sites.
I would love to kick this one off. And I wanted to make sure that I understood it first. So in the Planning Commission's conversations, we spent a lot of time talking about sites where we felt, well, let me back up. There are sites where there's commercial currently, where we care about commercial in the future, but we had a polyline that specifically excluded the area that would remain commercial, and it would be 100% residential on the remainder. So my first question, are those sites a subject of this comment?
Yes.
Okay.
But I want to make sure in the terms that I'm thinking of it. So yes, those sites are subject to it, but you are articulating one of the strategies we think we have to try to preserve some amount of commercial in a mixed-use configuration, likely a horizontal mixed use, and recognizing that on that site, there may be a diagrammed subset where we have to allow a 100% residential project on an otherwise mixed-use site.
So that's helpful to understand. One minor, very specific comment is I noticed that on this, on attachment D, which is the map of the sites, and now we've added the green versus yellow versus blue designation. I was under, it's hard to say. I was under the impression that Appendix, sorry, I want to get this right. Appendix F in the submitted housing element further restricted these particular polygons to the sites where housing was intended. Is that still the case?
If I'm understanding the concern, this is a citywide overview map. Some of these sites in their entirety are intended to be housing element sites. And then there are some sites that have been diagrammed, including those referenced in the figures, that are more particularly described as to where the housing element site is considered to be.
So for example, Site 21, which is like Oceana High School, that's the whole of Oceana High School, but you would still go to Appendix, like we're not recommending changing the polygons this go around. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, so then this all ties back to the commercial question. I did notice that the Fairmont Shopping Center on this particular image, that polygon changed on this diagram to be kind of a donut versus what was in Appendix F. Was that intentional?
It was. We were trying to limit it to the actual parcels in question. There are multiple parcels. There's sort of a donut effect inside the middle of that shopping center. But the parcel that was discussed and contemplated by the Planning Commission is still included in that site.
So I thought we had delimited for the Fairmont Shopping Center that Site 28, which is that key corner that we spent so much time talking about, was the only part of the shopping center that was proposed for development. So are we now coming back and saying that the area along, I actually don't know the name of the street, but the area, Gateway. Thank you. The area along Gateway is now also being proposed because the Planning Commission did not give any sort of envelope related comments to staff.
Right, so we have that feedback from the Planning Commission that focused on that southwest corner, if you will. We have not yet prepared a site-specific diagram, in my recollection, for that site. So could that be a part of the upcoming Phase 1 rezoning? Yes, it could. It's not currently a diagram that's been prepared.
So I guess my next comment, or my next question is, will the recommending and decision-making bodies that are up here now be alerted to changes in the polygons or the site areas that were subject to be housing element sites before it's done, or?
I would anticipate that changes to the polygons that have been drafted would be put forth to the decision makers. But where there's no polygon currently, I don't have a polygon to present for revision.
Okay. I think I'm still confused about specifically the Fairmont Shopping. I mean, I'm also looking at 27 and like the area, what's hard for me to understand is the area that we said housing would go on the Manor Shopping Center is now removed from the like I'm getting really attached to these polygons because I feel, because we talked about them a lot. And so now I want to understand what the intention is, and then I have more on the commercial versus residential.
Well, I think we're trying to do our best to clean up the APNs that are in play for some of these sites, and this is an iteration of the first draft of the map. I'm not aware of this revision running afoul of the Planning Commission's prior discussion, but I'll make a note and look, for example, specifically at the Pacific Manor Shopping Center site.
Okay. Would it be appropriate to just ask staff generally that if we are going to change the polygons for these kind of complicated sites, that they do come back to a study session of some sort, whether it be council or us or a joint study session, but someone is looking at it?
I need to make sure I understand, because I think we are presenting those changes to the council and commission tonight, but if the concern is, as we incorporate revisions and draft and need to make further changes, are we committing to coming back before Planning Commission or City Council before we come back to public hearing for adoption, because that's the next step in this process. So there would be another opportunity
Well,
to look at them.
I guess what I would say to that is, it's really hard to, I mean, like, you can see how this prints, right? I need a magnifying glass to understand it. So if staff is recommending changes to the polygons, can we clarify what those are now?
Again, I'm not sure I understand what you mean by the polygons. Are you talking about the map and the APNs, the assessor parcel boundaries, or the blue diagrammed polygons that have been the subject of the Phase 1 rezoning program discussion?
For example, this figure F7 in the housing element that was sent to HCD was deliberated on at length. If I take a magnifying glass and blow this up 20 times, that polygon is different than that.
Yes, and we never committed to diagramming the blue polygon you're showing on the overall city scale map.
Totally.
So I'm not understanding the concern.
Is someone else understanding my question? Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I can, and thank you for the licorice, whoever provided that. The polygons, well, in this particular case, there's a polygon that is on parcels. The parcels are indicated. The parcels are what's indicated on the overall map. And the polygon is polygon is not indicated here. The parcels are indicated here.
Okay.
And on the site-specific map, the polygon is drawn.
Okay. So the polygon is not being proposed to change. This is just staff's exercise in accurately highlighting the APNs.
Correct.
But a follow-up question, when do we get to see the polygons and comment on the polygons?
In a repackaged housing element draft for those sites that have had planning commission direction for the polygons, and potentially for others as part of a follow-on rezoning program after housing element adoption.
Okay, so just to clarify, we're not going to have another study session or ability to provide input until you have put those polygons on a final document for our review.
I think that's correct, and we were trying to strike a balance of time versus in-depth review, and so we could set forth a process that brings all of this information and detailed polygons back to the Planning Commission or Council or both. The consequence of that is more time prior to having a housing element that's prepared for adoption. So that's direction we need if there's a desire by a majority of the council to take that time. Just recognize the consequences further delay to housing element adoption.
Can we put together a document that you can share with all of us and with the public that has all of these in one place? That maybe, outside of a meeting, we could, submit comments. Because I also think the public hasn't really seen this, right? It's all been kind of piecemeal in planning commission meetings. And so to put it all in one place.
It's all in the 800 pages.
No, it's not. It's not in the staff report.
I can think about ways we might be able to consolidate that information. I just need to go back to something I said earlier. There are bits and pieces of this information that are parts of different processes. And so it's hard to fuse all of them together because the work the Planning Commission has been doing is related to the Phase 1 rezoning program that will come through the decision-making process for adoption next year. It's separate and aside and not a part of the housing element document adoption, except for the sites that have already been diagrammed. And so there's a tension there. Again, we could take the time, but there will be significant delay and potential consequences to doing that work now as opposed to follow-on Phase 1 work. And so we just need to try not to confuse them and be clear about what you might be asking for.
I'm not totally sure I got that, but I'm not asking for new diagrams. I'm asking for just a consolidation of the ones that you've already done. Like, for example, on the Oceana High School site, the Planning Commission was very thoughtful about actually reducing the polygon to and increasing setbacks to allow, public open space. And I think those are important things for the community to understand too, that
Can't we just share that information with the community? I mean, we have that.
Sorry, if I could ask, are you referring specifically to design elements that we discussed for specific sites? Because that's what I'm hearing.
Yes, but they're all related to the maps, right? And so the densities and the numbers of units are related to the input that you gave also.
Sure. I just wanted to confirm I was understanding.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly consolidate those polygons that are in existence currently and post them on the Plan Pacifica website. There are polygons already in the draft housing element in Appendix F for sites where we had the foresight in the initial drafting to diagram the sites. And there potentially will be more as a consequence of the Planning Commission's objective development standards discussions. But some of those haven't yet been prepared, and so I don't have them to share with anybody at this point.
It also sounds like we're talking about two different documents at the end of the day, and that the detailed polygons that may come as a result of the extensive Planning Commission work that's already happened will not necessarily be pertinent to this document that we're transmitting to HCD. Do I have that more or less correct?
I believe you do, because that work leaning into more site-specific diagramming beyond what's already in Appendix F was intended to be part of the Phase 1 rezoning program, which is separate from the housing element adoption process that we're undertaking currently.
And by the way, I know that prior to this meeting, I made sure to ingest that third Planning Commission meeting as one element of my preparation for tonight, so I understand how they seem like intertwined processes, which at the end of the day they are. It might be helpful for clarity's sake for the public on the Plan Pacifica website to give two different sections for each process, so all the data is there in one place, but it's clearly delineated that that one with that detail is different than what we are currently discussing tonight.
So basically, if the map and the polygons match, then that would make it a lot easier. Right?
It would, or if we're going to, if we're saying that we're going to keep Appendix F in here to clarify the new attachment D map, and there aren't really going to be changes in there, then that would be fine too, because I thought that was thoughtfully done. I think my question is, I understand why the colors changed between May and now. You know, there's a lot of discussion of that. I don't understand why the shapes in this map changed. There's no discussion that we've had. It's not in the staff report. It looks like it's done unintentionally, and if that's the answer, that's great. But if the answer is actually we're doing a donut around Fairmont instead of the corner polygon that we all talked about for 6 hours, then I feel like there needs to be a bigger conversation.
Right, so there's no intention to change the sites that are subject to the sites list or to modify the subsets of those sites that are already diagrammed in Appendix F of the draft housing element. What we did is often the case with iterating work product is to try to make it better, and where there's redundancies or unclear information, improve on that. So there were instances where some sites may have had multiple parcels that really weren't intended as part of the housing element site. And so we tried to pare those down to the bare minimum parcels that we have mapped through the assessor's parcel information, and that resulted in the donut that you're pointing to for the Fairmont Shopping Center site. There were extraneous parcels, if you will, that weren't intended to be the housing element site, that don't include the diagrammed polygon, for example. And so it was extraneous in our judgment, and we took it out.
Got it.
For greater clarity and precision in the parcels that are in question.
So to recap, you've taken out extraneous parcels where the polygon wouldn't have overlapped it at all, but
Correct.
the polygon still exists.
Correct.
That, okay. Woo. Thank you. So
Now, where it may be a fine line, for example, the Pacific Manor Shopping Center, we'll go back and double check, but the intention was, as I've stated, not to change the sites, not to change the polygons,
Okay.
but to do cleanup and be more precise in the mapped parcels for the sites.
Okay, and I really appreciate that clarification because I know this is a lot of work, and I just want to make sure that we're following it in a way that is also helpful. So I did have one. this one item is like the thing for me, because we talked a lot about, let me back up. HCD commented that some sites would allow 100% non-residential use. And that seems like, I agree, that's untenable. We are requiring a minimum density on those sites, and it really should be taken as such, a minimum density. But then to go to the bullet point that's below here, which that staff recommends a program to clarify that a 100% residential project would be permitted, that means that Lindemar Shopping Center could be 100% residential, or that all of the places where we identify that it was really important to have mixed use but still hit that residential density, all of that goes away. Now, I wholly recognize that the state density bonus program, HCD has already in their letters said, yes, getting rid of commercial space is a concession, or in some cases a waiver. So I agree with the problem, but I don't quite agree with the solution that we are proposing to address it, because we need to have mixed-use sites, or at least to encourage them.
Yeah, I understand and attempted to draft this policy summary with those points in mind. Those have been made clear by the council and the planning commission throughout the housing element process and the earlier general plan and Sharp Park specific plan processes. This is the second iteration of that slide. You saw, I think, the first one here. We're trying to recognize that there are potentially other instruments to be used to achieve that outcome. More site-specific diagrams, allowance for horizontal mixed use, so that if there is a 100% residential project that doesn't take up the whole site, that there's an opportunity for a commercial project in the future, for instance. That said, we do need to recognize HCD might view a required commercial component as a constraint, and you sort of touched on that with the density bonus discussion. And unless we went so far as to find entirely non-commercial sites, which would be inconsistent with a lot of community feedback through this process, I don't know of a better way to sort of strike the right balance with this particular problem.
Well, and this is the last thing I'll say, because I've been talking a lot, and I think other people's opinions are.
You're saying important things. Keep going.
I appreciate
We
that.
value the input of the Planning Commission and the acting chair. Thank you.
I was going to say that usually you're who I go to understand any of this, so if you don't get it, I don't stand a chance.
Well, and then Commissioner Wright, I saw your hand up, so I'm going to go to you in a second. But I would just say that mixed use is a proven thing, and I would posit that it's really, like, the idea that we take commercial sites out, like, it's awesome to be proposing mixed use, to have Lindemar Shopping Center plus housing, to have Fairmont and Manor plus housing, to have Brentwood plus housing. That is such a wonderful thing. It cuts down on trips. It allows for people to live where they work. It's wonderful. To then, by some new policy to try to address HCD's comment, which is really inconsistent with the other state laws that they've already put into place, I think it's really to the detriment of Pacifica. So I think that we need to find a way to address their comment, but also hold our ground and say we want to have commercial and housing, and in a lot of cases have it at 60 dwelling units an acre, because those two things work well together. So Commissioner Wright,
Yeah, similarly, we spent a lot of time saying that we wanted ground floor commercial here, period, with intent. And we do want to maintain the tax base and the revenue generation and the jobs. We also want to provide housing. And if we could do that up above it in a vertical sense, great, I love the idea. If we can't, then maybe we need to maintain the same amount of retail space on the lot by not doing it up. Let's divide it in half the other way and do all residential over here and all commercial over here. I think both, we need both. I think we should come forth with something that works for both.
Yeah, well, and I think we were really nuanced in each different site. So for example, when we discussed Lindemar Shopping Center, the polygon that was there, we said, okay, that's 100% residential. But along Oceana, where the Starbucks and the, Oasis restaurant is, we said that really deserves to have ground floor commercial to complete the district, which feels like it's a commercial shopping district. So I think we were thoughtful, I think we were nuanced and precise. We only had 6 different things that we worked on, and this was one of the 6, so I think it's really important.
I want to, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no.
I understand the constraints we're dealing with HCD, but it's bordering on unreasonable. And I'm wondering how we reach a medium, because we really did spend so much time on those sites, and some of the sites we agreed, commercial is just not a good fit. Mixed use is not a good fit. But in the sites that we did, going back to public comment about Seabowl and some of the other sites that we're losing, it just feels there has to be a diplomatic approach to saying no. And I understand where you're coming from, because I know you have much more depth and experience with other communities dealing with the same issue. But again, it's like this contradiction between existing state policies and what we're facing right now. I wonder if you've had experience with other communities where they have taken certain stances within reason and gone, we'll go 95, but this 5 we will not. And how that typically, what is the feedback with that?
Well, you're not going to like my answer. What we see in general is the HCD reviewers take a pretty hard line with this. They see a requirement to have ground floor residential to be a constraint, and one that maybe they don't see ways to really effectively mitigate. We mentioned at the prior study session, some places are experimenting, or in their housing elements are talking about how they will study things related to additional density bonus on top of what they already would be entitled to. But frankly, the way that state density bonus law works right now, that's not that valuable. And so the state doesn't, it's the state fighting with the state, and that's where they're landing. And that's where they're landing right now. They're taking a pretty hard line on it. And that's, as we weigh the risks, quicker road to adoption, the risks associated with that. But we should be cognizant of the risks associated with that. And so we're putting forward many, many sites. The intention is to clear the way so that those can reasonably be developed. But the reality of how many sites actually will get redeveloped is worth weighing, because it's not going to be every single site 2 years out from now. And you may lose a site that is on a corner, and it would be mixed use for all of the VTM, all of the reasons that in planning we want to have a mixed use site. You may lose that one site, but is it worth, what are the trade-offs, and builder's remedy and everything else? I mean, it's just what are the trade-offs that you're gonna get?
I would be in favor of counting on our surplus to cover us and leaving it the way we've outlined it, or eliminating it from the site and in finding other sites. That's how strong I feel about maintaining the mixed use status.
I want to read this section because I'm not sure we're actually interpreting it. I don't know. I'm reading HCD's comment and interpreting it differently than what you all have. So this is on page 3, sites and zones that allow 100% non-residential uses, right? That's the, I don't know what packet page I
Packet
just.
page 786, the second paragraph on the page.
You're awesome.
Librarian.
So it says the element identifies sites and zones that allow non-residential units. The element must analyze the likelihood that the identified units will be developed as noted in the inventory in zones that allow 100% non-residential uses. So what I understand that to be is we want to make sure that whatever residential units we've called out are actually getting called out as residential, not that we have to make these 100% residential sites.
Yeah, I totally concur with that read, and I would even posit that by creating, when we do this rezoning, by creating a minimum density, we have rezoned it to have residential for any
Absolutely.
sort of changes.
Yes, and those are excellent comments, and I understand when I read it, I thought similarly. My understanding, though, in talking with our consultant team, is that HCD, when we're talking about going, more granular or coming in with, more, comments down the line, that based on experience with other jurisdictions, that in response to this comment and this type of comment, that HCD is really pushing for the type of program that's proposed here, which would be allowing 100% residential project, because they feel like the commercial component of it is a constraint. So I agree, the comment itself seems like, okay, if we allow some mixed use, that should definitely address the comment. But what we're hearing is that, okay, but then HCD is going to come back and say, oh, but that's a potential, constraint because of the requirement for commercial. So we're trying to, address that at this time as well. And maybe you can provide some more.
I agree. That's how the comment is written. I think that's the logical read of that comment. But whenever they have the word, you need to do more analysis, it typically it can very likely mean, well, what are they really looking for here? And so anytime we see that word or phrase or idea, we stop, we take a step back, and we look at what other jurisdictions, how it's played out. And that's what we've seen. An interesting fact in Pacifica is you don't have the same market pressures that some other jurisdictions have. So I think this comment is a little less relevant to the reality on the ground. But I think that's what they want to see. So it's not what they wrote.
What if there's sorry, go ahead.
I mean, we don't have the vacancy in commercial spaces like a lot of cities have either, right? So I think our environment here is very different if you're looking at other cities. I feel very strongly on this. I would not want this as a blanket statement either. I mean, I'm willing to look at our sites list, and if there's specific sites that we want to consider that are all residential, we can go to that level of detail, but I'm a hard no on that one.
Yeah, I echo that.
I think we already did that at length, but
Yeah.
What if as a middle ground, we just said that 100% commercial is not an acceptable development for these sites, right? They're just looking for a commitment not to have 100% commercial. Maybe the commercial is a constraint on residential, but I don't know how you can read that comment and not say that, okay, fine, we require residential development as a condition of development as a perfectly good response to that comment.
Well, that's what we've seen. So that's what I can report.
It would have been really easy for them to say, we need you to go to 100% residential on these sites to say that.
Right, and they didn't say that.
I think also you do have a lot of different cities, and comparing us to South San Francisco, who has a lot of biotech and a lot of money, versus us, who raised our sales tax to avoid something catastrophic. We won't be a city right? It has to be logical and thoughtful, and I believe that this is the team that has the nuanced approach that can be very convincing with HCD.
I just need to circle back. So I feel like in other efforts in the housing element update, we've taken the concerns that I'm hearing and effectuated them through site-specific diagrams. So that's all this policy is suggesting we will continue to do, but recognize we need to be explicit that in those diagrammed areas, we may get 100% residential projects. So I'm struggling to reconcile the resistance I'm hearing with the approach that's advocated here and the approach that we've put a lot of time and effort into thus far, which is all that this is suggesting will continue to be put forth. So is there something more or different, or is it just we don't we're tired of being pushed around, let's push back to HCD, because I'm not understanding.
No, we want to be very, I mean, I'm speaking for myself, we want to be very easy to work with. I mean, we're putting in over 1,000 surplus units, we're being very thoughtful, we're spending a lot of time on this, but we talked about 30 sites, and we were very clear on, these are the sites, Ramallah Plaza, for example. No commercial is required, but commercial is allowed, right? That's what we spoke about doing, versus Brentwood Shopping Center, hey, that one needs ground floor commercial, versus Lindemar, that one should be 100% residential, versus Fairmont, that one needs a commercial key corner, but everything else can be residential. I mean, we went deep into the precise, but never was there a sentiment that, and by the way, it could be 100% residential. There was always a sentiment that this is what we were going to prescribe, and that if somebody wanted to do 100% residential, they would have to provide enough affordable to justify that.
Just to further that point, with the bowling alley, we did the same thing. We put in big incentives for them to keep a bowling alley there.
Yeah.
So because I'm not looking at a map with one of these polygons directly in front of me, a nuance that I'm not sure if I'm missing or not is whether or not what this program says is that entire site is 100% residential period, or merely that polygon is 100% residential period, and what falls outside that polygon, which might be the commercial that currently exists, is not a part of this program statement in front of me. And that is what I'm not able to look at to be able to discern in my mind exactly what we're talking about and where nuance ends and a total lack of nuance begins.
Yeah, I think what the policy is proposing here is that within those diagrammed polygons, the subsets of the overall sites, that a 100% residential project would be permitted. And I think that's the staff and consultants' interpretation of what HCD's seeking and would satisfy the comment. I'm hearing that there was perhaps a different impression and understanding working through some of the associated standards that would go with the polygons, that those themselves may not be 100% residential, which I guess differs from my understanding of the process that was undertaken. And so I think that helps me understand why there's perhaps some resistance to this program as structured.
And again, as somebody who is admittedly one of the lay people on this dais, it would be super helpful for me to see one of these maps in front of me so that you could dissect it in such a way that I fully understand if everything is actually on par with all the discussions that happened to begin with, or if there really is this large discrepancy that we would surely like to find some way to reconcile our way toward and out of.
So Mr. Murdoch, if you could pull up
Godwin.
F6, F7, and F8, I think those would be the representative ones. Commissioner Godwin, did you have something?
I don't have the ability to quickly pull them up on this screen, unfortunately.
Is there a percentage of residential that would satisfy the state if we guaranteed them that?
Again, you're not, the state's not saying you have to require 100% residential. The state's saying that requiring commercial on the ground floor is a constraint to a viable product that would actually pencil out for a developer. So that's the challenge that we're trying to solve.
So there's no ratio or anything we could give them that would make them happier of commercial versus residential that you've ever seen?
Well, there are multiple issues kind of at play. I think that piece is part of it, and that the comment speaks to that. And I don't think there's a ton of disagreement about that piece. But the piece regarding allowing there to be or requiring there to be commercial is a constraint as they understand it today.
Well, what if we could structure something that says 100% residential is allowable, but no more than 30% commercial or whatever, some number? Would that make them happier, or would that not impact them at all?
That solves the first problem, but still not the second problem. You could think of caps, though. I mean, you could think of caps, among all these sites in the event that 30% of them get developed as 100% residential, you build in a safety, it immediately comes back to council or something. But if it's 5%, it's not going to work, right?
No, I'm not talking 5%. I thought there might be a number, like a third or something that would say, okay, we have this program of mixed-use sites, but no more than a third of the total mixed-use sites we approve is commercial. Would that make people happier? Would they not care?
Just to be very clear, the requirement to have commercial can for a developer. If I'm a developer and I want to build my housing site and I'm getting my housing financing and all of that, if there's a requirement to build commercial on the ground floor, that might make it more difficult for if I'm putting on my developer hat, to build that site. It might not pencil out. That's the concern they're trying to address with this type of.
Commissioner Wright, did you have something to add?
Yeah. If this is the lot, this is housing, this is commercial, can we add in incentives that you can get twice as much housing if you go vertical and have that solve our problem?
In the last housing element, yes. But not this one. Because state density bonuses, well, the way it's being interpreted right now is
But we don't get credit for the half? That is 100% housing?
It's already relatively easy to get, all things being equal. So it's not as juicy of an incentive as it used to be.
Commissioner Ferguson? Or, sorry, Councilmember Beer, did you have something?
Go ahead.
I guess for my opinion, whatever it's worth, in as much as the whole purpose of this whole thing is just to avoid the builder's remedy and people being allowed to do whatever they want, if there was like one thing I could say mattered as far as steering the development, this has got to be right up there at the top of the list. So for me, I'd toe the line, and that's what my opinion is for the rest of us.
And I think that's what's so frustrating about this whole thing is that HCD doesn't care. They don't care about our specific community. They don't care about the work that's already been done, but we do. And so how can we move forward that way?
Yeah, I just think if we're going to cave here, I don't really have any desire to put any more input. Like if we're going to give them this sort of thing, throw the baby out with the bathwater, why bother?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I would do the work 10 times over if it meant having a sanguine Pacifica that was like that HCD could get behind. But I want to give some, since we can't pull everything up, and I know that this is not helpful. Here this is the Safeway site in Manor along Bill Drake Way. And we requested that on Bill Drake Way, where there's all those commercial places across the street, that on that one little short side, that there's 25-foot deep commercial. Everything behind it and everything above it could be residential. And, again, we had a really small little key corner on the Fairmont Shopping Center. On the Lindemar Shopping Center, we had nothing. We had ground floor commercial along Ocean. I mean, I could keep going and going, and I could show everybody these polygons, but so much, the thought that was put into it isn't as important as the fact that it matters for Pacifica, because we don't have a lot of places to shop, to eat, buy our groceries. We are not South Sierra, we don't have extra stuff. We don't have Serramonte, right?
I think our direction should be to eliminate all commercial sites from the element and tell them.
I don't think we have enough of their sites.
When I was visiting the Association of Bay Area Governments annual assembly, one of the cities, and I don't remember which one it was, said, look, we have the exact opposite problem of everyone else. We're land rich to the point where it's absolutely no problem at all for us to put housing up out the wazoo. The problem is that as we're developing all of this housing, we're not giving any thought to our commercial development whatsoever, and all this housing is to the detriment of us economically being viable in the future. To which everyone moaned, yes, HCD strikes again. So I don't know if anyone else is familiar with the concept of Kobayashi Maru, but to the team over yonder and the one who I need to be familiar with it is that what we're looking at? Or is there a happy medium somehow? There's any compromise in any direction, any which way? Am I looking at it wrong to begin with? Or is it suck it up or risk HCD coming after you?
No. I don't, if there's a happy medium, it's that you're doing the sites inventory and RENA is meaningful, but it is not. We don't have redevelopment. This is not the city's dollars going to redevelop all of these sites. You're creating capacity for development and zoning. It's some people more cynically call it a mathematical exercise. It's a paper exercise. There isn't a city, well, I don't know. Alameda might be the city, but other than Alameda, there's not a city that's going to build out its housing. The housing element isn't going to 100% shape the future development of the city. There are practical limits on the impacts that the housing element will have. It's super important. It's super important, but it's not the only thing that will guide development. Frankly, the market will have much greater impact on what gets built or doesn't get built. And I think, this is over an 8-year period of time. The likelihood that you lose a ton of those sites, like I'm a planner, I love mixed use. But if I'm gonna put on my housing consultant hat, which I am, the state doesn't care. And they want to see that you've provided bulletproof, exactly your RENA number plus your buffer. They want to see that that's bulletproof. But that doesn't mean that all of those housing element sites get developed the way that the regulations around those sites shape. There will be an application for a housing site right next door that won't be able to quickly entitle the way that with these same shapes, and they'll come before the city council and negotiate. If there's a happy medium, it's recognizing the limits of policy, and that we're not playing Monopoly. We're not playing a board game where we say it's one thing and then right away it's that thing. These things play out over a longer time. So I'm not saying that the concerns aren't valid, but there's limits to the efficacy of a plan, any long range plan.
We're making wagers on wagers. So, for me, it was deeply sobering that we maybe got to 75% of our last RENA, which was 413. And if so, it was because the vast majority were ADUs. And now we have 1,900.
We didn't get to it.
No, we didn't get to it, but we got about 75% of the way there, I think.
I don't think so.
Don't count what we lost.
I don't think so.
Not even close.
I don't think so. I think I would defer to the staff.
No, I'll be happy to.
But anyway.
Not trying to misquote anything.
From the side, if I might.
Please.
My concern is that while we recognize Goliath is, powerful, to the degree that we, the elected and appointed officials of this city, and, recognition of our constituents and their needs and our responsibility to think about them, I'm concerned about giving away the farm. They don't care. And developers and the free market doesn't care. In this country, what cares is money. And I'm just worried that if we don't have some little way of preserving, this city is destined to change in ways that will be it's shocking for people. Shocking. And if we don't do whatever we can to hold the line, why don't we just become Daly City?
And what will that mean, right? So if we hold the line, then what?
Well,
But we choose
then
the site.
the market forces are bearing on what developers will do. I mean, what I'm hearing is, yeah, but everything you put in your plan doesn't happen anyway, and developers maybe just like places where it's easier. I mean, look over the hill. It's easier to develop on El Camino and put up a 10-story building that's a bunch of square boxes. If we don't watch out.
I hear a lot of cities that I work with say things like, we're over-retailed, right? They want more industrial space and they want more houses, but they don't need more retail. We're the opposite. And I feel like what would be really compelling is if we took a lot of our neighbors in San Mateo County, right? Millbrae, South San Francisco, Daly City, et cetera, and we did this is their population, and these are the square feet of retail space they had versus what we did, then there could be a justification that HCD would understand better. But we have to give them the information, because it's not their job to do the work for us, right? But we can prove our point by doing a little bit more work, right? We've got 37,000 people that live here, and I guarantee you we probably have about 1/10 of the retail of Colma and Daly City and all of these places that I keep listing over and over again. So if we can show them, hey, we're not trying to put this we're trying to not lose retail. We're not proposing a lot of new retail. In fact, we are losing some retail, but we're still trying to maintain something so that we can be a healthy city that can continue to give you housing, because there are people that work here that can process housing applications.
I think we hear you loud and clear on the concerns. We will put our thinking caps on as to different approaches and work as hard as we can with HCD to find something they'll accept other than what we've proposed here based on our experience and judgment. And so we'll work on that. There are other program items that we would ask for feedback on tonight.
Let's keep going.
B310A, emergency shelter zoning. As we've outlined, HCD flagged this as an area of noncompliance that they believe the city has not completed, even though it was required some years ago. I think there's some gray area there, but again, path of least resistance to adoption, we certainly would recommend working on this emergency shelter zoning ordinance. In fact, we've started that work and intend to take that to Planning Commission for a public hearing in November, and City Council as soon as possible thereafter. This is involving identifying one or more zoning districts where housing is allowed to also allow emergency shelters as a permitted use, subject to some minimal objective criteria, such as maximum numbers of occupants and so forth. So this direction is just confirming that staff should work on that and do it as soon as possible, noting that it's required before housing element certification can occur.
On that note, do you anticipate it would need to be larger than what we have in our by right designation already?
Yes, absolutely. So we're talking about looking at allowing 20 occupants per shelter, more than likely. And the overall capacity will be based on the last homeless census. And so ensuring that there's capacity for shelters of at least 20 for at least 161 people, and some certain square footage requirements associated with that as well.
Can you just explain the difference between shelters and transitional housing? Because I know that's coming up later. So this is, I mean, shelters I think of as a really temporary thing, like sometimes even just shelter from elements, right, during a rainy season or.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best and simplest way to understand that distinction, like immediate emergency kind of need versus a little bit longer term, more supportive services to transition you into permanent long-term housing. They're all stages in this process, sometimes called the continuum of care, from like, oh my God, I got kicked out of my house, I have nowhere to go, to, you know, I've got the keys to my own apartment now, and everything in between to get there, which is enormously challenging.
And who would build this? I mean, HCD's not is just asking us to change our zoning, not to actually build?
That's right. So same framework as with like long-term housing, we need to make sure our land use regulations allow this and we remove obstacles and constraints to construction. Currently, we have significant obstacles in HCD's opinion because we don't allow shelters that are large enough and we haven't demonstrated the areas where capacity would allow them to be built in enough capacity and numbers to meet our local needs.
Okay. And do you see identifying specific sites as part of the ordinance, or?
That's not the approach that I'm guiding right now. It's a more general approach. We're still honing in on the appropriate zoning district. There are different tools. I'm putting forth the one that I think is the right fit for Pacifica, and the Planning Commission and Council will have the final say, obviously.
Thanks.
Does all this emergency shelters have to be permanent, or is it something that could be rolled in like FEMA does for, trailers or something for a period of time if we put the infrastructure in?
Brian, do you have any insights into that? Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure that the emergency shelter ordinance that I'm envisioning will necessarily discern between those two types. It's really more about the use and some of the other criteria associated with the use, like parking and on-site management and so forth.
Anything else on this, or should we keep moving?
Let's keep moving.
So B3, 10B, there are a handful of these types of comments where we have to do some sort of zoning update program. State law has evolved significantly over time in relation to these and many other types of uses that cities are obligated to allow and typically impose no greater restrictions on than other residential uses. And so transitional and supportive housing fits in there. Good news is we can have a program that allows us to undertake it later rather than having to do it immediately like the emergency shelter zoning ordinance. So this would be a program to undertake the requisite zoning amendments.
Okay. All right, let's keep going.
Momentum, all right. B3, 10C, accessory dwelling unit, ADU zoning ordinance update. I think anyone that's been working on these knows that once you finish yours, 3 new bills pass that require further amendments. And so it's a cat and mouse game from my perspective. So we have to catch up again and make some further amendments. So HCD's flagged some of them. We'll talk to them to ensure that they're fully understanding what's in our ordinance in our local context, and then undertake the program to make those amendments.
Okay.
I just want to add that I agree with the public comment about trying to keep the parking in the coastal zone if we can.
Certainly, and so I'll just refer to our last process for updating our accessory dwelling unit ordinance. It in fact included required parking and analysis of parking issues in coastal visitor parking zones, so a quarter mile of our mapped coastal access points, recognizing the high intensity of usage there. Coastal Commission, of course, looking out for visitor parking needs, but also the consequence of that is our ADU occupants will have off-street parking in those locations in most instances as well. So I'd expect a very similar approach coming through this time around.
Once we pass the housing element, will it need to be, we will need to amend our LCP and get that amendment through Coastal Commission?
Yes, there's likely to be a number of items, not least of which are the rezonings that are required. Some of those are along the way with our ongoing LCLUP update. Some of them will be new, and so that's follow-on work that has to be programmed in to the work plan to implement this.
Thank you.
B310D, single room occupancy SRO zoning. So the recommended approach is to clarify the definition to allow SROs in the same locations and subject to the same standards as boarding houses where those are located currently.
Do boarding care homes, are they part of this, or is that something else?
No, great question, Councilmember Beckmeyer. Board and care homes, that's a type of congregate care facility or community care facility. State law requires those to be treated as residential uses, typically up to 6 residents, and larger than that, cities may require a use permit. So that would not be included in the boarding house definition.
And I assume we don't need the lodging and meals for an SRO use. I mean, some of them might have their own small kitchens.
So we're trying to take a light touch approach and see if it will satisfy HCD's requirement. We could take more time to study the different types of SROs that might be out there and most likely to be constructed or converted, but we were simply trying to demonstrate where they could be operated.
So doing the zoning doesn't necessarily mean that they can't have a kitchen or have to have meals provided.
That's right. That's not intending to apply that kitchen requirement or the meal requirement to the SRO. Forgive me if I didn't understand the question right away. So we're just saying wherever a boarding house could go, an SRO could go, and an SRO can be an SRO. It doesn't have to be something else.
And do you think it's enough? I thought I read somewhere that they should be in more than just R3. But I mean, I'm okay if we try, because we don't have that many R3s, right? I mean, if
we have a fair amount of R3 zoned land area, very little undeveloped R3 zoned land area. HCD was not particularly specific in this comment, and so we're trying to directly address what they said, which is it's not, demonstrate that SROs are allowed where boarding houses are allowed, essentially. And so we'll do that by adding it explicitly into the definition. They haven't pointed us to anything that I can think of in the way of clear statutory requirements for SROs. I think it's a qualitative, this is an important type of housing, shows what you're doing to make sure it can be provided in Pacifica. And so hopefully this will satisfy the comment.
Okay, moving on.
B41, off-street minimum parking requirements. So along the lines of HCD trying to identify perceived constraints to affordable housing development, they consider off-street parking requirements to be a potential constraint. Indeed, in my planning judgment and experience, parking is very expensive to provide. And so to think about having to provide more than one space for a very small unit could cause a disproportionality in terms of the cost of parking relative to the housing unit itself. And so what HCD has said is if you set your required off-street parking to one space per studio or one bedroom, you'll satisfy this requirement and eliminate that constraint.
You're suggesting changing it from 1.5 to 1.
Correct. For the one bedroom. Yes.
For the benefit of the council, this is something that we discussed extensively at Planning Commission, and we came up with, we were consistent with what is written on this slide, although I wanted to clarify that so we said one parking space for 0 to 1 bedroom with no guest parking. And then there was a comment earlier about how everything else was per the Sharp Park specific plan, but that was just for commercial that we had kind of discussed. So we kept the 2 parking spaces for 2 or more bedrooms and a 1 to 4 guest parking ratio. So, yeah, so I think we're, at least at the Planning Commission level, we were consistent with this.
Well, and I appreciate that effort because specifically when I think about developing in the coastal zone, I think the points that were made earlier about the Coastal Commission's not going to like the idea that not requiring parking or having such a low ratio of parking. I mean, the logical thing is they're going to park on the street, and that's going to take away visitor serving. So I think it's a good compromise.
Okay.
B43A, permits and findings for housing approvals. So sort of two program comments that relate to one another, this and the next, I believe. So HCD's looked at our regulations related to the permits associated with approving housing projects, and in their assessment, they perceive, specifically as they identified the site development permit and use permit requirements that seem to be duplicative and redundant for various types of housing projects, as burdensome and a constraint. And so that, along with the findings, which they think lead to a lot of discretion and a lack of focus on objective standards, as complicating the housing development process. And so to respond to that, we propose a program to try to streamline and minimize the number of permits required for types of development and really get to the heart of the types of findings that are needed to evaluate projects for their impacts and for compliance, and then recognize that that combined with the extensive objective development standards work that's going to come as part of the Phase 2 rezoning, the simplified process with the objective standards should serve to address this comment from HCD.
Okay, let's keep going.
B4, 3B, similar comment, but with slightly different flavor and implications. This has some interface with the Hillside Preservation District, or HPD, which is potential cause for concern for some. To clarify, this program would not propose to modify the coverage formula or any of the standards of the HPD. What it would seek to address is issues related to the plan development, or PD, zoning process, and more particularly the findings associated with approving projects in the PD. HCD, I think, correctly analyzes there's an extensive amount of discretion associated with that process currently, which they analyze as a barrier or a burden to accomplishing housing, a constraint rather, to housing approvals. And so what HCD has suggested and what we are proposing is to try to rezone properties that are not currently developed out of the PD so that it's not mandatory to go through a legislative process with the city council for every project, which is one of the constraints that they've identified. And then look, similar to the other permits we just talked about with the other comments, look at the criteria for approval, the findings, for example, in the PD, and determine if there's a way to make those more directly tailored to objective standards rather than highly discretionary activities. So similar approach, but different aspects or components of our zoning code.
Can you just explain a little bit like the original intent behind PD? Because I think of Connemara that I think had to go through PD, and I see that as a way to get like more flexible designs, right? Like we reduced the front yards and concentrated the houses so that there was more open space.
You're correct. So currently there's a two-step process. You need approval of a development plan, which is a site-specific zoning instrument. It's a legislative action that needs city council approval. Full discretion for the council to approve or not for many reasons, not strictly speaking like zoning noncompliance. It's a legislative action, so you're weighing everything and making your judgment call. The second component of that is the specific plan approval, which is a permit, and it measures the permit against the development plan and the intended uses and layout and so forth. So those are the two parts of the PD. That first part, that mandated discretionary action, legislative action, is I think what HCD is really taking exception with. An applicant could still pursue this voluntarily to get the flexibility that you described, but mandating them to go through this process, I think, is the constraint that HCD is identifying.
Okay, that makes sense.
Commissioner Wright?
Just hearkening back to a question I asked in the beginning, I hear and see so much work going on. Are you still able to keep up with your regular workload of servicing the public on top of all this?
I mean, it's exceptionally challenging, to be blunt about it, but these are legally mandated processes, and there are serious consequences of not accomplishing these tasks.
But it requires a ton of outreach, a ton of feedback, a ton of work, and then you still have a regular day job too.
Correct.
And then the governor has 600 new housing bills on his desk right now.
Just bringing it back to the line item, is it staff's intention to make these changes to housing element sites only or to any Hillside Preservation District site?
In speaking with the HCD commenter about this, I said, hey, yeah, no problem, we'll take care of this for the sites, inventory sites, and they said, no, we see this as a broad constraint across all types of housing projects. So this would affect all of the PD zoned sites, and this would propose to have fewer sites zoned as PD by default and obligate those sites to go through the PD process.
So will we still be able to preserve our hillsides?
Right?
Yeah, so there's a few different issues at play here, and nothing associated with this would change the coverage formula or other standards in the HPD overlay. But what the HPD overlay says is, unless you're in the ag district, you need to rezone to PD as part of this project. So while there's an objective formula that a developer can figure out for the HPD coverage and figure out how to comply with it, there's not a formula or objective standard to figure out how to navigate, is this the right development plan for this site? And is it, protecting aesthetics and community character? Those are subjective or qualitative criteria that HCD is saying is a constraint. So sure, we can absolutely still impose the HPD coverage and consider exceptions where warranted, but the fundamental underlying process of the PD is really where the issue is. And they're different. They just happen to be related and grafted onto one another.
I think that makes sense. I think the PD process is an extraneous, I agree. I've agreed without HCD for a while. I think the question I have is if someone is like in a 100% HPD zone and they also have a zoning of like 18 to 20, whatever the residential, is there a way for staff to, within the ordinance or within what's going to be remaining of the ordinance, is there still going to be a way for staff to come up with a thoughtful and nuanced way to preserve?
We'll do our best, and I think, the Planning Commission will have its work cut out during the Phase 2 Objective Standards process, thinking about this as a hypothetical. I'll say directly what I've said many times before is I think there's this conception that the HPD is like this development limiting tool. It's not really, and if you look at the text, it says high-rise development is acceptable in the interest of preserving the natural slopes. So we might be contemplating much taller buildings than we have historically in Pacifica to accomplish the density we need, but also, uphold the HPD coverage limitations. So more to follow, I guess, as the projects begin to come through. There's nothing inherently inconsistent, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, with very tall buildings in the HPD the way it's written today.
Looking forward to that process.
Sorry, do we know if any of the sites we've identified, I know the Caltrans one is site 26, but other than that, are others in HPD? And with the understanding that we have an HPD map, but if I remember correctly, the general plan actually changed so that anything over, I think, 30%, even if it, or 35? Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Anything over a certain percentage slope was automatically going to be added to HPD in the general plan, if I remember correctly.
So there are some recommendations in the general plan for new areas to be added to the HPD. That didn't happen upon adoption of the general plan. There's follow-on zoning work that's needed to implement that. We didn't get to our traditional comprehensive zoning work that would follow a comprehensive general plan update because of this lovely process that we're in the middle of for the housing element update, but we'll turn to that eventually and try to add those parcels.
But my question is a little bit, so I think I know what you're talking about. I remember seeing the green of the parcels to be added, but there was also language about parcels with a certain slope also being considered, and knowing that we don't have those necessarily identified right now, that we would evaluate those, when we get a site plan and they tell us what their average slope is. I can find it later if.
Yeah, I'm familiar with some language that discourages development on sites over the prescribed grade. I can't remember. I think it's 30% or 25%. But if there's another policy, I'm not recalling it offhand. We've tried our best to find sites that were not particularly steep. There are a few in there that have some important slope. I don't know how to entirely avoid them, but they're on the base of much larger topographical features, and on balance, it's unfortunately, a compromise approach to find the sites for our arena.
And then, like, I want to keep the HPD regulations. I don't know if the PD related to the HPD is really as important, but that's part of the ordinance, right? So that taking PD out of the HPD would require a vote of the people, too.
I haven't come across that in my research thus far. I don't want to say definitively because we need to do more legal research. But revising the PD standards, to my knowledge, would not require a public vote if that's what you're stating.
No, it was, if I remember right, I think the HPD standards require a rezone to PD.
Correct.
Right, so that would be a change to the HPD ordinance, which we can't do without a vote of the people, correct?
We'll look into this so that when we prepare the program, it will address it in a manner that does not require a public vote.
Okay.
That's a good point, thank you.
Right, and I think what we were trying to get at with those sites is that we may not be able to eliminate the rezoning requirement necessarily, but by streamlining the findings, for example, and having more objective standards, it will significantly diminish the constraint as identified by HCD, although we don't have a clear mechanism to completely eliminate the rezoning requirement.
Okay, and then, sorry.
Can I just,
yeah, go ahead.
while we're on the HPD, so I always think about hazards, and I conflate the two when I think about HPD. If a slope, if building on a lot with a certain slope, which would automatically trigger HPD, but if it just plain, forget if we didn't even have HPD, it just plain is, there's a hazardous issue there, we still get to, like, acknowledge that and plan accordingly, yes? We don't have to go, oh, well, you know, it's HCD and they just want more housing, so too bad about that hazard, right? I mean, if it's hazardous, you can't build on it.
Yeah, I think if I'm understanding the question, there are still a variety of tools that could come to bear if there's a truly hazardous site that may not be able to be safely developed. The sort of option of last resort, right, is in the building permit process and the requirement for a geotechnical engineer to design and ensure that it can be constructed in accordance with accepted engineering principles. Preceding that, it may be the case that where there are extreme hazards that cannot be mitigated, the city may be able to deny a project despite all of the pro-housing policies in state law. And then in some instances as well, CEQA might be required depending on the nature of the project, and those hazards could be identified and hopefully mitigated, but if not able to be mitigated, an EIR would be required and the council would decide whether or not to override that factor.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just have two more questions.
Wait.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Sorry. I need to make a motion to extend the meeting till a god-awful time of 1 a.m. Oh, we only have 3 more left?
I'll second. Yes, roll call, please.
Roll call.
Councilmember Beer.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlos.
Yes.
Mayor Big Stick.
Yes.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Even more reluctantly, yes.
Councilmember Bowles.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
Chair, would you like to call for a similar motion to extend to 1 a.m.?
Yes, would anyone like to make a motion to extend?
No.
I would like to make a motion to extend to 1 a.m.
I'll second, but I have to be at the dentist tomorrow morning at 8.
It's probably about when I need to be at work tomorrow.
Can we have a roll call vote?
Chair Hauser.
Yes.
Commissioner Wright.
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Ferguson. Commissioner Devine. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's keep going quick. To Sue's point about hazards, can you confirm with any SB 330 and builder's remedy applications, do they have to do full geotechnical, including borings where the buildings are going?
Not as a preliminary application requirement.
No. Great.
All projects need to use CEQA no matter what, and SB 330 requires that public health and safety findings are a way to deny a project. So if something is unsafe, we have to make findings, and they're difficult, but we can still deny a project.
But we might not know that without a geotechnical report.
So for SB 330 projects that have a preliminary application, they still need to go through the environmental review process. So in doing the CEQA process, there's a section that analyzes hazards and geology. And through that process, that typically does require some geotechnical work. So there would be CEQA requirements during the project review.
So to be clear, your question was SB 330 preliminary applications, as I understood it. That does not include that as part of the initial application package. As Ms. Murphy outlined, yes, once that evolves to a regular application, if it does, all of the regular application processes apply, including CEQA and any other local requirements, like in the coastal zone, needing further geotechnical hazard analysis and so forth. But at the initial onset of the application, no, that detailed technical information is not required, and the city cannot require it under SB 330.
So would that, if that information is coming later, I'm sorry, I don't really understand the process and how much discretion we have.
It's grounds to deny a project if a project is hazardous.
Right. No, I understand that, but would the public have this information? Would this be part of public meetings, or is this something that
It would be part of public meetings because it would be part of the CEQA document.
Okay. Okay, and then just another question. I've been looking at our grading ordinance, and I'm just wondering, which honestly I think could really use some work, and I'm just wondering if work on that could help us provide more objective standards, that help reinforce HPD.
Yes, certainly any additional objective standards that the city wants to adopt regarding work on hillsides, grading, anything like that would provide clear standards for developers that want to come in, as well as clear regulations for certain protections for the city.
Okay, all right. So that's something we might want to consider in the future, not to slow down this process now. Okay, thank you.
Are you?
B44?
Yes.
B44?
Well, I think we're going to move on to 46.B unless you have a comment. Okay, let's go.
Group homes for 7+ persons. This is in that category of zoning updates to comply with state law. So eliminating the distance separation requirements, for example, and the discretionary permit criteria for these types of facilities.
I'm assuming no one has comments on that. Going once? Okay, let's go.
C4, affirmatively furthering fair housing. So this relates to actions the city would require in the course of marketing an affordable housing unit that's available. So ensuring that specific intentional actions are taken to market these units, particularly to schools that will hopefully reach families located outside of the highest resource areas in Pacifica, to hopefully increase the opportunity for those families to find housing within the highest resourced areas.
Could you identify any RECA areas within Pacifica?
I'm sorry?
Could you identify one or more of these areas in Pacifica?
So the entirety of Pacifica is considered a racially concentrated area of affluence, but within the community, there are some areas that are mapped in the draft housing element as having more racial segregation, having lower incomes, et cetera. And so this program will be focused on trying to market those units in those parts of the community.
But it could apply to the whole town. Right.
Sure. I mean, the program could be submit this information to every school if that's what you're getting at.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, I'm not understanding. What do you mean?
No, I just from the slide, I couldn't tell if it was some concentrated areas in Pacifica or if it applied to the whole city. You clarified it.
Okay, moving on. D1?
D1, the last program comment. So housing rehabilitation, this relates to developing a proactive program for the city, managed in the Code Enforcement Division, to identify properties in need of maintenance or where someone reaches out or complaints received engaging on a complaint basis, to connect those individuals, occupants and property owners with the appropriate resources to rehabilitate their properties, to keep them in a habitable condition. And of course, there are, knock-on benefits to the community with improved aesthetics and property appearance as well. And this is just trying to change the existing process, which is primarily complaint-driven and perceived as punitive, to a more proactive, results-driven, resource connecting type of process to try to resolve those property maintenance issues outside of the enforcement scheme.
Christian, is this to keep those properties affordable? Is that stated anywhere? HART has a program that they're looking at doing that, the rehabilitation, to keep things affordable.
Yeah, it's not expressly intended for that. We could explore if there's a way to add that on as an additional program component. My hunch is that HART's program might tie funding to committing to affordability in some way, and so it might be a voluntary component to access their resources, but I can't say for sure.
It's a new program, so check it out. Yeah.
Would we want to consider some sort of fine for properties that don't comply with recommendations?
Well, there already is the basic code enforcement process that can take
Includes
action.
fines.
Yeah, this is trying to identify a different process and a more cooperative program. As I mentioned in the earlier staff presentation, many of these folks are overwhelmed. They don't have the mental or physical capacity to undertake these improvements. They may not have family or family nearby to help them or family that cares to help them. They're very complex cases, and once it gets to an enforcement stage, the city's in a different position than if it was proactively engaging and trying to head off an enforcement process. So there's more time, there's a better relationship with an occupant and a property owner than when, hey, here's your notice of violation. I'll give you 2 weeks to fix things up.
So this includes single-family homes then?
Yes, any
Got it.
housing
Okay,
unit
that
type.
was
There would need to be some judgment in terms of prioritizing given our limited resources, but any housing unit.
Got it, okay.
Can you explain how this works? The property identification program, I mean, you can only see so much on the outside, but if there's mold and rat issues, and, I mean, is someone actually proactively going into units without having a complaint? I mean, how would you know where to look?
So that's not contemplated in this program to expand a mandatory inspection process, for example. This, as I'm envisioning it, would be primarily exterior maintenance related, and then there may be an opportunity to visit a property and learn more about the interior conditions. There are already other existing programs, requiring multifamily unit inspections from the county, environmental health, for example, varying degrees of, I think, success, in my opinion, but primarily related to their resourcing. But this is not meant to supplement or replace those inspection programs for interior health conditions.
Okay, I'm just afraid we're not really fully solving the issue. And I mean, I know also many tenants are afraid to complain. I mean, I've had people reach out to me directly that, because they're really afraid to be evicted. So, what can we do to make that process easier for them? I mean, I know they can complain without giving their name necessarily, but obviously you're relating it to a particular unit, the owner's going to know. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, this isn't going to provide legal advice to tenants about eviction or displacement. This is intended to address HCD's comment about including programs related to property rehabilitation and maintaining the habitability of properties. The vast majority of our housing stock is single-family residences, and many of those are longtime residents that are up in the years, that don't have the income they once had or the physical capacity they once had, and they drive a lot of complaints to code enforcement. And this is a way of satisfying HCD while also achieving a better, more efficient outcome, in my opinion, than a complaint-driven process where a neighbor, has seen a property degrade for 15 years, and finally that 15th year in one day they had enough and they contact the city, and now they're complaining to us, complaining to you as council members. We're trying to get ahead of that and make a better neighborhood environment and better living condition for these folks outside of a punitive enforcement process. I don't imagine this multifamily apartments likely being a priority of this program, at least for the foreseeable future, given the very different, resourcing and sort of management structures and ownership structures of most of those buildings. I think the traditional code enforcement process likely would remain the preferred tool for a lot of those properties.
Commissioner Wright?
Just a quick question. I know in the city, like, for example, if you have a sidewalk issue and the city goes around and if you have a bumpy sidewalk, they write you a letter and say, please take care of it. And if you don't take care of it by then, we will do it for you and send you the bill. Can you tell me what you mean by resources? What resources are you going to be making recommendations about particular contractors? In the case of the city, they have particular people that are allowed to do concrete work on sidewalks and in public spaces. If you're going to do that, are you going to prioritize local Pacifican contractors, for example? Can you tell me a little bit more about this contemplated process of offering help and resources?
Sure. So the program's not yet developed, and so we don't have all of the potential resources that are identified, but I can share from my prior work experience in another community and information that's been shared in San Mateo County as well. There are various nonprofits that can connect to social services as well as financial resources through grants and loans and other types of funding support to help people accomplish these property renovations that are needed. There are also some government programs out there. It sounds like HART is developing one. Some communities have access to community development block grant or CDBG funding if they're income qualified, for example, to help them engage their own contractor. This wouldn't be the city contracting for the work as I'm envisioning the program. We have to, I think, be economical with our limited resourcing that we would have to commit to this. It may only be a handful of properties a year, but that's improving the community. It's improving someone's housing condition and avoiding a evolving neighborhood issue that explodes into a neighbor feud, for example, at some point.
Anything else on this item? Okay. Can we go to non-program?
So that concludes the programs.
Yep.
Given where we are after midnight, my suggestion would be to not try to tackle sites this evening. I've had more than one person in the last couple days say no good decisions are made after midnight, but that's not for me to decide. But it could be a point to have a clean break and think about if there's another study session opportunity or desire.
So just to make sure that we all understand what decision is being made, my records is that it's the reorganization of housing sites inventory, B.3.1. The AB 2011 sites, B.3.2.B, and the infrastructure constraint with the Rockaway Beach Pump Station, B.3.9 that are left. Are those, am I accurately capturing it, or is there anything beyond that?
That's correct.
And so when is staff proposing that would then come back to this group?
We would need to do it in the not too distant future, in the next 2 to 3 week time frame, more than likely. Scheduling is challenging, but we are trying to make this a successful process to give you the time and the space to be thoughtful about. What I heard was a lot of questions and potential concerns about sites.
I think we've done well as a planning commission when we've toughed it out on we always ended up with the hardest sites last. I think personally, we've gone till 1. I'd be willing to stay another 53 minutes, but that's me.
We did make the motion. I'd be interested in trying to tackle the first one, seeing how we do as a group. And if it's an abysmal failure, then we can throw our hands up and say, let's reschedule. And if we can muscle through it in the time we've currently allotted ourselves, I'd certainly favor being done with it so that we can move on.
Can I, before we do that, there's a couple of other comments from HCD that are more policy related that we haven't talked about, and I'm happy delaying this to a later meeting, but the bottom of page 11, they say, they talk about displacement protection and tenant stability on page 12. And then the answer I got was a variety of approaches can help respond to this comment. Staff can provide additional explanation at the study session. So I mean, this is definitely something I want to talk about, and it doesn't have to be today, but I want to pin that.
Councilmember Bowles, that page 11, 12 interface causes me some trouble. Do you have a numbered comment from the attachments that you could refer to?
A numbered comment.
You're talking about C4.
C4.4.
Yes, C4. Goals, priorities, metrics, milestones. And D is the tenant stability section. So C. I don't know how the numbers go.
So I think you pointed out, one or two of the items, but this comment's talking about meaningful actions to overcome identified patterns and trends, specific commitment metrics and milestones, all of which are in the programs that we've identified, addressing housing mobility enhancement, new housing choices, and affordability in high opportunity areas. So issues related to the sites list, for example, will be very important to address those. Place-based strategies for community preservation and revitalization and displacement protection. So displacement protection is one of several, even in just that sub-bullet. Mr. Hamilton, I think, can speak a bit more to the place-based strategies component of that if desired. And then the quantified metrics that target beneficial impacts for people, households, and neighborhoods. And going, so tracking the number of units and other community facility type improvements that in part relate to the place-based strategies. So it's not just displacement protection that gets at that. That's one subpart of one component of the issues that need to be analyzed.
I would just add on to that, when we think about place-based strategies, we think about the housing basket, everything that comes along with housing, transportation, services, et cetera. In fact, I think one of the things, and so we talked, the transportation one I think is part of this. The other one that also speaks to this about, is the, what we just discussed about code enforcement. So I think that the code enforcement as a program does double duty and also advances on a part of the place-based thrust of this comment as well.
So I think if everyone's amenable, let's just launch into the last three. And I would propose starting with B.3.9 because that seems to be the most material, the infrastructure constraint, Rockaway Beach Pump Station. And maybe if we can get through that quickly, let's work our way back up.
Great. So to recap the earlier mention, the current draft housing element had over 600 sites identified in this Rockaway Beach sewer pump station catchment. We've honed that down to a little under 200 sites that would be on the core arena sites list. And this comment relates to the infrastructure capacity constraint of the Rockaway Beach sewer pump station that during wet weather periods does not have sufficient capacity for all of the storm water that infiltrates into the sewer system. And so what we're trying to do is right-size the number of new units relative to already planned infrastructure improvements to replace sewer mains in the Valley Mar and Rockaway Beach neighborhoods that will reduce the inflow and infiltration, the I&I. And so whereas we were not confident that 600 to 700 units of new development could be accounted for with those I&I reductions, we're much more confident in working to confirm that the sewer replacements that are already planned over the next several years will provide enough capacity offset to allow less than 200 new units in this area. And so what that would mean is we need to demonstrate the lack of constraints primarily for the core arena sites. Then the surplus and buffer sites potentially could remain, and potentially infrastructure constraints are identified in their review process. One other option is to reduce or eliminate the number of units or sites on the surplus buffer sites list. We don't have good options, as I've said in a number of other contexts, to relocate the core arena sites. Those couple hundred units, approaching 200 units that we've identified.
So we're keeping the 179, and then the other 520 are relegated to surplus.
That's the current structure, correct. Looking at those sites, I will add that there has been in-depth discussion by the Planning Commission, for example, of Site 26 and Site 34, for instance. And so whether those remain on the surplus list or not.
36 is...
And 36.
I mean,
Seabowl.
shall we take those 3 off?
So if the council and commission is going to enter into a detailed discussion of removing specific sites, we do have one planning commissioner, Commissioner Devine, who has a potential conflict of interest related to sites in this vicinity. So we would advise that she disclose that conflict and recuse herself for the course of that detailed site discussion.
Commissioner Devine, would you like to state your conflict and recuse yourself?
Sure, I own real property in the Rockaway Beach neighborhood, so I must recuse myself from this item.
Everybody, anybody mind if I take the floor for a second? You guys mind
I
if
I would just ask that you wait till Commissioner Devine has fully, okay, go for it.
As someone who's built about a dozen stormwater and sewer pump stations in the last 5 years, a couple of questions for staff about this analysis. One, has anyone done just like a peak flow dry season versus wet season? Because which are really capacity-wise is your peak flows in the morning and the afternoon during a rain event, and then in addition to that, is there an analysis of infiltration projects that they're doing to reduce stormwater infill into the sanitary sewer, I assume is what it's for? And then is there like a timeline of when they predict those flows to go down? Typically you see between 5 and 10 times as much flow on a rain event than you do in a dry season event. And there'll be some kind of analysis done to, hey, we're trying to take that 10x and bring it down to a 2.5x. And then in that timeline, does that allow for these units to be built in the time frame that we're talking about?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Ferguson. I don't have all of the technical answers for you on a lot of the wastewater engineering considerations. What I can tell you is, to my knowledge, we don't have a flow study, and that is one of the options I've discussed with my colleagues in the wastewater division. The challenge is the timing of the housing element process relative to the next rainy season and the opportunity to put a flow meter in where
Sure.
would be needed.
It's my thought that probably the 200 houses are a marginal compared to a rain event in terms of increased capacity in this area. And my follow-on was the buffer sites, you can leave them off the arena, but it's not going to stop somebody from developing Seabowl, right? It's not going to stop someone from developing some of these other sites that they don't really need us to rezone it to be able to take advantage of builders' use or these other things. That still puts the strain on the infrastructure. So.
Correct, except in those instances where we're not having to analyze the constraints and demonstrate that they can be built, we can undergo the CEQA process and identify those as potential environmental impacts.
And then require them to pay for the
and
upgrades.
require appropriate mitigation and proportionate contributions, exactly. So what we have to do is demonstrate that those types of burdens through the CEQA process, for example, won't unexpectedly materialize for core arena sites in a way that would render projects unaffordable. So that's the difference in the task for the core arena versus others.
And we haven't asked DPW to conduct any kind of an analysis on this Rockaway pump station of how many marginal units they think it can take and when?
Well, that's the analysis that's ongoing. I've had those conversations with their staff, and they're engaging their consultant that has the most familiarity with the modeling of this segment of the system, as I understand it. So I don't have the specific technical answer, but we're trying to structure this approach and then validate it with the appropriate technical analysis.
I'm trying to figure out how we arrived at this 200 number. Like 200 is good, but anything more than that.
Well, it's not a highly scientific process. I can tell you we have arena we have to meet. We have a bunch of other sites, and you start whittling away at them. This is sort of the bare minimum number that we could make work across the rest of the housing element backdrop, and also feel like we had a reasonable chance of saying all of these sewer mains in 2 neighborhoods versus the new flows from 200 units. It seemed like a workable proposition. Now, can that go up or down once the technical study's done? Sure, but we're trying to structure that as an approach right now.
We just kind of threw a number on a wall and said we can cover it for 200.
No, I didn't say we threw anything at a wall. I said that we had a housing element backdrop, and we probably couldn't relocate another 200 units, but we were trying to make an educated guess of, is it enough fewer units that we think a massive infrastructure upgrade might be enough to warrant doing the technical analysis. I don't know if I'd feel comfortable saying, hey, analyze it for 700 or 800 units, but cutting that back demonstrates to HCD a significant quantitative reduction combined with a planned capital improvement.
And HCD identified this constraint without prompting from us?
No, we identified a pump station capacity constraint as a potential infrastructure constraint in the draft housing element. But they said, hey, your analysis of the impact of that constraint was inadequate, so we're trying to intensify the analysis.
I feel comfortable with what you have there with the 200 units personally, but if you need something else.
So if you feel comfortable, Commissioner Ferguson, with those 200 units, if I may just apprise everybody on council, when we went through all of these sites as a commission, there were 2 that we literally could not put development standards to because there were so many, we couldn't wrap our mind around it. And those were sites 12 and 34. 12 is on the west side of Highway 1, kind of across from Valleymar, and then 34 is Valleymar Station. And a lot of that was we couldn't figure out how people would get onto Highway 1. So I love the idea of, not only just moving these to surplus, but I would feel comfortable removing those 2 sites if staff is amenable to it. And then I would also, I think it probably warrants further discussion, but Seabowl was such an important part of the Cosmont study that the city commissioned for the commercial. And if we're hearing that this commercial and residential is so difficult to achieve that we've talked about on the other, the big one that I was concerned about, maybe these 3 are projects that peel off, understanding that there is builder's remedy. Any commissioner, right?
So you want to take Seabowl off the list. Valleymar Station, I understand. The Caltrans, I understand. If we're really trying to build stuff here, then taking Seabowl off will likely reduce us trying to achieve our arena numbers, because that's a very likely to be built spot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think 219 units are likely to be built. I don't know if that's what's being proposed or not. And I think one of the things, I don't want to go down the rabbit's hole, but if we had started with the first one instead of the third one, I would have said, why did we make these above moderate? We had all this conversation about how important it was for them to be at our first session, how we wanted to have a minimum height and a maximum height. It was the only one where we talked about having a minimum height because it was so important that this would be an affordable developer.
Right.
And I don't think we're going to get that. But I think that if an affordable developer did come with a proposal, we would be absolutely happy to entertain that outside of a housing element process. So if we can figure out the numbers and the justification is there,
So
we're worried about
you're using that as a vehicle to actually get something built that will be more beneficial to.
Yeah, or for like a rock climbing gym or a movie theater or something that is actually visitor serving commercial. That, I mean, again, we paid all this money for an economic study that said we need to capitalize on Siebel the week that Siebel sent the letter that they were closing, right? So like, I'm not saying we're gonna get a bowling alley back, but it would be really cool to replace it with something that also was economically a boon to the city.
If I may, on the Seabowl sites, I'm so sorry, on the Rockaway sites, one of you'll notice when you look at the breakdown, there's an awful lot. There's 250 low-income buffer units between site 34 and 12, roughly, and so that's a significant amount. More importantly as important is the location and spreading around the potential low-income sites around the city and particularly in more adjacent to more affluent areas and all of the housing basket things that go along with that. And so this is, if at all possible, we wanted to try to preserve at least some of those sites in this area.
So we don't have the studies right now to have an accurate analysis of what the actual flow rates are, but as we go along, will we be updating our analysis to be able to determine one way or the other whether or not these sites can accommodate the flow?
That's the goal. We hope to have our expert staff or consultant opinion validate this assumption that yes, this reduction in I&I from the sewer main replacements that's already planned in the next 3 to 4 years would be equal to or greater than, right, in simple terms, than the new flow from, 180 units.
So in 180 units, but then there's another 266 units we're talking about between 12 and 34. So as we do this analysis, might it say that A, it could actually accommodate those 266 also, or B, if it doesn't, could we then adjust in terms of our CIP?
I don't think I can speak to the CIP component. I don't know what other I&I related capital improvements could be made in that particular area. Perhaps there are some, I don't know. I think what we can do is hopefully get a sense from that technical analysis if the number is more than 180, and then figure out, is there a priority order to retain sites then? Okay, if we can get more, we would first prefer to keep, the Rock, and then the Seabowl, and then our last choice, of course, if it even stays on there, is like the Quarry Caltrans and Valley Mar Station, for example.
Sorry.
So the other question is regarding Seabowl. There was a question from somebody who wrote a letter as to why it's become above moderate when before it was lower income serving. And then B, either way, would that get in the way of what Chair Hauser was referring to in terms of the economic development study and the way that I think I heard Planning Commission deliberate upon an objective standard whereby that same footprint remains and stays commercial recreational?
Yeah, I think there are some unknowns. There's the resolution of that 100% non-residential policy that came up earlier and how it would relate to the site diagram in that context. Certainly, the cleanest thing from my perspective is to not have the Seabowl as a housing element site if you're concerned about other non-housing considerations, because to some extent, HCD is going to have its hands in the dough on that site and what the city might be obligated to approve ultimately. There are a lot of other laws that will complicate that process even without the site being in the housing element. And so if the city has aspirations for a mixed-use project there, perhaps having it in the housing element is not the best way to further that objective.
And of course, as a layperson, I'm looking at these things in conjunction, right? So if it's 226 units we're taking off the board and the surplus sites, I would think I would really want to keep those other 266 units in place with the understanding that however we address flow down the road when we have a better assessment of what that is, it might come in handy to have those in reserve just in case.
And so which ones exactly are you talking about?
Right.
I'm saying we keep 12 and 34 and nix 36.
But 36 seems to me to be one of your best housing sites in the city.
I think it's going to wind up housing either way, in which case it'll apply toward the RENA either way. And I was really enamored by the fact that we were trying to retain economic use of that site in terms of bringing in tax revenue. Not the least of which to say a regional recreational opportunity for all parties involved.
Would it be helpful to staff and our consultants if instead of deciding who's in and who's out, if we prioritized them for them? And then as they tried to meet the demands in pronouncements, that they understand the pecking order on how we would like them to proceed. Would that be something that would be useful?
That type of feedback would be helpful to us. As I mentioned in the explanation to Commissioner Ferguson, assuming that this analysis checks out for some number of units, hopefully 200 or more, if there's an opportunity to include more units and the sites are deemed to be appropriate for the housing element, which is your call, not mine, yes, getting priority order policy direction would be helpful so that if there's excess capacity, we can add in one more site and then perhaps another to really help give us a robust buffer to the extent that we can maintain one.
So sorry, you're looking for 200 buffer units.
I don't have a number of the buffer units. We have the core arena sites, which are most important to the staff, and then any number of extra surplus buffer sites is good from our perspective, provided we can check that out from a technical standpoint with the sewer capacity issue.
Well, then maybe we should just, I like the idea of prioritizing. Thank you for that idea. But if it was me, I would just rather get rid of the Site 34 and Site 36.
I wanted to ask some questions about some of the other sites on here, and then I had a couple questions about our sewers, too. Site 12, is that the site, you said former Caltrans, so it's already been decertified. Is that part of the access to Pacifica Highlands? Is that there?
I don't believe that parcel is utilized for that project access. The parcel in question is mixed-use neighborhood, and it was redesignated as such in the general plan update process. It was one of the late modifications made during that process, if that helps place it in context for anybody.
So which, I'm just seeing like solid yellow and green.
Right.
So their access would come across one of these sites.
Yeah, it may well come like off of the extreme side of one or the other. I don't remember specifically.
Okay, so I don't know if that's an issue, and that's an application that we already have, right? And then 35. I was talking about this morning with staff. So the Planning Commission, at the Planning Commission meeting when that site was discussed, I was surprised to hear that it required a vote of the people to have housing on that site. So that seems like a major constraint.
That's not accurate. The zoning applicable to that site requires a public vote to rezone. The zoning is currently C1, if memory serves, which allows housing in a mixed-use configuration. And so the density assumptions here reflect that existing zoning limitation and would not be able to intensify beyond that
Okay, but
without a public vote.
But the direction given was for a purely residential site, so.
So that would be irreconcilable under the current zoning, and so that will be an issue that will need to be analyzed when we put together more detailed information for the site. Currently talking about allowable density, there's nothing inconsistent with the current zoning about the number of units that's been discussed.
Okay, I'm not sure I understood all that, but I'll let you guys. But that site right now is zoned commercial recreation, right? So similar to Seabowl in terms of the intent of a public.
I think it's visitor serving commercial in the 2040 general plan. Yeah, which does not allow residential use.
Yeah. They're different land uses.
Okay.
And I think I agree with you on the commercial, but because of the vote of the people, we didn't go into more detail on that. We just were kind of comfortable with the zoning. And then we gave a couple of additional criteria to make sure that it was set back far enough from Highway 1. So we restricted it slightly more, but I think as a commission, it's a weird site, but it wasn't one where we were like, oh my God, we don't know what to do with this. 12 was the hardest one for us. 34 and 36 were the second hardest for us,
Yeah.
I feel like. I don't know, everyone else can jump in if.
Chair Hauser, you might be referring to site 26, the Quarry Caltrans. I recognize Caltrans is used.
Yeah,
in both instances there.
just getting tired.
Yeah, 26.
Correct,
is the
12
one
was
you're-
fine, sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, site 26 was
26, 34,
sort
and
of
36.
comparable with the Valley Mar Station, site 34 in terms of the challenges.
I'm looking
and
at the
complexity.
old map, which just had the number on the other side.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, anyway, just to finish, I think Site 35 would be a great place for a restaurant in terms of economic viability, and so it makes me sad that we don't have commercial there as part of that site. Site 26, I agree, it's problematic, and some of the discussion, I think it was Commissioner Godwin brought up, that we may need some of this land as we're dealing with these intersections and trying to think about overcrossings and so forth. And personally, I would rather see that site discussed as part of the quarry-specific plan and looking broadly at the whole area instead of this piecemeal here where we have no idea what the access is going to look like and what the traffic implications are to that very worst intersection in town. And then, I'm sorry, just to go back to my sewer questions. Oh, gosh, do I remember what they are? I don't remember what they all are. But one of them is that, so besides the pump station, the sewage treatment plant also has a 20 megagallons per day, I think, MGD, if that's the right.
Million. 20 million.
Million. And we exceeded that this winter and had to release partially treated sewage in the creek. And so I want to make sure that whatever analysis we're doing is not just looking at I&I for the pump station, but also for the sewage treatment plant.
Point of order, are we done discussing what has recused Commissioner Devine?
I don't think we have. I think we're almost
Could we
done.
focus on
So let's
that?
yeah, I think that's a really considerate thing to do. So I think, do we want to remove some sites and leave other sites and give direction on that? And this I think is the last item that we'll talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah? And so Cindy, or sorry, Councilmember Beer, I had said 26, 34, and 36, and I think you said 34 and 36.
I did.
Okay, do you want to leave 26?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any problem with that one.
okay. Anyone?
I'm okay getting rid of 36. I would prefer to keep 34.
Of 34 and 26, 26 gave us more challenge.
Oh.
So,
I don't want 26 in there.
okay. So do we want to, everyone?
26 was the hardest from a traffic standpoint to
Okay.
reconcile.
Most
Okay.
definitely.
Okay, so everyone's in favor of removing 26 and 36. Okay, we're all in favor.
I'm the only one who's spoken about 34 aside from Mary, so I want to make sure that we get a consensus one way or the other.
It's okay. You have consensus.
Yes.
So I mean, I see Seabowl as one of the.
Microphone, please.
I don't think you have consensus if you don't agree.
What? I see Seabowl as one of the main places that's going to be built. And so if you're taking it way off this list, then I don't know. I think that's a problem.
It doesn't stop it from being built or anybody from applying to build something. It just takes it off of this particular
Well,
list.
so explain to me why.
Somebody's going to build on that site with the bowling
That's
alley
right.
closed.
Someone's going to build on that site.
So the goal is to leave us with a little bit of discretion, and maybe there's none because of what's happening right now.
But in the general plan, it says that they are allowed to build 219 units.
Yeah, but I think what the goal
the
is,
general
Sue,
plan
is that
doesn't
we
allow
want to
housing.
maintain some of the commercial aspect. And we have more control over that if we leave it off of this list.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Does the general plan currently allow housing at Seabowl?
No, it's visitor serving commercial, so no housing is allowed currently.
Okay.
Well, sorry, I misspoke.
No, you didn't. You got it.
So
then
of this list, I heard consensus to remove sites 26 and 36.
Can we repool on 36?
Yeah, that's fine.
So let's take it site by site then, yeah?
Yeah.
Can I invite Commissioner Devine back?
Well, no, almost.
She's recused from this one.
Almost.
So let's just go down the line, starting with Mary's 36, remove or not?
Yes.
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 Okay. 36 definitely off. We're down to 26 and 34?
Just 26.
Just 26. Okay.
Yes.
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 No.
Yes.
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 36 and 26 gone. So are we talking about 34 at all?
I think no.
Okay.
So now
she can come
Commissioner
back.
Devine can come back. Do you want to reopen for public comment?
Yeah, the issue with 34 was the access if you build housing.
Okay, so we have, no, we've got two cleanup matters. We're done with the substantial stuff. I was alerted that there is a potential comment on the line on the one hand, and on the other hand, we need to take a moment to talk about when we will reconvene as per city manager. Emily, how many people are on the line?
There are 4 people on the line, but 1 raised hand.
Are we comfortable taking the one raised hand before we go? Okay, we'll open up to public comment for Pat Kramer. Please unmute, state your name for the record. I'll let you know when you have a minute remaining of your 3 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. What you just discussed may completely preclude what I'm going to say, but I'll try to say it quickly and coherently. I want to express my concern about the general process of rezoning of properties that are included in the housing element, specifically rezoning, removing the city's power over land use through its zoning authority. And so it's with some trepidation I'm going to comment on B 3.2C, which I think kind of tripped up everybody a while ago. The emphasis here is on the balance of commercial and residential use of land. HCD seemed to be concerned about commercial demand squeezing out residential use. I'm concerned about the flip side of this, rezoning that eliminates commercial property. The report has a kind of what I felt was strange phrasing. It said, staff will prepare a program to revise the city's zoning regulations to clarify that sites identified in the housing site inventory can have 100% residential project, and then that would be permitted use in these zoning districts. And to me, I saw danger of our losing a viable commercially zoned area, specifically the Sea Bowl, to be rezoned to be 100% residential. And in this case, I see it as expensive tract housing built by the Toll Brothers. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There are no other raised hands.
Closing public comment.
Mike wants to.
Sure. Come on up, fill out Picard after you're done. Oh, for those who haven't spoken, I apologize. Chris, did you want to speak? In that case, we're closing public comment. City manager or attorney, but how are we handling those last two? When would we be bringing it up? Is it to be determined? Would it be a study session before next council or something entirely different?
So it sounds like the planning commission and the council want to continue the matter. Thank you. Continue this item, this special study session, to a future date, and it sounds like that date should be uncertain so that staff can review the materials and prepare for the next study session, and of course, poll the council and the planning commissions for availability.
Do I need a motion or do I just declare?
I would suggest a motion from both bodies.
I would anticipate that it's going to be very difficult to schedule a follow-up session in the next 2 or 3 weeks. And what I would request is some flexibility about scheduling such a session with those that are available. It has to be a quorum of everyone, but that not everyone's going to be able to make it. I just anticipate it's very difficult to get this group together. And time is of the essence in this process.
Agreed, which is why we pushed as far as we could. So
Both bodies
council,
would need to make a motion.
council, would someone like to make the motion to continue to a time to be determined?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Beer.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vaterlas. Mayor Big Stick.
Yes.
Councilmember Beckmeyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Bowles.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
Do we need a similar, Commissioner Ferguson?
So moved.
Second.
Can we get a roll call vote?
Chair Hauser.
Yes.
Commissioner Wright.
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Ferguson.
Yes.
Commissioner Devine.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
Meeting adjourned.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, Planning Commission.
Thank you, public, for sticking with us.
Thank you, public.